The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Giving a little extra is always the right call at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. If you phone it in, then you're going home empty-handed in such a tightly contested field. Fabiano Caruana is still riding high, but needs to keep pedaling to outpace his pursuers for a second national title. Irina Krush is over the moon after taking advantage of and leapfrogging a blundering Jennifer Yu for sole lead in the women's section. The pieces are in place for an epic finale, and the best place to see it will be right here. Day 13 of Out of This World Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to the championship day here at the U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's been a fantastic event so far, filled with thrills and spill, but finally, it's time to crown the victors. Who's going to come out on top? Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
From the home of chess in the United States, welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club and the last 13th round of the U.S. Chess Championships and the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Hello everyone, I'm Anastasiya and I'm here joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser, what a pleasure to be here with you, maybe for the last time.
Absolutely, Anastasiya, it's really been quite the adventure. The disrespectful championships are coming to a close, but it's really been a lot of fun calling out the action with you and Cristian.
We had such a round yesterday, yes, with blunders, with some decisive results, but also with some kind of intriguing situations.
Beheading of the king, a beheading of the king is what happened. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. This is indeed the championship round, the 13th and final round of these very lengthy championships, but boy, they've been a lot of fun. Who will be champion? Well, Anastasiya, let's start with the ladies and our leaders there.
So after victory in the 12th round, Irina Krush climbed to the sole lead with 8.5 points. She is on the top. And Jennifer Yu, Atalia Cervantes, both of them follow the step of the leader and hope maybe to try to win still the championship. And we also have Alice Lee and Aronian share the fourth place, but they don't have chances for the first place at the moment.
Absolutely. And in the open section, who can win?
And in the open section, Fabiano Caruana is still on the first place. Then we have also Robson with 7.5 points, and Dominguez, together with Wonder Liang, share the third position right now.
And our format is, well, pretty clear. This is our final day. We have our normal time controls as we do for every round. But what would happen in case we see a tie, Anastasiya?
If we have tie, in this case, two players will play two rapid games with 10 minutes plus 2 seconds increment time control. If it's still tight, we'll have Armageddon, which is always great to follow. 5 minutes for white, 4 for black.
Black wins in case the game is a draw. Not much of a schedule left, but let's take a look anyway.
We have the last round today, it's October 19th, and in case of playoffs, we'll have them on 20th of October, as well as the closing ceremony, which will start at 6 p.m.
More details about the closing ceremony?
So, if you would like to meet players and the commentators, then you'll have your chance if you buy the tickets for $25. In this case, come at 6 p.m. We'll have cocktails first and then closing ceremony and, of course, after party with DJ. In case if you are not in St. Louis, you have chance to check the live stream on YouTube channel.
Promises to be a wonderful closing ceremony. And Cristian, good to see you, my friend. Here we are, the 13th and final day. And tell us what these players are going to have to do to become champion.
Great to see you guys, and there's Fabiano Caruana and Tatev Abrahamyan joining the action finally. Fabiano wants to close the show today. There's Jennifer Yu with her good friend, Rochelle Wu. They've been having quite a good event as well, but I have to say, guys, I've had a lot of fun calling the action here at the U.S. Women's Championship as well as the U.S. Open Chess Championship. It's been a lot of fun, but finally, it's that day, the day that we're going to crown victors. And let's take a look at where our leaders are standing. We're going to start with the ladies section. Well, it's been Irina Krush, Jennifer Yu, and right now Talia Cervantes, who has been having an incredible streak. She's won 5 games in the last 5 rounds. Just an incredible performance by Talia Cervantes. Right now tied for second position with Jennifer Yu, who has been leading so much of this event. But the 8-time national champion Irina Krush right now in the lead. And by the way, number 2 and 3, well, tied for second position, are playing today for the second or the first place. That is the big match between Talia Cervantes versus Jennifer Yu. 2 wins for Talia, 2 losses for her, and 2 draws. This one is a very close matchup. And let's take a look at one for the history books. Well, that's indeed the matchup between our leader, Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion, versus one of her rivals throughout the history, that is international master Anna Zatonskih. They've played so many times in different time controls, rapid and blitz, and classical chess as well. 11 wins for Irina, 9 losses, and 9 draws. This one is going to be a huge matchup today. And let's take a look at where we stand in the open section. Of course, we have Fabiano Caruana still leading the event. He's been leading the event since the first round. Right now, Ray Robson, 7.5 points, only half a point behind Fabiano Caruana. He's been half a point behind Fabiano Caruana for the past 5 rounds. And Lanier Dominguez, as well as Wander Liang, have a mathematical chance to actually catch up with Fabiano in case Fabiano loses today against Aronian. But of course, we have 2 incredible matchups that we are going to be focused on. And the first one is the one between Ray Robson versus Jeffrey Xiong. And he came to the studio yesterday and gave us an interview, and he said this is a must-win situation for him. 3 wins, 2 losses, and 5 draws between these 2 players. Just an incredible, mouth-watering matchup. But another mouth-watering matchup is the big clash between 2 friends and rivals as well. That is Fabiano Caruana versus Aronian. And I have to say, Fabiano having the white pieces in the last round, it's a big plus for him and his chances for the championship. And as we can see, Levon has arrived at the board. They're not really in chatty terms right now. Of course, there's too much tension in this championship, and we will see an incredible battle between these 2 players.
Well, those are indeed fantastic clashes, to be sure. And Anastasiya, tell the viewers what all the pairings are going to be like.
Yes.
And let's start with the ladies.
Let's start with the ladies. Once again, let's check on the top. We see Talia Cervantes with Jennifer Yu. Both of them share now second place. It's a very important match for them. And then if we go all the way down,
to the bottom,
you can see Irina Krush with Anna Zatonskih. Once again, another very important game. So we also will follow the game between Alice Lee and Megan Lee, because still they're fighting for top places in this event. As well as also the game between Ruyan Yan and Begim Tokhirjonova.
And in the Open, what are all the key matchups in that, and for those pairings?
Actually, all of them are quite important. So Fabiano Caruana plays against Aronian, and we can see immediately Lanier Dominguez game against Shankland.
Also crucial.
Yes, for the standings, Ray Robson plays against Jeffrey Xiong, and also we can see Hans Niemann, who will face today Wander Liang, and Wander also has chances to catch the leaders in case of if Fabi will not manage to win.
And the hottest player participant in any of the 2 competitions, Talia Cervantes.
Yes.
5 wins in a row. Good for her. Can she make it 6?
Imagine finishing the tournament on a 6-win streak and actually winning the championship.
That's pretty memorable.
That is memorable.
Wow.
They've been fighting really, really hard, Anastasiya. What is the prize fund for the ladies?
Really great prize fund, $160,500, $40,000 for the first place. I remember times it was 10, and can look at it 40 for the first place, and then second place 30, and third 20. So every point counts in this situation, all the way until 14th place with 3,000.
And in the open section, what are those participants fighting for?
262,000 prize fund, and the winner will get 60,000, and then 45, 35, 25. All these numbers sound really good.
The 14th finisher, 5,500. When I won U.S. championships, it was 6,000.
Yes. Okay.
So the prize fund, thank you, St. Louis, and thank you, the St. Louis Chess Club. The prize funds are indeed very, very handsome. As we see there at the playing hall, and the few chairs, empty chairs, means the players are still going through the security check wanding.
Exactly. And yes, it
There's
just
the bell.
That's
started.
Frank with the bell.
Exactly.
And rough. Championship round, guys.
Yes.
Underway.
Do you
And
feel the last round? The tension will be really
E4, E5.
Yes.
Knight F3. Okay. Are we going to see a Berlin?
Or
I
the
predict
trough,
a Berlin.
knight-
Or
no?
Joko,
Okay.
piano, or
Okay.
Scotch.
Or Scotch
Anybody?
Gambit.
No.
Well, we're going to find out soon.
This is
Bishop to B5. And
Okay.
Now, I mean, Levon has always had A7, A6 in his repertoire ever since he started playing chess. It's just that the Berlin
it's
has
the Berlin,
become
guys.
Yes.
the go-to castles
Oh no.
very quickly. Not D2, D3. D2, D3 today has kind of been the go-to move when you really
Are we
want a
going to
full-body
see
game.
an endgame, finally?
Rookie
from
one?
Fabiano?
No.
No.
Ooh.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're
bad
going
news.
there.
Bad
Yes.
news, everybody. And Knight D6.
I'm not sure about bad news because we've seen Fabiano actually put a lot of pressure in this same line against Wesley So earlier in the tournament, right? It is a dryish line, of course, and if Black knows what he's doing, probably will equalize out of the opening.
Just-
But, I mean, as Fabiano, what is your strategy
Yeah.
right now? You probably want
You just want to make a
To
draw
not take any
normally.
risks.
I think so. Yes, like a normal draw, and then you just wait for
Wait
the
to
others.
see if Ray
Guys,
Robson-
can you catch me?
Exactly.
Actually, it's only one who can.
Ray
only
Robson
Ray
will be
Robson
the
can do
only
it.
player in that
Yes.
case.
And I do believe that Jeffrey has not lost a single game in this tournament.
Exactly.
He's on +1, winning one game, not losing a single one, and drawing the rest. So
Quite
it's a
a-
very difficult player to beat.
Quite a number of players actually undefeated in this competition, including Jeffrey, who you mentioned, but also Lanier.
Linear, yes,
is a-
exactly, yes.
Yes.
And let's just remind our viewers, along with a very, very handsome prize fund, Anastasiya, you also have a situation where this is a qualifying event to the World Cup. That's the 128-player knockout. So the top 5 finishers of the open section will go to this knockout, which
And
is
it's
a part.
important. It's a really
Yes.
important moment because
Part
like
of the candidates, yeah, the whole cycle. And for the ladies, we have two
places, which-
participants
yeah, who will
qualify. So for Jennifer Yu and Talia,
It's
as well as
it's also
Arena,
important.
it's
Yes.
also a very important
situation. Yes, like they're also fighting for those spots, and let's remember that 2 winners of the candidates tournament, the finalists, will go to the candidates tournament. So it's
Exactly.
really important event where you have chance even to qualify in the end for the World Championship match.
exactly.
I wanted
By
to
the way,
mention.
it seems like
yes.
Ray hasn't arrived at the board.
Ah, really? Okay.
Still waiting for Ray.
Remember, Leon said yesterday, I mean, there are some special rules for the last round. He said it during his interview. So what do you think he meant by special rules? He also...
There is Jeffrey waiting for Ray.
Jeffrey, yeah.
Luckily for him, he plays the black pieces and he doesn't have to be on time. Undefeated Jeffrey Xiong right now in this tournament, waiting for his opponent. Such an important, crucial round for both of these players. And this is a career-defining moment for Ray Robson. If he manages to win this one
Whoa.
Wow.
and win the U.S. Chess Championships,
But
so many dreams come true for this young man.
For sure.
it's there we see that Ray is still
Ray
coming
is
through Hans
there in the
Niemann,
back.
Elsham. Yeah, but it's not an easy path for Ray. As it turns out, Jeffrey is undefeated, not lost a single game in the 12 that he's competed in. So
I was expecting, of course, a bit more from him, but he was really, really solid in this tournament, right?
Exactly.
He won only one game.
So just...
okay, Ray finally made it through the security.
Right.
And he goes to his game.
Exactly.
That is a 5-minute, well, time advantage for Jeffrey Xiong.
And when you're playing against Ray, who's notorious for his time trouble, I kind of feel that Ray should not be the one giving up 5 minutes at the start. He shouldn't be giving up any time whatsoever as he adjusts all of his pieces. Let's see. Does he have his knights to the side?
To the side,
well,
yes.
one.
Like this.
The G1 knight is facing the king, but the B1 knight...
It's also to the side a little bit.
No.
Diagonally, yes. Like,
it's looking straight ahead.
no, it's
Yes,
a little
it
bit diagonally.
is.
Look.
The other day you were asking me what I
angle.
prefer.
Right.
So what Ray prefers. It's a good question.
He's
Look
got
at
his
Jeffrey's knights, though.
foot
I mean, those
in both
are
hands.
straightforward-looking knights.
Yeah, it's dead ahead. Okay, very good. And let's just take a look at some of the other games just to see. And
Anna is
waiting for Arena, yeah?
Arena, yes. So all the leaders.
Oh,
There we go.
there we go.
There she
Arena
is.
did it.
She's
and
back.
what a rivalry this has been. We saw the head-to-head, as Christian told it. And
I think it's been 2 decades of this rivalry.
Of course.
exactly.
Do you remember this fantastic video? I've watched it so many times when they played this
Armageddon?
game, yes,
Oh,
and
my
pieces
goodness.
were flying.
Oh yes,
Also-
unforgettable.
Yes.
Just one of the great moments in women's championship
Very
chess history.
emotional moment, you know. It's still great that they're also teammates, and
Yes.
after all, I mean, all these troubles they had in the past, they are good friends, and they are really playing so many years for the team, U.S. team,
Exactly.
and so fighting when they play against each other, and teammates when it's about the team championships.
And Arena Krush, everybody, is chasing history. She is the 8-time U.S. Women's Champion. Should she win her 9th title, she will tie the great Gisela Gresser, who is the most decorated women's championship chess player in U.S. chess history, who had 9 titles. So, Arena chasing history today. Queen's Gambit declined, exchange variation. Let's keep an eye on that one. By the way, big game going on between Lanier, Dominguez, and Sam Shankland. Those are 2 Olympians playing against one another. And Sam said, let's play an open Sicilian, well, a Najdorf, in fact, against Lanier, one of the most well-prepared players. So in terms of a theoretical duel, you can ask for a better setup for this 13th and final round.
And Lanier repeated once with the move bishop to e. Wait, are they repeating again?
What?
Let's see.
Maybe
That's the
Bishop-
second time.
Okay, he's played bishop e3, inviting the English attack, knight to g4.
I don't think we're going to see a repetition.
I also
think
don't
we're going
think
to see
so.
bishop c1, knight f6, f3.
Yes.
Well, they've done it twice.
Look at
Here it goes.
Sam
I would-
face. Sam's face. He's like, okay, bishop c1.
Wait, so right now with knight, is that the 3rd time if he plays knight f6?
I think so.
Really? So he can just
Knight
claim the
f6.
draw?
Yeah, he's played.
Yeah, that's the
he's
3rd
played
time.
knight f6
That
once
is the 3rd time.
on move
I cannot
4.
believe it. Really? We'll
That is
have,
the 3rd
I
time.
think so.
That if he plays knight f6, he can claim the draw right now, Sam Shankland.
Okay, so with knight f6, it will be an 8-minute game,
Yes.
which will break Lanier's record
I-
of a 10-minute game.
Yeah, but he will
he
think for
won.
10 minutes maybe.
He
will
won the
think, no,
10-minute rate.
For 10 minutes and then... No,
Sam's
look
going to say, come on, what is
oh my gosh.
what
Look
is
at
he anguishing
his emotions,
about?
huh?
Oh,
Right, come on.
It's really crazy moment. Like, in a way, you understand that you have black pieces and draw is a good result, but you probably wanted to have a game, and now your opponent... I mean,
Well,
he's
I did not
disappointed.
expect this, I have to say.
He is
Well,
disappointed.
We
One of
thought
the
Lanier will be trying for more.
Yes. Maybe it's also about the sports, what you were talking
Precisely.
about,
That's
right?
exactly what I'm thinking.
Yes.
Lanier has +2.
Yes.
A draw clinches his qualification into, and no
he
draw.
he
he doesn't
claim.
claim.
Well-
so now
He's just saying,
Lanier.
okay, Lanier,
Lanier.
you go call the arbiter.
Lanier is welcome
It's really
to call the
funny.
arbiter.
So
it
he kind of
is.
said, I cannot do it by myself. If you want to do it, okay, you can do it, but
You're
I'm not
right.
doing it myself, right? I don't kill my chances to be.
But Lanier has already signed the score sheet. He's
There we go.
written draw. He's
There we go. There's
Oh
the
my
arbiter.
God.
Sam seems
a little disgusted.
a bit disgusted.
But
by this
again,
situation.
I'm going to say this, that Lanier, with a draw,
Yes,
clinches his
guarantees.
spot, whereas Sam needed a fight.
Yes, he needed to win probably the game in order to try to be, let's say, on this top 5, right?
Precisely.
So, I mean, it's just a crazy situation, actually psychological also situation, right? So,
Right.
I mean, Sam could maybe try to do something else, but yeah, everything, you can read it on his face.
No. But you're not supposed to try with black.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
normally not. Yes.
I mean, Sammy's been having a pretty solid event himself.
Exactly.
I think he's on +1, half a point behind Lanier. That's a respectable result. And with the black
I like
pieces
this
against such
respectful
a strong
result. Yes.
Respectful
Isn't it-
result.
It's very
Respectful.
respectful
Yes.
result
Respectful
between
result.
two respected gentlemen.
Exactly so.
It's just-
What to say to that one? Hans Niemann versus Wonder Liang. I kind of just thought that this was an interesting start to the game by Hans. After e4, e6, we have this Queen e2.
I know this line. This, yes.
Chigorin.
Guys, we're going
yes.
to see a draw in Fabiano's game.
Two.
We
as
should move
well.
to that one as well.
Wow.
Well,
There's no
oh
more
my
pieces.
gosh, they just went.
It's over. The pieces are gone.
They went whoop from the opening to the end game in record time.
Yes. Well, I mean, look, this makes sense, right?
for
If you are
Fabi, for
Fabiano
sure.
Caruana, this makes sense. You're not going to take any unnecessary risks.
Right.
You just make a.
This guarantees Fabiano a playoff.
At
either
worst.
against
At worst, yes.
Ray
Again,
Robson
Ray Robson
or-
only. No, Ray
Yes,
Robson
only.
only.
That's only, yes.
Yes, he's the only
Ray
one who can
Robson.
still
Yes.
catch him if he wins.
Only Ray
Yes.
can force a play. By the way, that's a symmetrical position after 30 moves in the game between
Fabiano and
Fabiano and Levon. And
Yes.
did I just see the move King G1? That's kind of, that's pretty
Yes.
hilarious.
Yes.
Maybe-
King G1?
maybe Black can take an advantage of this.
King E8, no. I mean, how to professionally make a repetition as soon as possible. Oh,
There we go.
What, King
Wow.
G1 again?
yeah.
King G1.
Why
of
not King
course.
G3?
Thank
Let's
you.
analyze this position.
Exactly. And why not King G3? King G3, you know, you
Yes.
might go running up the board and win.
Yes.
Well, that clarifies things.
Very, very much so. It's all on Ray Robson's shoulders. Waiter. By the way, the Dutch.
He's like, yes, I want the bill right now. I want to
yeah, that's what I was about to say. The Dutch have a fantastic word for the bill in Holland.
Which one?
So after the dinner and you want to pay, you go, the reckoning. I'd like the reckoning. And, well, he ordered the reckoning, and the reckoning's a draw, Christian.
No,
Wow.
absolutely. And we sort of expected this, of course. Now the pressure is on Ray.
It's
Will he
all-
be able to take matters in his own hand and actually force a playoffs?
And all attention also. right now.
Anastasia,
Yes.
when we were starting, you said that Levon came in and you reminded me
Yes.
that Levon said the last round has its own rules.
Yes,
Exactly.
We're
exactly.
kind of seeing it. It's sort of like all the work of the 12 previous rounds allows Fabi the
Kind of make a
luxury
draw.
of
Yes.
making a
Draw is
draw and
white.
saying, I've got the white, but I'm making
Yes,
a draw.
I think so. But at the same time, like I mean, he said tomorrow we'll just try to play normal game and see what happens, right? So, like, you have black pieces against the leader of the tournament who has good event. You are not in a great shape. You kind of accepted it a few days ago. Like, okay, let's just finish this tournament and let's say wait for the next one.
Right.
Maybe.
5 wins in a row. That's what I'm talking about. And who am I talking about? Talia Cervantes versus Jennifer Yu. Jennifer Yu coming off a shock loss in round 12. I mean, she was up against Krush. She had a really bad position. Suddenly, she had a great position, made an incredible blind spot,
yes.
and lost it literally in one move.
Exactly, yes. Bishop A4, this move she will remember for a long time, and I think Yasser will remember it too. I remember.
That hurt. That hurt.
I saw a lot of pain.
On so many levels.
Yes, I know.
Let's jump into the game again. Talia has started the event with 5 draws. It's incredible, and has gone on a tear of 5 wins. So Rook E1, very, very common Queen's Indian defense. And the move Rook E1 brought about A7, A5. Interesting move. Now, I always liked Polygaevsky's sacrifice with this pawn, including the moves Rook E1 and A5. Well, that will be interesting. She didn't play this. Talia just went for the more sedate approach with Bishop G5. Her idea is that in case the bishop is put to the question, takes. Well, thanks to the rook sitting on E1, she supports the pawn going to E4. And Cristian, we'll jump over to you. We have guests in studio.
Sam, we were watching you on camera as this game was unfolding, and you seemed distressed.
Yeah, well,
what was the reason?
Well, so first of all, they didn't even ask me to come for an interview. I came because I requested. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for how this ended. I've been one of the most vocal critics of people making this Queen E4, Queen D4 draw in the Berlin. I wrote in my chessable course that anyone who does this more than once with white just shouldn't be invited to tournaments. And so it just feels like I just felt like I owe the world an apology. I know I'm playing black and there's not much I can do, but I remember I really wanted to win this game. I mean, I played the Najdorf and was ready to take a lot of risks, but I remember preparing I had never once ever seen Dominguez force a draw with white, like literally 0 times. He's just such a principled, aggressive, strong player who really tries to fight for an edge. I just hadn't occurred to me at all, and I just found myself wishing I had found some way to just play E5 and go, but I just hadn't checked it in the slightest. And having tried to win with black several times this tournament when it was probably inappropriate, for example, against Jeffrey, when I could have just traded all the pieces and I played Bishop D5 and gave myself an isolated pawn instead. I just sort of decided to make the adult decision, but it was not one that I'm proud of, or not one that I think that we should use as an example for chess players in the future.
And I assume you're talking about your game against Levon Aronian, where you had white pieces.
Well, that one was a little different in that I just got caught in preparation in some extremely obscure line that just, I mean, that can happen, and then that's that. But that's very different than a draw happening that's probably been played 1,000 times in the past. And when that happens, I don't really think you can blame the black player, but still, I don't like how it went down.
Sam, you finished on +1. How would you assess your performance? What do you feel you could have done differently, let's say?
It was mediocre, not terrible. Like, I probably lost a little bit of rating despite having an extra white. I mean, I remember I've had an extra black in something like 10 of my last 10 events, and so when I got an extra white this tournament, I just felt like a kid at Christmas, and I was really looking forward to trying to do something, and there's basically, I finished on +1, and there's 3 games where I could have gotten another half point. I didn't have to lose to Wesley. I could have beaten Niemann, and I could have beaten Sevian. And so you could sort of say that if I was on absolute tip-top form and I cashed in all 3 of those games, I would tie for first. But even if you're on good form and not amazing form, I still probably wouldn't have tied for first. I might have only gotten 2 extra half points out of that and finished on +3. So it was not the end of the world, but it was a tough tournament.
Sam, absolutely no shame in making a draw with the black pieces against one of the best players in the world. Thank you for your games, and we'll see you in your next event, which is, by the way,
I have no idea. I have literally no idea. I have nothing planned at all. I wouldn't mind at least a little bit of a break. But you know, come December and January, I'd love to get into playing classical chess again. I just don't know of any events. Nothing. A, I don't know of any I've been invited to, but B, I don't know of any at all. So, you know, once tournaments come, you know, come at me. I'd love to play, but and I hope I can play more feisty than I did today.
Sam, thank you very much.
Sam, quick question to
Yes.
you. Was your determination to play for a win today motivated by the fact that World Cup playoff spots are up for grabs in this event?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in part that was part of it. Yes, just also like, I mean, I felt like I wanted to get more points on the scoreboard. I mean, you shouldn't lose objectivity based on how your previous games have gone, but also just with Dominguez, like I'm not that confident in my ability to just, you know, play e5 against him and just force a draw. Like he's always able to put pressure, and against him in particular, I think the best strategy is to try to play a fighting game regardless of whether you're trying to play for a win with black on command or not. But yeah, that was part of it. I just was very, very surprised by bishop c1. I've literally never, ever seen him make a quick draw with white once. And to that effect, you know, I would say, look, everyone's allowed one indiscretion before you start condemning them, so I'm not going to give him a hard time. Like, if he's literally never done it once before, you know, look, everyone gets to do it once. But it was just disappointing to see.
All right, once again, thank you,
Thank you.
very much, Sam Shankland. And, well, our standings after those two very quick results, Anastasiya.
Exactly. Fabiano Caruana made a draw already with Leon Aronian, and we can see he climbed on the first place with 8.5 points.
Exactly.
And Linear Dominguez also made a draw with Sam Shankland, so he has 7.5 points, no chances to catch Fabi.
Exactly. Only Ray Robson, who's still at play, with a victory, could potentially force a playoff, and there he is playing with Jeffrey Xiong at the moment. I just have in front of me the game that Arena Krush is playing against Anna Zatonskih. Anna Zatonskih, her whole career, really has played the Queen's Gambit declined, and I want to say that in this tournament in particular, Anna has not been successful, either with the white or black pieces. It's just not been clicking for her. We're still in the throes of theory. Black castles, puts the rook on e8, plays for the move knight e4. I myself, as black in this position, have played on numerous occasions the move knight h5. The idea is that after takes, white doesn't anymore have the luxury of trying to castle long. White has to castle short, because after the move queen c2, which might look just fine, well, why did I put my knight on h5? Well, I want to harass the pawn on g2 as well as the bishop on d3. So we'll see what happens in this game. But back to you, Cristian, as we have another guest in studio.
Fabi, a strategic decision to ice the game early on with the white pieces. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, normally I would have liked to play at least a little bit. Of course, the draw is a good result in the last round, considering the tournament situation, but I don't know, I'll try to say this delicately. I mean, it's a big day for Levon, and I didn't think it would be, I thought it would be wrong for me to play this game. That was also part of the reason for this, so I just thought, okay, a draw makes sense from every point of view.
Absolutely, and well, short day for you. Let's talk about this game, because you're probably interested in this one as well. How do you assess Ray's opening?
Oh, I think this is, in general, I'm happy with this, how the opening is turning out for Jeffrey. Okay, of course, white is a bit better. I'm sure he'll try to press this for a very long time, but it's a very solid position, and Jeffrey, I mean, he has experience in these lines. He even played this with this similar line with white against Wesley earlier in the tournament. Very difficult for white to get any sort of edge here. I mean, you have like the tiniest development advantage with white, I guess. I mean, the bishop on d7 is a bit awkward, but usually, I played this with black against Anish a few years ago also, more or less same position. It's a very, very tiny edge for white and very solid for black.
Was your decision also based on the fact that Ray was facing a player that hasn't lost a single game in this tournament?
No, again, my decision was not really based mostly on the tournament situation. It just conveniently worked out that the tournament situation is kind of, a draw was also good for me. But yeah, it wouldn't have changed anything for me if, no matter who Ray was playing.
That makes a lot of sense. Guys, any questions for our leader?
Absolutely, Fabi. Well, first of all, congratulations on a very fine tournament, a very fine performance. But you yourself have said it, Fabi. The disrespectful U.S. Championships coming to a close. Give us your thoughts as a player about these disrespectful U.S. Championships.
Okay, well, what can you say? I mean, this it culminated yesterday, didn't it?
With the beheading.
I've never seen anything like this. It's like I think maybe the tournament is quite long also, and people are starting to go a bit nuts at the end of it. I mean, I just couldn't wrap my head around this moment when Sam.
What's your read on the whole situation? What do you think actually happened there?
Well, we kind of were told what happened, right? That the Kings.
Hans's side.
No, but this was also corroborated by arbiters that these kings have loose tops. The crowns are loose. I didn't notice, but apparently it's a thing. And the only thing is, like, why at that specific moment did Sam decide to take the king off the board?
And it wasn't his move. It was Hans's move.
Yeah, it was Hans's move. He decapitated it, and then he threw it back on the board. I've never seen this before.
Actually, Fabi, I have a question. Do you remember when your king was disrespected as well? Do you remember any moment when your king was actually in trouble? I would put it this way, thrown out of the board.
Not in the chess sense.
In
but
in the more or less chess sense, yes.
Do you
remember this picture?
Woody resigning on your behalf on move one?
Yeah, well, okay, this was a long time ago.
Yes,
I have to say, I'm not very...
long time ago.
I'm not very superstitious, but a lot of chess players are, and
Yes.
they might have gotten, like, I didn't care so much, but a lot of chess players might have been really pissed off if someone resigned on their behalf before the game.
Yes, but look at also Magnus' face in this picture.
Yeah, but the thing is, Woody is such a eccentric individual.
Right.
I mean, I only met him briefly, but he's so interesting and so unusual that it didn't surprise me that something like this happened. But he is also a genius. I mean, like as an actor, it's just amazing.
Yeah. Nice.
Exactly, yes. No, just I remember this funny moment, and like I tried to remember something connected to the king, and suddenly this moment came to my mind in London 2018 match. Yes.
Yeah, but it still wasn't decapitated.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Beheaded. I just know why the crosses are kind of little peg shaped, because it very often happens that they do snap, and so then the idea is it's kind of easy to replace them. But you know how it goes.
I can give this small update.
Any other things about this disrespectful U.S.
I can give this,
championship that
this
stood
small
out
update
for
about
you?
the kings.
Yeah.
So after yesterday,
Right.
every individual king was glued on. Every
Yes.
individual crown was glued onto the king very carefully. So this doesn't happen again
Yes, to make sure.
for the last round, I guess.
And this is what we were discussing yesterday's 12th game. Hans was thinking about what his move was. And then Sam just picked up his king and then beheaded the black king. And Hans is like, hey, man, give me back my king.
And why
Sam
he
also
did-
looks.
You can have
This
it.
slide is amazing.
Sam also looks a bit guilty, like he was caught doing something very naughty.
Sam looked very confused in that whole
This, I can watch
exchange.
it.
Time and time again, and still pick up things. Were you there at that moment, by the way?
No, I was watching.
You'd
from home.
already left.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. You can enjoy it.
I mean, the game was interesting from my point of view because Sam was +2, and okay, he was never in close to winning that game, but if he had won, he would have gone to +3. So,
Right.
So I was kind of curious about that game from a purely tournament standpoint.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're waiting for the result of Ray Robson game. So
Thank
to understand
you.
if we have playoffs.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Babby. And sorry. Last question. Have you ever played a playoff with Ray? Did you ever get into
no,
a tiebreaker?
we never played a playoff. We
No
played
tie
some
breaks.
assorted blitz games,
Right.
but never a playoff, and some rapid games, some online chess, but never a playoff.
Are you going to get prepared now? What are you going to do?
No, okay. I mean, I'm going to follow the end of the tournament and see if I'll need to prepare, and if so, then I will, of course. But I'm not going to prepare for something which may or may not happen.
Okay. Good attitude.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabi,
Thank you.
for the interview. Still, what a tournament! What very, very strange happenings have taken place over these last few weeks. I don't know, Anastasiya. It's just it's been bizarre.
I don't want to repeat what Fabi said, but it seems like people are under big pressure right now,
Yeah,
and everybody
exactly.
knows how it feels. Like if you play a really long event, but actually, Yasser, you were telling me other day that some events could last months.
Oh yes.
Yes,
oh,
and like
my
for months.
goodness.
And what people, what was the craziest thing people did, let's say, during this event? Something you remember? No?
I would hasten to guess, but yes, exactly. I mean, we had these interzonal tournaments, 22 players, and we played three games per week.
Wow.
Three
so
games
21
per
rounds,
week.
right?
Yes. Why? Because we had adjournments.
Adjournments
So
at
they
that
were
time.
special days for adjournments. But then if you played, you adjourned, you played, you adjourned, you played, you adjourned, the organizers always wanted to make sure that you also had free days. So we had adjournment games, we had free days,
Wow.
we had rounds. Then we had, were these? These were like organizer days because they needed to repair the tournament hall or do anything. So these events lasted months,
Forever,
weeks.
yes.
Well, and I still remember my absolute favorite was the World Championship match 1984 between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. That went 6 months. My friend Jonathan Tisdale was the Reuters reporter. He was there for 6 months in Moscow. And he said that he lost his lease on his apartment, he lost his girlfriend, and he spoke Russian at the end of the event. I mean, these were some long-lasting events, Christian.
It could change your life. It could change your life. Yes.
Absolutely. We are, in fact, with Lenier. Lenier, we've heard Sam's account. What is your account about what transpired in today's game?
Well, I mean, I was already so tired a few rounds ago that I was having a hard time getting out of bed and preparing at all in the morning. So, you know, I thought I would play solid today. I had something in mind. I thought he would play Najdorf, and I had something in mind against E5, against the English attack, which is the line that he usually plays. I mean, we played that line, in fact, a couple of times in our games. But this line with knight g4, I wasn't expecting. It's kind of sharp. I didn't repeat it, and I didn't remember at all the details. I played it against Furusha in the Singfield Cup. It's quite sharp, and so I didn't especially prepare for that. So I thought that I would, in that case, I can just repeat moves because anyway, I was going to play solid. So I thought that he would go e5, and then we would have a game. But yeah, anyway, it's normal result.
We were discussing here in the studio how important the energy levels are in the last few rounds, especially in a 13-round event. What is your routine usually looking like?
Yeah, it's kind of tough, of course. As I was saying, it's the last few rounds were difficult. Also, I had this 3 games over 90 moves. I had one game with 130 moves and another one with over 100 moves. So it was quite tough. And yeah, I mean, you try to save energy to sleep well, but 13 rounds, it's quite a lot. It's been a long time that I didn't play such a tournament. So yeah, it wasn't easy, but yeah, this is the good part where all the suffering it's over and you get to relax a bit.
Lenier, congratulations. Guys, any questions for
Yeah,
Lenier?
a quick question for you, Lenier. First of all, congratulations on your result. Undefeated, you're qualified for the World Cup, all of those good things. 131 move game against Christopher Yu. Was that your longest game in your chess career?
I'm not sure. I had some long games some time ago, but I think 130 has to be. I mean, if not the first, it's second or something. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's my longest game. Yeah.
Right.
Because it's too much. I mean, 90 already feels like you played 2 games instead of 1, but 130, yeah. Yeah, but in fact, I know for sure because I never got to feel like more than 2 score sheets.
Right.
So yeah, when I saw the 3rd score sheet, I know this has never happened before. So,
That was the giveaway.
yeah.
What are your plans, Linear, for after this event? What are you going to do? Where we will see you next time?
Well, I'm going to take a break. That's for sure now. Which I was very much looking forward because it's been a really busy year for me with the Grand Chess Tour and the Grand Prix. So I have been playing a lot, which also I think took its toll now in this tournament, especially the second half. So I'm planning to take a long break and probably I'll play the World Rapid and Blitz event. Which is going to be, I think, in the end of December, as usual. So I'll probably play that, but other than that, I'll maybe play something online or something, but just mainly resting.
Speaking of Rapid and Blitz, we've seen you make your moves with 1 second, especially in that game against Sam Sevian. What were you trying to do at that point?
I don't know. I mean, I just I didn't realize. When I saw that I played with 1 second, I got scared, and then I.
You scared us as well.
Yeah, no, I think that same evening when I got home, I was still having a bit of nightmares with this 1 second. I said, my God, if I lose some time this game, it just would be over, and it's the end of the tournament. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you get a position where you're never. I mean, you're pressing, you will never lose, but of course there's a time factor. Yeah, you can lose. So I guess I got too confident somehow. But yeah, that was a risky situation there.
Linear,
A lot of adrenaline in those moments.
Exactly. Yes.
Linear, once again, congratulations on a very successful tournament. We wish you all the best in your career.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh, yeah, that 1 second.
Yes, I remember that too. Adrenaline in the studio.
Let's jump to that game of Ray Robson because that's what it's all about. Ray with the white pieces against Jeffrey Xiong. Jeffrey again coming into today's round, as is Ray, undefeated with the black pieces.
Only half a point behind Fabiano Caruana, and with hopes to win this tournament.
Exactly.
Still.
Knight c6, and I was a bit surprised. Actually, I don't like this move that Ray played. Knight d4 to f3. That's theoretical, and I understand all of that. I've played this position as white myself. It's really about controlling the square e5 in this particular variation of the Queen's Gambit exchange. Trade, and you want the knight to come to e5. This move by Ray, which has again been played before, I like Jeffrey's response very much. You just play the move b7, b5. Again, it's about the control of the e5 square. Knight c4, knight e5 was on white's agenda. Black says, I'm not going to let you go knight c4. That's it. What are you going to do? Everybody usually plays something like, I don't know, a4 and or a3 here, and seeks, these little moves on the queen side. Well, Ray played rook c1. That's a new move according to my database. My database is not as big as everybody else's, so maybe it's been played before, but it sure looks pretty even Steven. Jeffrey thinks so too. He didn't spend so much time on the move rook c8. Cristian, please jump right on in.
And actually, we probably had one of the experts in this line, Linear Dominguez.
With us, yeah, like we shouldn't let him.
We did not ask him about the position.
Let him go.
But I just saw this game between Keimer
Please come back.
and Dominguez, in fact, in March of this year.
So very fresh.
Very, very fresh ideas. And that was played with queen to b1. Queen to b1, yes. Queen to b1, and I think the response was h6, rook to d1, and now queen to b6, knight to e4, knight to d5, and now knight to g3. This was Keimer's idea, to put the queen on b1, use that lever to get the knight to the other side of the board and try to give the knight some offensive tasks after the move knight to h5. And this is exactly what happened in that game. Rook d8, knight h5, bishop to f8. Keimer, in fact, won that game, but according to the engine, the position is still very much in the balance. So quite an interesting situation in this one.
I saw
A middle
this game.
game. We have a middle game on our hands. Not a lot of pieces have been exchanged. We know that Fabiano Caruana said that this position is very, very close to equality. And White will have to find something special to break through Black's defense in this symmetrical structure position. Very intriguing game, very intriguing option chosen by Ray Robson as well.
Was Anastasiya asked, was that game that Vincent played?
Yes.
From the Grand Prix?
I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, sorry.
Unfortunately,
If
I
it was
cannot
this
check.
year, I think it was this event, yes. On
But it
Berlin
must
or
be,
somewhere.
yes. It must be.
I think they were playing. They were playing in the same group. This I remember.
I think it was
to
in
qualify,
Berlin.
yes, for the
Yes.
candidates tournament. Two places would go for the candidates tournament, and there was a fight also between Linier and Nakamura at that time, and Wesley. So I remember it was an event in Berlin on March.
Berlin.
I was thinking it was round 4 that they played.
Sure, yes.
My memory is...
I know your tricks. I know your tricks. You've done this to Alejandro. I know. And Alejandro got caught. I'm not going to get caught.
This is really funny, sometimes. But there are players who can say 1953, this
sixth round,
this match, and
Never
then, always like
Never
wow,
trust
like
a wise fox such as Yasser.
No chance, guys. You guys are catching on to all my tricks. I'm going to have to come up with some new ones. A2, A3 by Ray Robson. No Queen B1, no Vincent ideas, just very, very slow and steady. Let's go to the ladies section just a second for the game between, because we never really got to it that much, was the game of Talia and Jennifer. After the move Rook E1, we did not see Jennifer play the move H6 because this is where White gets, well, let's say a preponderance of the central squares. Instead, Jennifer...
And you know that Thalia likes this type of positions, right?
Yes.
I remember you showed some lines where she wants to advance all her pawns.
Especially for pawns attack.
Yes.
She likes that very much.
Okay.
Knight E4, that's not considered, well, that I want to say that falls in line with whatever it is that White's trying to achieve. After knight e4, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. Usually there's a knight on c3 at this moment.
And f5 is
so
played.
Queen c2 is played, and f5, or knight takes e3 and bishop e4. Here there is a difference, and the difference is this move, knight d2.
Nice.
Okay, so you're basically saying, I've got a pin along this diagonal. It helps Black that a7, a5 is in the situation. Knight takes d2, bishop takes b7, and the rook would be trapped on a8 with the, if not for the move a7, a5. After rook a7, White is basically trying to say, okay, we'll get a situation where it's bishop versus knight, and again, I'll have more space in the center. Okay, none of this happened because Jennifer played a move. Again, you're not really supposed to play like this. After f5, knight takes e4, f takes e4. The position after knight c3 is considered favorable for White, simply because this pawn on e4 is more vulnerable than the pawn on f2. It's really that simple. Black has opened up the half-open f-file, but the pawn on e4 is a little bit harder to attack. So, for example, let's
d5,
say...
yes,
yeah,
of course. This is the move which you would like to play to support the pawn.
Exactly. What else are you going to do? I'm going to go f3.
Yes, this f3 idea, yes, it's very, very...
You're probably going to have to take.
And what? You take with the pawn or with the...
With the
right?
pawn, yes.
Because in this case you create another pin.
And
right?
then the idea is that I have ideas of queen takes c4, queen takes e6, bishop h3 in some cases, as well as d5. I'm going to win back the pawn. And usually, when I do win back the pawn, the Black's queenside pieces are sitting at home. It's not good. It's not. It's supposed to be better for White. I remember this from, well, quite many years ago. I don't know if the engines have revived the position or shown that it's not that bad, but my first take is that Talia, after knight c3, will get an advantage. Let's just check in with Arina? And once again, before we do that, the standings.
So Arena Krush is on the first position, and Jennifer Yu plays against Thalia. And in case if one of them will win this game, they actually can even
playoff.
Replace Arena if she loses against Anna Zatonskih. So everything is still possible. Arena can still lose her title even though she's leading.
Right.
Thalia has chances to win the championship. Jennifer has chances to win the championship.
Exactly.
And of course, Arena, in case of draw, will enjoy the fact that she, in the worst case scenario, will play the playoffs.
She's in a situation like Fabi.
Like Fabi. She will be in the same situation.
Yeah, like a draw clinches her minimum of a playoff.
Yes.
Whereas a win clinches her the title, no playoffs, nothing.
But this is one thing that she said yesterday in her interview, and it lingers on my mind, because she said that if you want to win this event, you have to take matters in your own hands.
Clear the obstacles yourself.
And she did that yesterday, and I
Yes.
think she's trying to do that as well today in this game against Anna Zatonskih. I don't think she's looking for a draw right now.
But-
I think she's looking for a complex battle, put some pressure on Anna. Anna has been struggling with especially her time management.
True.
And this tournament, she has had quite some success with the white pieces, not so much with the black pieces. She's been feeling the pressure. So I think Arina Krush right now is trying to finish the tournament right here and right now.
Wow.
Okay.
Maybe it's also possible, but I want to tell you that in case if she makes draw, she will be in top 2. And then
Yes,
she will.
that's a guaranteed
It's
place
important also, perhaps,
for the
But
qualification of the
But
world.
maybe even if she loses and the other player wins, she will be on the second position in any case,
well.
right? So.
Except
if she loses and girls make a draw,
Right.
then they have tie for the first place, 3 of them.
Right.
They play the playoffs, and you can be still third. Okay.
That's right.
There are some options. Yes, there are some options here. Yes, to be out of World Cup. Yes.
Exactly. I'm a little bit surprised by what I'm seeing after knight f3. There was no knight h5 by Anna. Note, usually speaking, in these types of Queen's Gambit decline, Carlsbad structures, black is looking for trades, whether it be the move knight h5 or knight e4. Anna played the move knight to f8. Normally, everybody plays queen c2 here after knight f8, but the move knight e5 helps black find those trades that she's looking for. She played the move knight on f6 to d7, which is a kind of confounding move because it looks strange to retreat with the knight. But thanks to the fact that this bishop is under attack, the knight is under attack, black guarantees herself that there will be trade of pieces. And these trades really do help. We see the move knight coming back to
f6,
f3
and
for the moment. Yeah, and we would expect something like knight e6 or knight f6. Probably knight f6, actually, now that I think about it. Because, again, from black's point of view, she's looking for trades, and bishop g4 would certainly be on her agenda.
I found a draw, knight e5, knight d7 back.
Very
Just to make
professional.
Draw master. I'm a draw master.
You're learning from
Yes.
the best.
Yeah, of course.
Fabi and
Yes.
Lanier Dominguez. Yes.
I know how to dance if you want to make a draw.
Exactly.
I learned it.
Seriously, a lady who's really caught my eye throughout this whole tournament, Alice Lee, and what she did against Arina Krush, playing, for the win at all costs. That was really inspiring. Let's see how she's doing against Megan Lee, who could have had the tournament of her life and was
Exactly.
having the tournament of her life for quite a number of rounds. It looks like we've got a Dutch Stonewall on our board. Wow, G5. Megan, she's going all out, all in on the attack. G5, basically seeking to chase this knight away from kingside defense.
I think she lost 3 games in a row, maybe more, maybe 4 or something like that. It's really tough. When you have such a great event, you think you will be really finishing on a really great note,
yes.
and then you start losing and you never stop.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
You go in this spin
4
cycle.
games in a row she lost.
No, I once in my career lost one game I shouldn't have. I was like really angry. The next game I was so angry. I will beat whoever I play, and I overpressed, lost, and then I said, okay, that's too much. I lost 2 games in a row. I'll make a draw on the third, and was comprehensively outplayed. I lost 3 games in a row, and I thought the world had ended. Like the rules of physics had changed. Nobody told me.
And nothing can make your mood better, right? I mean, nothing exists in this world. Like,
No.
the sun is not shining,
Right.
the weather is bad, you don't care about food at this moment. It's
the
such
food
a
is
crazy,
tasteless.
yes,
It is
feeling.
a very, very, very straight. Four losses never happened in my career. 3 was painful enough. Really, really tough.
Happened in my though, so I can imagine what Megan feels.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's quite painful. But Megan is putting a challenge to her young opponent, Alice, and saying, okay, we all know you can attack Alice. How do you like it when you're being attacked? What are your defensive skills looking like? We'll keep an eye on this one. And over to you, Cristian. What caught your eye?
And we've been talking about losses and how difficult psychologically they are. And even Lanier, he came here in the studio and he was like, I'm not sleeping well, right? With so much pressure. Imagine if you have some losses in your background. I mean, Hans talked about it as well. He said, I couldn't sleep due to the fact that I was losing games. So I tried to get some better sleep by winning games. And this is exactly what he did. Now let's take a look. He won 3 in a row, guys. And right now he's facing a wonder. Let's see what happened in this one. Queen to e2, a very interesting approach against the French. Obviously not the main lines with d4 and whatnot, but queen to e2, c5, and now we're actually transitioning into some sort of a Sicilian, right? Sicilian with the move queen to e2, which is considered to be quite good for black. G3, hinting at the fact that I'm going to fianchetto the bishop on the long diagonal. So black responds with this move e5, closing up this potential diagonal.
Losing
G6.
the tempo, by the way, yes? If 6 he played and then
E6 and E5,
yes.
even as such,
And
yes.
the tempo, yeah.
Queen to E2 is not a very dangerous line, so you can lose some tempis and still be fine as black. It's not the Najdorf. Knight to C2, D5, D3, H6, A3, this is a position currently that we have. I want to point out the fact that Hans only has 1 hour and 1 minute against 1 hour and 20 minutes. So definitely a wonder is feeling good about his position. But guys, in case you've missed it, yesterday we've had a lot of fun here in the studio.
Oh my God.
Graphic artists
Let's
look
talk
like
about
they're
that.
having some fun too.
Let's
Why?
talk about what happened yesterday.
I like
Check
the
this out.
music.
Boom. Okay. What are you doing there? Why are you taking my king?
Oh my God, the crown fell off.
Your king is
what's
broken.
What's wrong
Give
with
me
the
my
king?
king back. You can have it.
There you have it. There you have it.
Why on this square?
Should we glue it? Should we put?
It's just there are
Now
some
your
things
Hans
you
is
can
like,
watch forever, like fire, water.
It's okay. It's okay. Look, you're king. Look, if we put the peg back in, look, the peg
it
has
fell.
fallen
It
out,
fell.
man.
It's broken.
No, he lifted up my king. He can't lift up my king, but it's broken.
Hans is smiling. Hans is like, what are you
Actually, he
doing?
was smiling.
And Frank, what's for dinner? Come on, guys. What's for dinner?
Frank is trying to
I think
defuse
he's
the
trying.
bomb.
Calm down, guys.
Calm down. Let's. And then Fabi responded to
Yes.
all of this.
The disrespect just reached its peak. Sam decapitated. I like this word.
Hans's
Hans
king.
king.
Yeah, oh, that was just so fun. That was what provoked you to discover.
And there's the parking lot discussion.
Yes, actually,
after
they
the game.
spent 15 minutes talking about the game, and it looked friendly, even though everybody was ready for any kind of.
Right.
They spent a lot of time
So
discussing King Game.
King Gate, yes.
Yeah.
So we actually witnessed another King's Gambit version yesterday.
Yeah, but it was King's Gate, right?
King's Gate, Glue Gate, however.
It's all very strange. I mean,
But now we know all kings are fine.
All
Yes,
kings are
everything is fixed.
they're
Fabi.
all glued together. Where
Hearing some
you know,
inside information from
right by
the man
Fabi.
himself, Fabi.
Oh,
What a situation. That was one of the weirdest things that I've seen in my chess career, in my whole
Exactly.
chess career.
no, I've never witnessed anything like that. No.
I saw this situation in London when the king fell down. So, but still, it was something which, like, you imagine, you
Right.
can imagine. Just
I
mistake.
remember something completely normal, but it looked a little bit funny. It was one of these World Cup competitions, and it was between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru just grabbed his king and like this, was moving it, then realized it's a blunder, pulled his king back, took his hand off, and was sitting there thinking. And Levon happily informed him, "Hey, man, that was a touch move." He goes, I know, I'm going to move my king." But it was like one of those where you move your king.
And you realize that it's losing, actually.
Exactly.
Yes. It was
right.
at the candidates tournament in Moscow, 2016. Yes, now I remember
Yeah.
this. Actually, yes, sometimes I can remember.
There you go.
So
there you go. That
don't
was
know
a
the
crazy
number of the
moment.
game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which
Yes.
round number it was,
No.
right?
But
Yeah.
what was important that it was also a very emotional moment, because like it seemed like Hikaru wanted to play with something else because he
Right.
realized that it's lost.
Exactly.
And yeah, I mean it was still emotional situation, and Levon just explained that it's a basic rule. Like if you
Right.
touch your king, you have to move the king.
You have
right?
to move it.
So yeah.
And by the way, this is a wonderful moment to reach out to our audience and say, we hope you've enjoyed our coverage, our broadcast of these U.S. Championships. And we've certainly enjoyed your questions, and you're welcome to question Anastasiya, Cristian, or myself. How can the audience participate
Very
in the
easy.
discussion?
You just follow our social media accounts, especially Twitter account of St. Louis Chess Club, and please ask your questions using this hashtag on the screen, US Chess Champs. Yes.
And we do have a question, Anastasiya. Let me say that from Krush Nizzy.
Okay, so there is a question. For all three commentators, if you could go back in the time and to be a live commentator at any chess game in history, which game would you pick and why?
And why?
Oh, what a question.
I was watching the Bobby Fischer, Boris Spassky 1972 matches with Shelby Lyman. Shelby Lyman was the commentator on the PBS, and the shows were gripping because chess was on TV for the first time. It's an entire history, and it almost felt to me like I would like to have been
There, yes.
there in the studio. I mean, I was a very, very starting player. I was a beginning at that time, so I would be maybe a class E player. I mean, just elementary, if you will, not there. But I was excited by the commentary, and I would have enjoyed
To be part of it.
part of that show.
Yes.
That was something special. And I remember being a part of the Deep Blue Garry Kasparov matches, the two matches that were played in Philadelphia as well as in New York. And that was electrifying. The buzz, the interest in man versus computer was great. Still not as great as Fischer-Spassky. It's like the whole world stopped for that match.
Wow, yes,
How
I can
about you?
imagine. I don't
Jump
know,
in.
I really keep thinking about it, like perhaps maybe the match between Karpov-Korchnoi will be really interesting.
The Baggio or
Baggio,
Morano?
probably the Baggio. And also I'm thinking about maybe some of the Linares events. You know, always everybody, when Kasparov was in his prime period and Karpov, and
Wow.
so big fights. I
That's
think
right.
it will be really interesting to be a commentator during these events. What about Christian?
For me, it has to be Fischer-Spassky.
Yeah,
Game
awesome.
one, so much tension in the build-up to that game, and then he plays bishop takes h2.
Or knight h5.
Imagine being a commentator for that one and
Wow.
the buzz around that whole situation. And you don't even need the engines to understand why bishop takes h2. It's such a ridiculous move. So, yeah, that was just a moment in time for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely. And also, I was thinking, strangely enough, I don't even know how it got to happen. It was like somehow I was in Bermuda. I was playing a match against Mickey Adams. And Yvette, my wife, she was in contact with her dad in Paikidze. And they were having, she's on her smartphone, so they were having a conversation back and forth. And somehow I got involved in the conversation. And it was a game. Garry Kasparov was white in Paikidze against Veselin Topalov, where Garry sacrificed the house and chased Veselin's king all the way up the board and down the board to D1. And Jan, Yvette's father, was showing us the moves and what was going on. And I was like, I would like to be there. That was like a really, really exciting game. It was called the Pearl of Paikidze.
I remember a funny story. I think it happened during the match, in Sofia, when Topalov played against Vishanant. They were doing the commentaries at the time in Bulgarian television.
Okay.
And I remember there was a rule that they couldn't really say that Veselin is in the bad position. This is challenging.
Right.
So, for example, Veselin is a piece down. So they should have to say, what an interesting sacrifice he just made. Let's check it. It looks really great and things like that, you know? So, because, he's like a hero of the country. He plays this World Championship match, and there was a little bit different approach to the commentaries, you know?
Exactly.
So, I mean, I was always thinking how you could actually find this kind of words to describe the position.
Right.
Not to make it so painful for the audience, you know?
Right. Now you reminded me, you triggered a memory. Nikolai Minev, my trainer from Bulgaria, he came to the United States, defected to the United States, if you will, and he was a top player for Bulgaria, and he was doing commentary on, I think it was Petrosian Spassky, and he was reading out on Bulgarian television the moves of the game. And they gave him a printout, and it was from TASS, the Soviet news agency. And he looked at the sheet. I'm sorry, mistake on the notation by the TASS news agency. This is an illegal move. I'm sure they meant this move. And he just continued, and everything was fine. He was fired the next day from Bulgarian television because he said the TASS news agency had made a mistake in the move order. TASS never makes a mistake. No. You couldn't say it on live air.
That, wow.
So no move order mistakes for you, Cristian. You'll be fired.
Yes.
What do you have for us?
I'm looking at this game, big game, of course, the one between Talia and Jennifer Yu, and this is what transpired. Knight to c3. We were mentioning this sequence of moves, and we were saying that white is doing really well in the position, right? D5, take on D5, which, by the way, was the best move.
Really?
But right now, yes, it was. But right now, she had to start with the move F3, and white was the best move. Because if you start with the move F3, I can take on C4, you take on E4, and now I have enough time to focus on your D4 pawn and put enough pressure with Knight to C6, Rook to D8, and then if you go E3, I go E5 and play those type of positions, which seem to be quite fine for black, especially that after knight to c6, the knight is coming potentially to d3 via b4. Knight b4, knight to d3, especially once you play the move e3, e5, d5, and attack my knight. So this would have given black enough compensation. But check this out, c takes d5, e takes d5. Now if you play the move f3, this is a completely different situation. You cannot get this pawn from d5 to c4 because there's no more pawns to be had on that side. And that means your bishop stays closed for the remainder of the game, or at least until I pick up one of your pawns, unless you allow me to take on e4, and that's going to give you a forever weakness on e4. You don't want to see that on the board. So this position is considered to be quite good for white. Instead of that, she started with a move queen to b3. But now this opens up discussion. What if I go queen to b4? What do you do now? If you drop back to c2, then I just pick up the pawn on d4, right? So that's not an option in the position. Not only that, but once I take on d4, you don't have time to go knight b5 because of queen takes f2. And this is the big difference, in fact. If you start off with f3 and black goes e3, now you can go queen b3, and against queen b4 you just drop back because queen takes d4 doesn't work anymore. Knight to b5, you're going to lose c7, and actually this one is looking really bad for black. So small details in the position that make all the difference right now. And by the way, Jennifer is really speeding through this game, 1 hour and 17 minutes against 54 minutes for Talia. And another big discrepancy in the time situation is in this game between Irina Krush, the big game between Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih. 47 minutes for Anna, 1 hour and 23 minutes for Irina right now, building a very nice time cushion. Queen to c2, hinting at the fact that, sure, I dropped my pieces back, knight from e5 came back to f3, but I think I'm ready to go long castle. You have to be worried about that as black. And how are you going to make your own short castle on this side? You have to create some weaknesses. You can go g6, but that will allow me to go h4, h5, and target the hook, the newly created hook on g6. If you play h6, the same thing is going to apply. I'm going to find the path towards that hook on h6. I'm going to go long castle, then g4, h4, g5. And once again, the question is, where do you put your king? It's not an easy position, and that means that Anna is going to be spending a lot of time to find safety in the position for her king. So I'm looking at the position and I'm seeing Irina focused and determined to win this game and clinch the title. Look at her. It's not her move, and she's at the board, sitting, thinking, plotting her next move.
I'm looking at the position, and it's caused me to smile because it's transposed into the variation I spoke about earlier. Right here, in this moment, I was speaking about this situation of knight h5. And the idea of knight h5, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, queen c2, knight f4 to cross up white's plans of castling long. Now, funnily enough, in the game, what happened was after knight f3, knight f8, check it out. We have exactly the same position.
Yes, but knight came through.
But in a completely different move order, we get knight f4 because of exactly what Cristian was talking about. If I play the move h6, I'm creating a weakness on the king side that after long castles, white might be able to exploit by playing g4, h4, g5, and I've made a target, if you will. So after knight f4, castles, knight takes d3, queen takes d3. There's no, I haven't advanced my king pawn shield so that the moves g4, h4, g5, h5 are less effective.
Of course, when there is no target.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
We know that it's better not to push your pawns.
Right. But I do think knight f4 is the way for Anna to go. And if I have to play g6 in the current position, if I end up playing the moves g6 and or h6, I prefer white for the reasons that Cristian's.
But at some point you will have to play those moves, no matter what you do. Because against knight f4, let's see if she goes for it, and she went for it, knight to f4 is on the board.
Right.
I can go bishop f1.
Bishop f1 and then g3, or what?
No. Then I go long castle. And then you have to drop back with your knight, and then I go bishop g3 again, bishop d3 again.
Okay, yeah.
If you put it there, then I have ideas of h4 as well.
Well, here in this, I've played these positions essentially all my life. I remember maybe one of my best games of my career. I was on the black side against Jeroen Piquet. Piquet was a top Dutch grandmaster at the time, and in the world's top 10, and I've won on the black side. But one of the things that you try to do as black, again, in these types of positions, trade pieces, and this move bishop g4, fits in with that whole thing.
Strategy, yes.
But the idea is, just for what Cristian said, you put your king on the king side. When white's king is on the queen side, you can expect h3, g4, and you're going to get yourself attacked. And you have to be actually careful. Knight f4 on the board, and we'll keep an eye on that. Again, we're just going to check in with Telja, because I wanted to ask you, Cristian, about this move, queen b4. And again, it's not a move that I really want to play as white.
Move, yes.
But suppose I do capture on b4 for just a moment. Queen takes b4, a takes b4, play the move, knight b5, and I'm trying to encourage you to play c6 so I can go knight d6, and maybe my knight gets caught in a vice over there. I have to be very careful.
Yeah, c6 is one option, maybe even c5 in the position.
c5 in the position
and try to go knight c6 and develop the pieces faster. But c6 is a perfectly playable move as well.
Is it?
So
because
knight d6, bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
And I was going to go bishop h3.
So now you're trying to do
knight f5 and come back.
Well, I'm trying to actually, and also this knight, for the moment,
Let's go rook f6 now.
Right, that was the move I was hoping you were going to do. I was going to go knight here.
And now we don't make a draw?
Wow, and bishop b6 is
You don't want to make a draw.
No.
So rook f8?
Well, what did
No, rook f7.
back.
what did Bobby Fischer say in Pawn Sacrifice? I don't want no stinking draw. Knight c7.
Rook a7.
Rook a7. Okay, that is one bailout.
This knight is
That's the
jumping like
question.
crazy.
Yes, how good is it?
I don't know what I just did, but I didn't know if I did
But
good
it's
or
fun,
bad.
yes.
It's a different ball game after
Different ball
queen
game,
takes
yes.
b4, and I don't know how deeply the
I was
ladies are looking into
actually
this.
thinking about this idea when you put your knight on d6 and you were threatening bishop b6. Maybe at the end of this variation, like
This one.
I mean, maybe you can catch the bishop. I mean, I
The
don't know why.
bishop?
Yes, it's very funny. Like bishop b6, and for example, you play this move bishop h3.
Okay.
Can I provoke you? Maybe even to play rook a7, something like this. Like even rook
Rook
a7 actually even. It's not provoking you. It's actually defensive 7 square, right?
Very
Yeah.
clever.
Yes.
Inadvertently, those are like a really good move.
My idea was like you play bishop b6, you take the rook on f7, yes, and then I play g6 and try to catch your bishop, something like
another
that.
way,
But probably
yeah.
now I
But you've already
yes.
defended the
Defended
f7.
against the idea.
That was very clever.
Yes, yes, something
And
like
you
that.
messed me up by
sorry, yes.
by making those good moves. Again, I still want you to be wanded
yes.
for commentators.
Yes.
But how are we doing? Our good friends at Q Boutique would like to inform the good people watching our show that there's a special today. What is it?
Yes, we have a 1972 Fischer-Spassky magnet.
Yes,
Yes.
it's very, very nice.
Really nice.
No, I'm sorry. I got the booklet. This is from the booklet that's
Yes.
being shown at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Now a magnet.
Yes, now we have a magnet, and here's your chance to collect souvenirs from the World Chess Hall of Fame newest exhibition. And we visited the lecture yesterday. A 1972 Fischer-Spassky, the match, its origin and influence. These 2-inch by 3-inch refrigerator magnets features images of Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. They're available in Q Boutique, and I will tell a funny story about
Please.
it. Like I got one magnet for myself yesterday, and then Lennart Tots, who is the photographer here, the official photographer, he was asked if he wants a magnet, and he said, I don't have a refrigerator. So funny. Because he's traveling all the time. Yes. He doesn't have his refrigerator.
He's never home. He doesn't need
Yes.
one.
It's so funny.
And time for a commercial. We'll see you on the other side of our break.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. It's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
So welcome back. We have the last round of the US Championships, and Arena Krush is still leading with 8.5 points. We don't have results so far. Jennifer Yu plays against Talia Cervantes. Both of them have 8 points and chances to catch Arena on the first position.
Absolutely. And in the Opens standings, we do have some games completed already.
Exactly. Fabiano Caruana has already finished his game against Levon Aronian, as well as Dominguez made a draw against Sam Shankland. Right. What it means for our standings? It means that only Ray Robson can catch Fabiano on the first place, and then we'll have a playoff.
Should he win today against Jeffrey Xiong, who has been undefeated, as has Ray, and their position seems very balanced at this moment. As we jump into play, and we'll pick up with Ray Robson, what do I mean by balance? Well, this is one of those Queen's Gambit accepted positions where we talk about pawn structure for a moment. We talk about Black's king side pawn structure, White's king side pawn structure, and we say 4 on the king side versus 2. 4 and 2 versus 4 and 2. And these are very balanced positions. Oftentimes what we'll see is this bishop is on a very, very good open diagonal. Black would therefore like to trade the bishop on that very good diagonal. There are 2 open files which the rooks want to possess, and the rooks will get traded on the open files. So these open diagonals, open files, we'll see lots of trades. And we've seen a lot of draws from these positions. And at this moment, this last move by Jeffrey is a clear indication of what he's trying to do. If it was Black to move, I have no doubts that Jeffrey would play the move Bishop F6 and say, go ahead, let's trade. And then starts all of these trades, and usually it's very, very balanced. So at the moment, I want to say at the moment, Fabi's sitting very pretty. He's in the dugout saying, okay, go ahead, come on, Jeffrey, make a draw. And Cristian,
so how can you anticipate that move Bishop to F6? What move should you make here? Perhaps B4? B4, try to take the C5 square, and in case you go Bishop F6, we exchange that. Your knight goes away from the C5 square, and then I go Knight B3 and try to go to C5.
Right.
How big of an edge is this? Is it an edge at all?
I think it's pretty darn balanced still. I mean, I can imagine that Ray would say, okay, I don't have much, but I'll play for B4 because at least it does give me something to do.
He has to, right? And also Knight D7 hints at the fact that maybe I'll be thinking about putting that knight to C5, activate it like that. So B4 seems to be checking a lot of boxes in the position. Now the question is, if you do go B4, can I play A5?
Yes, I thought about it, like Bishop B5.
And just simplify absolutely everything. Yeah?
So if I take, you'll just take on B4, and as you just said, simplify everything. So I have to...
I think you have to take on A5.
Yes, and then if knight takes?
If knight takes, you take on B5 as well.
Okay. And although I appreciate there's a traffic jam, I do have A5... pardon me, A3, A4 is a way of defending the bishop.
Yeah. So actually, let's continue for a second.
Please.
Let's go Knight E5.
Let's go Knight?
Sure.
Where?
Knight E5.
What? Knight E5?
Yes, I'm just trying to find some tactics.
Knight E5.
Knight E5, yes.
Damn.
The idea is bishop is now hanging on B5.
I think you have to take on
We have to take on E8,
right?
Right.
Whoa.
Then you take on F3, but we take
Well,
with
he's
knight.
taking on B2. I think that's his idea, is to take on B2.
And then
Maybe,
knight
but
F3.
I don't think so because, you have to take with the queen on F3 back.
Yes.
Okay, so what would you like me to take? Okay, let's do it.
We take here, but then
on
he
F3.
takes on B2, maybe.
Well, then I take on B2. I'm a pawn up.
Right, and that's my question. Do you have, can you hold on to your pawn? Like I will take on E8, and then I'm thinking that I will get the queen to B3.
I'm so excited. I'm thrilled.
You finally got a pawn. That's true.
I don't have too much, going on at the moment. It's a very, very slow Wednesday here in the Central West End, but I've got a pawn.
Queen b3.
I don't know. You might be getting yourself in a little bit of trouble.
Ooh, you're trying to get me.
I'm trying to hurt you.
You're trying to get me, and now Queen b4.
Right.
Somehow I'm still
b3.
surviving. Yeah. Queen
But,
c4.
Yeah, you're.
Queen c4. Queen c4.
Oh, Queen c4. Queen c4.
But you still have Queen b2 ideas.
Yeah.
No, it's something that I don't want to see on the board. That's for sure.
Anastasiya, well, she's getting excited. She said Bishop G7.
b4 is on the board.
B4 is on the board. Okay.
So, look, it makes a lot of sense. Right?
Sure. But I think this idea of A5, what you're suggesting, it's something that I can maybe aspire to after I've traded the bishops. For example, pardon me, after knight B3, now can I play A5? Because a moment ago my knight was on D7, and it was in the way of the bishop.
Yes.
Right? That was just a moment ago. Now if you take, well, the pawn is covered. And it sounds like we've got a very special guest in studio. We should have kept the doors locked around here.
We should have locked the doors, yes, but we do have Rex Sinquefield with us, the founder of the St. Louis Chess Club. First of all, Rex, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How do you feel about this year's U.S. Championship?
Well, you know, I knew we were going to have a chess tournament. I didn't know we were going to have a circus.
Yes.
So this is just amazing.
Especially yesterday. Did you watch what happened? Yeah.
It's just crazy.
What is your take on that?
Well, we have to hear the dialogue to know what was really going on.
Yep.
Right.
People were making inferences about what was said, and it turns out to be wrong.
Right.
Sam wasn't challenging him to a fight. He was just trying to get the piece glued together.
Glued, yeah.
So, but the whole thing is bizarre. Touching an opponent's piece, taking it off the board.
That never happened in the history of chess.
They don't even have a rule on that. That's how rare it is. We don't need a rule on this. That'll never happen. You know, so yeah, they're showing it again. This is gonna make the replays for a long time.
It will. It will. Yes. So he picks it up, and yeah, just an incredible scene yesterday at the club. Rex, how about the chess? What players impressed you the most in this tournament so far?
Well, I have to confess, I'm impressed by Irina and by Fabiano, both sitting on top of the pack. And the pack is a group of very good chess players on both sides. So it's no easy feat to do what they've done. And we'll just see if they can complete what they're doing. I was a little surprised by Fabi's early draw. I heard his interview, and I just have to take him at his word that a draw was good for him, and so I guess he thought that was okay, even though it could have consequences.
And we don't want to speculate, but we do think that it's also a big day for Levon. That is actually what Fabiano was saying.
What's his big day?
Perhaps a baby, in fact. So
Well, everybody knows. It's not being born today.
It might be today, yes.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
We don't want to speculate, but we assume that that's what Fabiano meant with what he said.
Yeah, that's useful information for the next time I'm playing somebody who's about to have a baby.
Absolutely. Rex, the club is expanding in the next year. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Yeah.
How is that going?
It's going from 6,000 to 30,000 square feet. And how is it going? It's going expensively.
Well, luckily we have you.
It'll be nice when it's completed. I mean, the plans are great. It's going to be a marvelous place for playing, and we don't have to worry about expansion after that. And we'll have a facility where we can put on our own big tournaments. You know, now we're limited to 100 or 100 plus, but I think then we'll be able to go over 200 people on a big tournament. We do have scholastic tournaments like that. Those are very important in our venue of things.
And absolutely crucial to our mission here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Also, the U.S. Chess Federation moved to St. Louis recently. How important is that to the growth of the city and chess here?
Well, I was happy to see it, and I don't know how much it will stimulate growth, but I think that people will notice, and certainly those tens of thousands of members who have their membership with the USCF and they have to pay their annual fee, they'll notice that they're sending it now to St. Louis and not to somewhere in Tennessee. And so, as I say, you know, Today the USCF, tomorrow FIDE.
Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, any questions for
Yeah,
Rex?
well, first of all, Rex, good to see you. Very nice to see you on show. Want to see you more actively on the show. But I got a lot of questions about the Sinquefield Cup and Magnus Carlsen's walking out. And those questions all related to you. How were you impacted by Magnus walking out? And did this offend you or make you think, why am I sponsoring chess? Or give us some feedback.
I never asked myself the last question. I never doubted why I'm doing this. I know why I'm doing it. I'm crazy.
Okay, we got that. We got that part clear.
But I've thought about it, and I think what I said is the more distant you get from this event, the more it looks bad for Magnus, I think. What happened was, well, it's not clear that anything did happen other than Magnus withdrawing from the tournament. And I don't see that as a solution to anything. And I haven't spoken to him. I didn't speak to him that day or any time thereafter. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's questioning himself about why he did what he did.
Okay. But as far as your commitment to chess, that was no way disturbed by what took place.
As far as your commitment to chess, Yasser is asking, that was not a disturbance.
No, not that wouldn't change it, Lee. I mean, you're used to weird things going on. I mean, look at the commentators we bring in.
The last month has been just simply crazy.
It really has been. I hope you guys have been getting some rest.
Yes.
We've been having a lot of fun.
No rest for the wicked over here.
By the way,
Anastasiya, do you have a question for Rex?
Yeah, we have 13 rounds at these championships. Do you prefer this format to have as many rounds as possible? I mean, are you enjoying this format this year? I think this is like...
Usually we have 12 players.
Like 12 players, 11
We're playing
rounds,
catch-up because of the COVID. Cristian.
Do you feel any difference?
A bit longer, but I have to say, I've always observed in myself that I enjoy these tournaments as they go on, as they get closer to the end. And that's when the tension is building, and there's going to be at some point some resolution of it. A resolution you like, or maybe one you don't like.
But definitely in this one, it seems like you picked the right horses.
Oh my goodness! I mean,
in this race.
Both of them. You know, in the women's and the Open, coming down to the final round here, both could face playoffs.
Yeah. Rex, thank you very much for what you're doing for
Thank you.
chess and for chess here in St. Louis as well.
Yeah, and thanks to the three of you. As I say, it pains me to say this, Yasser, but I got to say it. You are the three greatest commentators in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Rex.
Thank you.
We love you too, Rex. Very, very, very nice indeed. By the way, just as we were doing an interview, Jeffrey made a move that was really confounding. After the move B3, B4, we kind of understood what Ray was doing. Ray was trying to stop knight C5. Maybe on a good day, he would take possession of the square with moves like knight B3, knight C5. Really, we thought B4 was aimed against bishop F6, and we thought bishop F6, let's go from there.
E5. We didn't even check this move, right? I mean,
not at all. E5. Now, that really is a kind of a strange move because first of all, it does weaken two very important central squares, both the F5 and D5 squares. That's point number one. Point number two, it really does seem to invite a move like bishop F5. Now, bishop F5 not only puts the knight in a rather awkward pin, but it kind of starts to suggest that if I take the knight, the pawn on E5 would become suddenly vulnerable.
So G6 moves are not possible at this moment, right? Like bishop F5, G6, you just take the knight and take the pawn, right?
Yes,
Wow,
that's precisely.
that's it.
Well, it is a pawn. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but okay, you know.
It's better to play with the pawn up.
That's what my practice has taught. I mean, just saying. What have I learned after
so many years?
a career of chess? It's
older you become, more you value the pawns.
Exactly.
Right?
That's kind of the way it goes. Now, bishop F5 isn't the only move either. It just asks. The question I want to ask Black, I want to ask Jeffrey is, what is your very next move? as black. You've just played the move e5.
Maybe f6, bishop f7. This was the only thing I could
Okay, that's also a kind of f6 because now you've
like it's not like I really want to do such moves, like, but I'm trying to understand. Maybe he wanted to activate his bishop and put it on f7 or I don't know, g6.
Which, by the way, if you do, you know, I would make the argument that maybe you should just get to it, right? Okay. Another thing, again, after this move e5 is kind of what I said to you, is go ahead and make another move. Just, you know,
like, for example, I played this f6.
F6, you can start to see that, well, something is not really jiving very well.
I don't like those pins,
with,
yes, you're right.
together with these pins.
So, for example, I continue bishop f7.
Bishop f7, and let me start to get aggressive.
Yes, so knight e4.
Right. I'm almost demanding that you go to d5, f5 and e4 and accept a piece sacrifice. Now, should I play like this? Perhaps not, but on the other hand, it's your moves.
You need to make some moves.
Not your moves,
yes.
but it's the position that is provoking. I start looking another move, for example, as a
bishop
move
e4,
like
like asking questions immediately, like where is this knight goes on this
If the knight goes back, keep in mind that this knight is a little bit vulnerable too.
I've got your idea now. So I have to take with the knight now because otherwise you will simply
play bishop takes h7 check. So yeah, and you know, once again, asking questions, asking the sort of questions that, well, maybe black doesn't want. Now, again, I'm thinking the move e5 is an overreach, but if that is true, Cristian, if e5 by Jeffrey is
accepted by machine, by
but
our
it's
computer,
not. It's not recommended.
Evaluation.
It's definitely not recommended by the machines. You're not completely losing by any stretch of the imagination, but you are giving white a lot of chances. And actually, right now, it's plus 1 point, full point
I'm amazed,
for white.
Yasser,
Knight to e4 is one of the moves. Rook fd1, the very simple rook fd1 is also another one of the moves. It just doesn't seem like this was, from a strategical perspective, a good move. Knight to e4, knight c3, knight d5 is also an option now that you just play the move e5 and you no longer have control over the d5 square. And how are you going to continue as black, right? If you want to be able to move your knights around, you have to create even more weaknesses and play this move f6, solidify the pawn on e5. But now with an open king like this, I have rook fd1, you have some weaknesses on the light squares that I can take advantage of by playing the move knight to h4 and targeting those light squares. It's not looking good. It's starting to look like a very difficult defensive task for black. And you don't have a lot of counter chances. Again, we were looking so many times at ideas of a5. At some point, that's what you probably have to get going in the position in order to simplify the position on the queenside exchange. These two pairs of pawns, and then potentially get it closer to a simplified version of what we have right now, get closer to equality. We don't have a move by Ray right now, but...
How much time he has, actually?
Very...
Because I think this can be one of the factors.
Always in Ray's game this
But that's the thing.
It's not so bad.
He's actually ahead on time.
Wow. It's the first time.
54 minutes, and I think this was something that he actually wanted to do from the beginning of the game. He
That's why he was
critically
late.
thought about this matchup as going down to the wire, and he did not want to be in a spot where, with the title on the line, he's going to be playing on increment.
Right.
Yes.
I think this was a very important decision that Ray made before he even came to the game.
Yes, and he was late, if you remember. So he
Yes.
decided, okay, I will be late. This is the only thing I do wrong today.
Yes.
Then I tried
Very
to
conscious
play fast.
decision and very professional decision by Ray Robson right now, and putting some serious pressure against Jeffrey.
Wow, that's really fun.
I'm just turning to the ladies' game.
So let's check the ladies' game. Jennifer, Thalia plays against Jennifer. Yes, This game, you mean? And what do we have? Yes, after all exchange, we have queens left the board already. Yes, after queen takes before the variation we were checking. I mean, this is the current position.
This was the line that I wanted to ask. Queen b4.
No. It was on our analysis board. So now queen b4. Yes.
Queen takes. A takes b4.
And then we were checking knight b5. Yes. So it didn't happen in the game, as I understood. White didn't take on b4.
She did.
I see the current
just a
position
second. Let me see. This is.
Yes.
Oh,
so
she did not. I apologize.
Yes, so the current position is different. Like she didn't take, she played something, rook d1. Yes, protecting the pawn on d4. So keeping in mind that she can still do it maybe next time. Knight a6 was played and rook c1.
Okay.
So she says,
didn't go for that line.
She says, okay, you can take the queen, you can exchange, but on my terms. I like this phrase. Yes,
exactly. Very nice on my terms. But. Well, somehow Jennifer will land on her feet after these trades, because I can see that this knight is actually on a pretty decent square. The knight on b4, first of all, it can't be kicked by the move a3. It defends the pawn on d5. So I would say, all things considered, Jennifer will come out of this opening more or less feeling that she's in a good shape. What's happening in Arena's game? The clocks, once more. I'm always afraid. Whenever I look at Anna Zatonskih games, I'm always afraid to look at her clock, because I just think Anna is going to be in some kind of a tank, and she likes to play in time trouble. Don't ask me why. She likes it.
Yeah, but you know her so well.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Right? You know her so well. You were her captain.
Yes, on the Olympic
was it the
team.
2016
Yes,
Olympiad in Baku?
Correct. And trust me, being the captain of the U.S. women's team
how did
cost
you like
me,
that?
cost me years of my life.
But they played
I was
well.
so nervous.
But they played really well, yes?
They did. They did. And one of the things that really came across unbelievably well for me after that Olympiad was how much the ladies really enjoy playing chess, and they just want more opportunities. They want more Cairns Cups to play in, so that they can hone their craft, and they work really, really hard. Let's see what happened. When we left it, we had a knight on f4. The bishop did drop back to f1. Anna said, okay, knight b6. Almost a kind of an intimation that she is ready to go bishop e6 and castle. Why? The knight on b6 kind of helps protect the king.
Okay.
So knight b6, castles.
Knight g6,
Because,
knight was hanging.
Exactly.
Yes, after that.
h2, h3. Again, one of those moves that white more or less wants to stop. Bishop g4. And as I've been explaining, that it's in black's interest to try to trade or force the trade of pieces. The move knight h4 is rather clever, because it also intimates that, hey, I've got this f5 square now defended, and you'll have to play bishop to d3, and I'll trade more minor pieces, and then once I've castled, I'm fine.
Can white just play bishop d3 and leave this pawn unprotected on g2? Or it's too optimistic?
I can see we're going to need more training. No, I don't know. I think bishop d3 is okay.
Like,
I'm just maybe.
You can, so you don't take knight g2 because of rook g1. You trust me. I see that
I trust you.
I
started to trust you. But on the other hand, I don't know. Double pawns.
Yes. Do we really
maybe
want
the pawn on h3 is a little bit weak. What are you going to do? Anastasiya, you're going to play f4, f5, or are you going to go e4?
Yeah,
With the double
e4
pawn,
also doesn't look.
It's going to be
we should
hard.
try something like f4, but
f4, but yeah, I mean it's not.
But if you do like playing bishop to d3, my
take
advice:
the knight first. Yes, okay.
Keep your pawn structure intact, and you just go and you play a position like this. If you start to go b4, b5, well, I admire your your attacking desires.
No.
Speaking of
that's probably what she's going to go for. Now,
Really?
to be honest, it's all about the time, right? 25 minutes for Anna, still 25 moves to go in the position.
Okay.
This is going to go down to the wire in terms of her time spent, because we know she's pretty much addicted to time trouble situations.
No
she likes
curing.
it. You mentioned it. She actually
She likes it.
I'm not sure you like it, actually.
She does.
She said this to you?
No, of course not.
Okay, we
but
will ask her today if she likes it. Because I think, for example, I'm the person who is always in the trouble. I really hate it, but still, it just happens.
But it's like Grishchuk, right?
Yes, I don't think he really enjoys it when he has 2 minutes for the whole game.
I don't know. I think it's a stimulation. It's like it gets him going.
Gets him going.
Some
like
adrenaline.
Lanier making moves with 1 second on his draw, in a completely drawish position that you can never win or lose.
Right.
It
2
just
pawns
gets
down.
them going.
No, I don't want to say it's not exciting. It is, and it's really exciting for the rest of the world. But I mean, you really don't want to play with 1 second.
I am telling you, when I was Viktor Korchnoi second, I mean, it was heart attack central. I mean, it was just, he would go down. I'm not kidding. He'd have like 2 minutes for 13 moves, and he had no idea when he made the time control or not. So sometimes he had this 2 minutes for 13 moves, and then he'd play 27 moves, and he'd still be paying.
Yes, I know the situations. Because before you didn't have increment, you didn't write your moves. You could sometimes make only like some of check marks to be sure that maybe you will pay attention and notice it's 40 moves, but you are still not sure. Maybe you made a mistake, so you want to play a couple of moves to be sure, extra.
Right.
And then, yes, who knows what position you will end up at the end of the day.
I just wanted to say Alice Lee, because when we had left at this point, and Megan is saying to Alice, look, I've seen your games. I know that you enjoy attacking. I want to see how you enjoy defending. G2, G3 on the board. Now, this was some time ago. And H5, so these last, I want to say 2 moves by Alice, G3, and now her 13th move has cost her some time. Well, what is the current times for the 2
40 minutes for Alice, 1 hour and 1 minute for Megan Lee.
So, I mean, we've seen Alice play a lot quicker than this, especially her first dozen moves.
Well, I mean, my moves as black are very easy.
Very easy.
I go on G3, I go Queen H6, and I try to checkmate you.
Yes, I agree. It's very easy. And also, I can see that E5 square is the most important square, right?
There's nothing subtle about my game right now. I just go H4, take, Queen H6, G4, checkmate.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the plan.
But
that's the plan.
If it
H4,
doesn't
HG, G4, checkmate.
If it doesn't work, I overextend it a bit. Yeah.
No, but also see this E5. Sometimes you can still play and open the bishop in case of but at the moment, just I don't know how she will defend against the H4.
Me either.
What do you need to play to stop this?
If I were to play the move H4, I'm not even sure.
G3 also.
I was about to say, I'm not even sure I like the outcome of this, which is the best thing that could happen to me. I've, so to speak, stopped the king side from being open, but I'm not even sure I want that, right? But the thing I'm really terrified of is what happens if you take and you start targeting this pawn by, threatening
I would
such
even play
sacrifices.
knight G3 right away.
Right?
Like it
just
or not.
no, I
like
believe
this,
you.
maybe.
I mean,
bishop G3.
Yep.
And then rook J8. Or
And now
H4.
H4. I hear no. I mean, Anastasiya, I get it. I mean, I'm terrified.
Me too.
I mean, I feel like I could just. The one thing I have going for me is, fortunately, I can use your pawn, the pawn on H4, as a shield, right? I mean, I can step onto the H file without fearing a check. But you're right. You've got 2 pawns, and you've got a raging attack. For Alice, she's probably thinking exactly the same thoughts. How I'm supposed to defend, and why do I have to? Why am I in this situation where I'm in trouble and I feel, my opponent?
Great.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Actually.
Like I'm white. I'm supposed to have an advantage, not a disadvantage. And you can see that she's not happy, and she shouldn't be happy, Christian.
Absolutely, and I don't think Talia is happy either with the white pieces against Jennifer Yu in this endgame. As we see, we did get into that endgame, queen to b4, rook e d1.
Okay.
Let me just get back to that position. Rook e d1, knight to a6. Maybe you could have taken on b3 first, but it doesn't really change that much. Queen takes b3, take on b3, and rook a d8. This is the position that we currently have on the board, and I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to understand what white's plan is, because I know what black's plan is. Most likely, I'm going to try to put a lot of pressure on your f2 pawn. I can go things such as rook to f7, followed by rook to f8. I can also think about extending on the king side, going g5, h5, get the king behind the pawns on g6, and just simply improve my position slowly but surely. At the same time, what is white doing in the position? Where is she attacking? Knight to b5, that's going to be easily defended with either c6 or rook to f7. And both of them lead to the same outcome. You're going to have to drop back with the knight. And then I go knight to b4.
Right.
And then my bishop can move around because my knight defends the pawn on c6.
Exactly.
So it just seems like black has an easier play in the position. And that's very good news for Jennifer Yu, and maybe also good news for Irina Krush, because as I'm saying that black is better, I'm not 100% sure how much better.
Right.
And if she's not that much better, then most likely this game will end in a draw, because white doesn't have as many weaknesses either, right? You have a damaged pawn structure, these double pawns on the b file, but outside of that, you don't have any other weaknesses in the position. It's very difficult to get to these pawns. So still a lot to play for in this one. I have to say black is most likely slightly better in the position. She will try to put some pressure on her opponent, on Talia, who has just been surging in this event in the last 5 rounds. 5 games, 5 wins in a row, and just an incredible player all around. But right now, she's not feeling good in this position.
Absolutely. Again, we're going to keep a very close eye on this one. And as we've been mentioning from the very, very top of the show, it's the Ray Robson show. Can Ray win and force a playoff? It's really that simple. A draw for Ray is really a great result.
Yes.
Let's be very clear. Clear second, qualifying, very nice prize.
45,000.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a good day. It's a good day. But could it be a day of dreams come true or not? I mean, because he told us what his 3 great goals in life had been, which was number 1, win a medal playing for the United States Olympic team. That's a nice. Number 2, getting a 2,700 and becoming an elite player. Number 3, winning a U.S. championship. Now, he won a medal playing for the U.S. Olympic team, so that's number 1. He got the 2,700 rating here at this tournament. He passed 2,700 for the first time. Go Ray Ray. And now, potential to fight for a U.S. championship. It would be quite the trifecta of dreams come true for this very deserving young man. And let's see
Sir, which dreams you had? Let's say, did you have similar goals? Like, I want to become this, like world champion, I don't know. What kind of dreams did you have, or maybe you still have?
To be the best chess podcaster out there. That's
we know
really,
who has this.
You stole my thunder.
Really you
stole my thunder.
The great thing in life. I mean, I have no further dreams than that. No, I'm sorry to say, I became the world junior champion. My dream was to play for the world championship. That was it. I mean, at a certain point, it wasn't about. That was it. I was playing for the World Championship.
Such dreams like to grow the tree, to build the house, to make sure like your daughter is married, proper man. These kind of normal dreams. People still have them in this event or not? It's only about podcast and World Championship titles.
Right, World Championship title. That was it. I mean, for me, I was just thinking that I wanted that.
Just by the way, just want to make sure these were dreams of Greek men. Normally they have this kind of topic. What you have to achieve in life, like to grow the trees, I don't know, olive trees probably.
Olive trees.
Like to build the house and make sure that your daughter is married. This is like very important dreams.
Life's goals, right?
It just means that these are kind of normal compared to what we hear here, right? I mean, all chess players, they of course have to put some goals in front in order to try to achieve them. For sure, we're taught like this from early age.
I remember the goals of a dear friend, Larry Heder.
Okay.
He's a master from Seattle. And Larry went to law school,
Yes.
became an attorney, and his goal in life was to practice the law, to change the world in a positive way. He ended up having 3 sons, and he told me his goal in life at that point was that all would be potty trained. That's all I'm asking. Please, that the kids would be potty trained. His goals kept going down and down and down.
Yes.
Okay, let's see what we had after e5. Well, I must say that this was the first move that popped into my head. Ray Robson played the move bishop f5. Why? Because after the move e6, e5, you want to jump on the light squares. Now, Cristian was actually saying another interesting way of jumping on the light squares was to playing knight e4, but that would, you know, I'd have to start thinking about, well, can I play some crazy variations with sacrifices? I'm looking at rook takes a6 and all kinds of stuff. Too complicated for my taste, but bishop f5 is what he did, and I like that.
Too complicated for Ray's taste
as well. f7, f6, kind of what you were saying. That well, what you're going to do? You got to put the bishop. You are in a pin. You defended the pawn on e5. Now Ray said, look, now I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm playing knight to e4. But also Cristian mentioned one idea when the knight was coming to h4. I
would love to have a knight on f5.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a dream. Talk about dreams come true. But okay, I mean, from White's point of view, he hasn't maximized his achievements either. He's still looking at moves like rook d1, knight c5, bishop e6 check. There are a lot of issues.
And for that reason, I think Black has to do something very quickly. And actually, he just made the move.
Defensively.
No, I think it was knight b8, right?
Yeah, knight c6 came back to b8. By the way, when I was young, I was 15 years old, I was going to school, and I couldn't play in the Vancouver, British Columbia Championship. It was this 2-week event, and I couldn't afford it from school. But I had this weekend, and I went, and Paul Keres was playing in Vancouver, and it was the last event he played in before he passed.
So you saw him, yes?
Yeah, I saw him, right? And I saw him, and I was watching like a hawk in the playing hall. And Paul had this very beautiful way of moving the pieces. He did it with such, I want to say, gentle deliberation. And he kept he grabbed the piece, he put it on the square, he made sure it was there, and gently press the clock. I went home to practice the way he moved the pieces, because even if I couldn't make as good moves, I wanted to play like Paul Keres. If you notice, just Jeffrey has this kind of languid, like lazy boys, like if on the video there, you just saw him play knight c6 to b8, but he does it in almost a kind of a lazy way.
Yes,
unfortunately, that actually cost him big time at the American Cup.
It did.
Remember that?
Right.
He did that with a few seconds on his clock. I was like, Jeffrey, what are you doing? Just play the move faster. Just play it faster.
Yes, against Fabiano in the first match. It cost him the match, and Fabi went on to win the America's Cup. But
he's been playing like this since he was like 10 years of age.
This
having this very slow style.
Deliberate.
It shows your character, maybe also in a way, right?
Exactly.
There are very nice photos sometimes. You can.
And here we go. Let's just see. This is not the Paul Keres. But, you know, you kind of reach out, you kind of slide and glide.
And he keeps his hand, for some time. Actually, it's a good idea. Maybe sometimes you made a bad move. You can bring it back,
just to be sure.
Yes, change your mind.
This retreat.
And he uses all his fingers. He uses like
the whole hand.
The whole hand, just like this. Usually, I do it with three fingers.
Right.
Like pick it up like this.
How do I play chess?
Now you start thinking about it.
The whole hand.
This is
grabbing the piece.
This is the continental grip. Which grip do you use? You start to think about, like, how do you move the pieces?
Yes.
This is a retreating move. Was it a good move?
Best move in the position.
Best
according to the
in
engines. Yes, according to the engines, this was the best move in the position.
And why was it necessary then?
Well, it wasn't necessary. No, you just have to find the plan in the position, and we've discussed the plans available for black, and probably the best one is to exchange the rooks, right? Is to find a way to exchange the rooks. What's the best way to do that? Via the c file, most likely. So knight to c8 makes a lot of sense from that perspective. Also, after this move, bishop to f5, you've established a very dangerous pin on this knight on d7, right? After knight to b8, I released the tension because right now maybe I can play the move bishop to f7. I just played the move f6, weakened my g8, a2 diagonal, and now I can just simply play bishop f7. Not only that, but I have ideas of bishop f7, bishop c4. Okay. Maybe I get on the offensive. Maybe I get to create at least a couple of threats in the position. So I like this move, knight to b8.
I also like it so much because it's really the great example of overprotection. We had so much love yesterday.
Ask Yasser about Nimzovich.
Yes, this is what I want.
Yasser loves Nimzovich.
No, Yasser doesn't love Nimzovich. Yasser hates Nimzovich. Hello, everybody. No, we were having this discussion last night at the dinner table, and I thought it was actually quite kind of funny because there are people who really, praise Nimzovich to the skies and say he's marvelous, and I'm not one of those individuals. Now, having said that, we were kind of note comparing, and that was what that was all about. By the way, Ray played rather quickly, like he's as if he spotted this move, a knight coming back to b8. He played quickly knight c3, and he's saying, I do want to play on the light squares, but also as attractive, a square was e4. Even more attractive would be d5. In that case, I would be forking the queen as well as the bishop. And very quickly, Jeffrey said, yeah, I see that too. I've got to protect the square d5. As Cristian was mentioning, bishop c4 on black's agenda.
And we're expecting something like rook fd1.
Yeah, as you say. Skewer.
Thank you, Dorsa, for that. But rook d1, right? Just to get out of the, skewer.
Let's see.
And also, by the way, what you were saying, Jeffrey was going to try to trade rooks to get his rook
as fast as
out
possible,
of that pin by leaving the rooks on the board. Okay.
Rook fd1 is on the board.
Right. And also this whole maneuver, for what it's worth, just keep it in mind that white would like to see some more pawn weaknesses developing. At some point, you start thinking, how do I provoke the move g7, g6? And again, this is such an important game. We have to keep our eye on it. I want to go back to a wonders game for just a moment because I thought that position was actually working out very well for a wonder. We saw this Chigorin French defense, and it seemed to me like Hans was playing it in a King's Indian kind of way. Like he said that he was reverting to his roots earlier in the tournament and playing a King's Indian. Well, he's got a King's Indian reversed. But at the other hand, if you look at the position from black's point of view, black has a very nice grip in the center, more than his fair share of the center. And with this move, f7, f6, he says, you know what? I really don't think your threats on the king side are severe. I've got a lot of king side protection, and on a good day, I want to play rook b8 and b5 and crash through on the queen side. What are you going to do about it? Well, Han said, I really want to play f5.
Maybe even knight g6 sometimes, no?
And even knight takes g6 and f5, but definitely follow it up with f5. And a wonder said, well, do your worst. I want to play the move g5. Now, if you play f5, bishop drops back, and where is your knight going to go? Your knight, it's a sacrifice. You can go to g6, but if you go back, well, it's going to be very, very hard for white in these positions to break through. So I'm not a big fan of...
so what you have to play now after g5?
You start to think, you start to think, am I going to sacrifice this pawn? Now,
then you take on g5, but you protect the bishop.
So
you get some squares, and the question is it enough?
Exactly. If my knight was on the d2 square, and I could play bishop jack and knight e4, then I'm not feeling so bad being a pawn down because the extra pawn is the pawn on e5. Here, I don't think I have sufficient compensation. But at the moment, I'm saying if I'm in Han shoes, I'm feeling like I've got to do something, not necessarily desperate, but I feel like I got to do something right now. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
Maybe knight f5?
Maybe this is what we checked now, knight f5. But because
yeah.
what is an alternative? Like, can you play knight f3?
Right, we can play knight f3, but then you start to have to...
It just feels slow.
I agree with you, but really, if you don't want to give up a pawn, what is the other move like?
Do I want to take it and maybe play knight g6,
and then
knight e4?
It's still a very
Actually, it's very complicated position.
It is
very
what I
complicated
can
position.
understand it.
Exactly. Cristian, you've got the game between Jennifer and Talia on your board. What's going on in that?
Let's see what's happening in this one. So I think we left it after rook a d8, and Talia decided, and she spotted this idea, tried to soften up the structure on the queen side for black with the move knight b5. c6 was played, knight to c3. Why did you force this move c6? Well, because I want to go knight to a4, and I have a dream that you're going to be playing b5 and allow me to get a knight to c5. That's my dream.
Right.
I get my knight to c5, then I start attacking you on the a file, and you have huge problems with your weakness on a5. The problem is, Jennifer found this idea, knight to b4, and now if you play knight to a4, I'm not forced to go b5. I can first start with this move. Bishop to a6 attacks the pawn on e2. If you trade and I take on e2, you're going to have huge problems due to the fact that this d3 square is all mine right now. I have so much control over it, and that's going to allow me to transition my knight via d3, attack the pawn on f2, attack the pawn on d2. This one is not looking good for white. So you have to defend on e2, maybe rook to d2. But now I can just simply go rook to b8. I'm not playing the move b5. Once again, my knight is defending the pawn on c6. All my pieces are pretty much nicely protected and placed in the position. I maximized my position as black, and it's looking really good. What are you going to do as white is the big question, and I don't see a clear answer.
Yeah, without f2, f3 coming,
and she
white
knows
doesn't have white doesn't have too many active plans in that position. By the way, we have a question from social media.
Okay,
Quiz
let's check the question.
our panel. Here it comes. This is from Dagger de Cabrera.
So the question is, after yesterday's events, I have to ask, why do so many GMs fiddle with pieces while thinking? Have you seen any other strange or common habits among GMs?
Thank you so much, Dagger, for the question. It's a great question. I think it's an incredibly bad habit. Just a terrible, terrible habit. I think the worst is Boris Gelfand. Boris started with this fiddling, and he did it his whole career. I don't understand why his trainers didn't jump on him and say, stop it, cut it out. I find it distracting. And any time you're doing something that distracts the players, that's a no-no. You shouldn't be doing it. Secondly, I really think that it injures yourself in the sense that it's sort of like you need something to keep yourself occupied. It's like chewing gum or something. There's just things that you don't do. That is one of them. As bad as that is, and I don't mind if you're like underneath the table, the worst one, I love the cross pens. I think the cross pens are absolutely the best pens to use at the board because it's a twist, it's a silent thing you can turn. The worst are the clickers.
Yes. Sometimes some players can be obsessed with this idea to keep clicking.
Oh my gosh, they just keep clicking till their heart's content. And that's the worst.
But nowadays it's really difficult to bring your own pens to the playing venue. It's forbidden.
And the organizers say, use our pens or go home. It's like, what?
Yes, no. You cannot do it anymore. So normally organizers, they provide their own pens without maybe this.
Yeah, but that's where I like to trick them too. I say, okay, I'll use your pen. Just make sure it's a cross pen. They go and find out how expensive it's the pen. Any annoying habits from your opponent? performance. That,
yes, so
in your
like maybe
career.
when you move your, something what we discussed before, if you move your legs and you shake and the whole table is shaking and the other tables also, and like everybody is at the end in this rhythm. And I think I also had it sometimes, you know, especially when the situation was getting really crazy on the board, you get excited and you start shaking as well. Yes,
the shaking table.
Oh,
there
you go. Here we go. You see,
that looks like Jennifer.
This is normal.
Jennifer, I mean, the shaking leg.
Shakes.
Jump in, Christian. What bad habits do you have?
The shaking of the legs is pretty bad.
Is
right?
bad.
But the thing is, with this very stable boards that we have and tables that we have at the St. Louis Chess Club, you don't actually feel it too much.
Right.
Okay.
A big problem is when my opponents eat at the board.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's the worst, especially if it's like a full lunch. And it actually starts smelling and they keep eating and chewing there. It's just horrendous.
Yes.
I'm like, look, dude, come on. Get out of here.
Go away.
Go away.
Right.
No, what else can be? Like sometimes people, they sneeze.
Snacking is fine. Look, snack on some protein bars or some grapes or something like that. Drink your tea, no problem. But when you start eating your whole lunch, it's 5 o'clock and it's time to eat lunch. Come on.
I remember the very, very strong player, Grandmaster Andras Dorian. I think he was twice candidates, and I played him in a number of times. And Andras, somehow he went to Asia, and there's this tiger bomb. Now, the tiger bomb is really kind of this analgesia.
Yes,
it's good for the muscles,
Chinese
and it
players,
stimulates. But it's incredibly strong at the board. Now, he would like to put it on his forehead, and then he'd lean into the board. And you got this tiger bomb smell coming from the other side of the board. And to say it was off-putting is to put it mild.
Was it
really
Van
tough.
Hao that used to do that, or?
Many Chinese players used to do this. I remember this youth events. I took part also like in the World Championships a few times, and I mean,
I think
Chinese
Van Hao
players
was a
were
big one.
bringing
The tiger bomb.
Yes,
Especially on his forehead.
Yes.
Like, this is exactly what he was
At
doing.
one point, I would open these bottles and start moving, and the smell was everywhere in the whole area. And actually, I'm fine with this smell, but some people can be really annoyed, Offended. So it's a good point, actually.
The tiger bomb. There was one other, again, strangely enough, it involves Andras Dorian, and he was playing a bit against Velimirovich. And it was one of those moments in the chess hall where you're just on the edge of being too warm or on the edge of being too cold. And Andras was wearing the sweater. And he started with the sweater. He took it off, put it back on, took it off, put it back on. This occurred so many times that Velimirovich was getting upset. Andras had walked away. He'd left. He'd walked away from the tournament hall, and Velimirovich had taken the sweater and thrown it out the window.
Oh my God!
So Andras came back, and he's like looking for a sweater, and he looked at Velimirovich accusingly, like, "You stole my sweater." And Velimirovich pointed to the window. It's out the window.
At least Sam didn't do this yesterday. He kept the king. He could throw it
out the window. Yeah, hey, we got action, folks. Let's jump to the game of a Wonder Liang and Hans Niemann for a moment, because we were exactly at this moment. And we were saying, well, I'm not saying it's desperate, but it's time to go knight f5 because I don't like the alternatives for white. I think that Hans kind of put himself in this situation.
But look what he played.
Exactly.
I cannot believe it.
So he took on g5 and he opened up a discovered attack. Let's take it. And look at this. Bishop takes g5.
This is nice. So if he takes with the pawn, I see one check.
And we've got to go king h7.
Another check.
I got to go bishop f6.
Bishop 6, the only move, yes.
Right. Now, at a certain moment, you can start to think about takes and bishop e4, right? Maybe this is the time. Or do you have something else?
I don't think so.
Okay, can we go back for a second? So can I start with king h8?
Oh, excuse me. Because
and bishop h7 also.
Right.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I think you can take on f5, right?
Oh, it's possible also, yes.
You
Rook
can take on f5
yes.
and then queen h5. And I
H5,
was
yes.
wondering how that position is. I take, you go queen h5, I go bishop h6, and I have queen h7 at the
But
end.
at least you took back.
But you can just simply
Yes,
take and
you just
bishop
take
e4.
the-
Yeah, that's losing.
Let's explain to Christian what we can do.
Yes, yes.
So that the audience. Okay, so hold on. So what does it mean? We've got bishop takes g5 on the board, and this came as a bit of a shock to a wonder. He's under no obligation to take. I mean, he's got crazy moves like e4, e5, e4 as a way of, throwing a spanner in White's play. But once more, can we just take a look at this? Takes, check, right?
Check, yes.
King h7.
Yes. Rook f7, rook f5. Okay, it's clear. You can play this.
This, yes.
Take.
Yeah, this has got to be good for White because g4, and this
coming.
bishop is just great.
Yes.
So, okay, it means actually that a wonder cannot capture, and he's just got to accept that. Well, we've traded a pawn. You
Yes.
gave up your f pawn. I gave up my g pawn. Let's see. Shall I
Which
just play
moves he
queen
has?
d7?
For example, like queen d7, just trying to defend against all those ideas. So
And I can meet bishop check with bishop e6. Now
E6,
you could just drop back
yes,
and say,
I move my
okay.
bishop.
And my idea actually had been to play bishop g4, and somehow because of the lack
Again, I
of
cannot really
connectivity.
play bishop d5, so I have to play maybe queen e4. Now, okay, rook f1. Maybe first
Rook
to take
F1.
on f8, maybe. I don't know yet. But
You're right. The one, the move I did want you to play, by the way, Anastasiya, is knight f3. I was going to go e4.
yes, and then knight e5. Or
95, but now
Not
I just,
immediately.
gosh darn it, I blundered.
Rook e8.
I forgot about queen d5 check. I thought I was trapping the queen there.
Yes.
All right, another move. Instead of queen d7, imagine I play e4.
Okay, e4.
So if it's my turn, I want to play e3 or take the bishop.
Exactly. So probably, but okay, that's challenging.
Very.
Because let's say if I move the bishop, you take on d3. I'm not sure I like it. But if I move it on f4,
Okay, that's the tempo.
Yes.
Absolutely, I like that move.
but you can still take on d3, no?
Yes, that was my idea.
My goodness. So what I have to do here?
Well, I mean,
Move the, like,
it's
take,
double-edged. You also got a check that you can throw in as well. I
Crazy
don't know.
position.
Crazy position.
But it's getting really interesting. For sure.
Wow. As this 13th round is heating up, let's just take a quick look at our standings before we go on break. Anastasiya, the honors for the ladies.
So Irina Krush with 8.5 points is leading the tournament right now before the last round. But she plays with Anna Zatonskih, so we'll see how it how they finish the game. And Jennifer Yu shares the second position with Thalia Cervantes, and both girls playing against each other.
And in the open section, we do have some results, 2 quick draws.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana made a draw with Leon Aronian, and Dominguez finished his game versus Sam Shankland.
Right.
So Lenier cannot catch Fabi anymore.
Nope.
But Ray Robson still keeps chances in case if he wins his game against Liang, Jeffrey Xiong. In this case, he will catch Fabiano Caruana, and we'll have a playoff.
Playoff tomorrow.
Yes.
And we're going to see you all on the other side of the break.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
round 13th of the US Chess Championships. It's a final round today.
And we're so happy about that. That it is
Are
the final.
you?
Yes. And we have a few players already in the dugout. Fabiano made an early draw against Aronian, and all the eyes are therefore moved to the game between Ray Robson, because Ray has the potential of forcing a playoff, but the way he's got to do that is he's got to win against Jeffrey Xiong. Dominguez also made a quick draw. He's in the dugout. He's got a very nice, undefeated, unblemished result. And here it is. You see Ray Robson with the white pieces up against Jeffrey. And only a point separates him and a playoff. And what is the situation between the two, Cristian? I see that
a lot of things have happened, actually.
Yeah, Ray has won the two bishops.
A lot of things have happened. Check this out. So this is what he played after the move.
Knight
Queen to
C3,
A7. I think this is where we left it.
Yeah.
Perhaps after Rook FD1, G6, Bishop to E4, Queen to A7, a very good move by Jeffrey. Makes a lot of sense. You want to free this square for the B6 square for knight. Knight to B6, knight to C4 is a big threat in the position. If I manage to get the knight to C4, black is going to be perfectly fine. Not only that, but I also free up the D file so that I can start exchanging the rooks, as we were anticipating that Jeffrey would like to do. So knight to D5 came, still knight to B6, and now this move. Rook to C7, a very nice tactical sequence. Not sure how efficient it is in the position. Rook takes C7, knight takes C7, rook takes C7, rook takes D8, and king to G7. This is the current position we have on the board. But we know what's next for Jeffrey, and he knows it as well. He's going to play rook to D7, and he's going to try to exchange the last pair of rooks. If he managed to do that, he's not going to have any problems left in the position. So I'm looking at it. I see rook to D7 coming. If you have to play moves such as rook to D1 to get back, I'm just simply going to follow it up with rook to D7, follow that up with knight to C4. I don't think there's much in the position. Fabi must be looking at this game right now at home and feeling quite good about the outcome of the middle game.
Exactly, rooting for Jeffrey to draw the game. Turning our attention to the ladies for a moment, we have this all-important game going on between Telia and Jennifer. Both ladies looking for a result there.
Of course.
If one can win and Arena only draws
or loses,
then
you can be
it's
the
all
champion.
good. And it does appear to our eyes, and as Cristian has mentioned in the earlier broadcast, that, well, Jennifer has outplayed Telia. Telia comes into today's game with a 5-game win streak. Absolutely, absolutely remarkable. But with this move, Bishop F1, it's a clear signal.
Yes.
She's on the back foot. She's defending the pawn on E2, not willing to trade it for the B6 pawn, and Jennifer says, you know what, I'll defend the pawn. I'm not even going to give your knight a square on C5. I'm going to defend the pawn and ask you what you're going to do. Black having the healthier pawn structure. Telia says, well,
King
what can I do? King G2, maybe looking to play the move F2, F3, and Jennifer says, okay, do your worst. Play the move F3 if you like. I'm going to play G5, and maybe I'm going to take that option away from you if I can play the move G4. Definitely Jennifer for choice, but it's by no means, not even close to decisive or anything like that.
If you play F3 still in this position for white, like what consequences this move will have?
Exactly.
From
sure
a practical
D3.
perspective, absolutely not. But I will shock you with the engine eval.
Yeah.
Is completely winning.
For what? For who?
For black.
For black.
Yes.
Like
Completely winning.
Yes.
Like
yes.
+2?
Close to 2. Yes.
What?
Close to 2. Exactly.
Wow.
Minus 1.5
Would not have
right
guessed
now
that.
with the best move. Minus 1.7 with the second best move.
Yes. What is the
in
best
position.
move?
F3.
F3 is the best move.
F3.
Imagine.
Yes. F3, and then I can go E3. It's not looking very easy for white to find the move after E3. So to be honest, F3, at least to my eyes, is a very difficult practical decision to make right now, because you are allowing this move E3. If you don't do that, maybe h3 in the position.
For example,
but then I
h3.
just continue, right? Or king g7 or h5. Let's go h5. Let's just go with the most practical and most obvious move in the position. You played g5, I might as well try to play h5 and g4 and continue with my plan.
Right, of just locking down the f2 pawn.
And we were discussing this plan of expansion for black long time ago. And once again, it doesn't seem like white has a good way to just sit and wait, right? And she doesn't have any sort of active plans in the position.
Look at this bishop on f1. This bishop is not moving.
It's terrible.
look at
And
this
if you
knight
go
on
e3,
A4,
I take and I go knight d3, and I'm much better in the position.
You know, the strangest thing when you said that black is much better after f3 was I was thinking that, oh, I get it, you're going to play rook e. You don't want to take this pawn on e4 and invite my rook. And if you take this pawn on b6, I thought, this is what white's problem is. You won the pawn, good for you. How good is the position after I play the move bishop e2? I want to take this pawn with check, I want to take this rook, and in case you're compelled to, well, you can just see how quickly black's rooks are going to storm into the position.
I think you could also play bishop f1, if I'm not mistaken, after take, and also like bishop f1 straight away.
Oh, I see
like
what you
the
have.
idea, yes, is
a fork.
some geometry, yes, at the end, yes.
That
rook
is
f1,
pretty. You're right,
rook e2.
Anastasia, you're right. Yeah.
And you don't have rook f2 because I take here, yes.
And that's a nasty, nasty fork.
And look at the time as well, guys. This is a big problem also.
For
She
Talia.
only has 16 minutes left, Talia, that is, for almost 20 moves. And check
so
this out.
If Jennifer wins, wow.
If any of the players, Jennifer Yu or Talia, win this game and Irina Krush doesn't win her game, well, they're going to force either a playoff or if Irina loses, actually win it outright. So huge game, this one between Jennifer and Talia. Jennifer knows it, and Jennifer still harbors hopes of winning the championship.
Well, talk about a roller coaster, and you were saying that Hans Niemann couldn't sleep, and even Lanier, who is undefeated, had trouble because of the 1 second. And Matt, put yourself in Jennifer's shoes. In round 12, she's in clear first.
Yes.
She loses the game to her closest rival.
And
she gets overtaken.
With bishop a4. It's
and
also
loses by playing for what she thought was winning.
Yes.
You play a move like bishop a4, you think I'm winning.
Yes, and
then you lose, and now if she comes back and somehow magically manages to win this game in Arena, does something and goes south, I mean, talk about emotional ups and downs. Let's jump to that game of Arena, by the way. When we left it, we just kind of left it at these parts. We had seen this move, knight h4, and we thought, okay, Arena's for choice after queen e7, king b1, g6, rook c1, queen b4. Wow, that's what we'd call a billiard shot in chess. The queen was on h4. The next thing you know, it flew across the board to the b4 square. h4. Okay, the queen was on h4, and
now the pawn came. Yes. Okay.
I guess Arena's starting to think that, well, maybe she could play h5 castles.
Yes.
Okay, now Arena is actually struggling. This move, knight b1, is an indication that's all is not well with Arena. Knight b1, this retreating move, does not inspire confidence. Knight b1, king b8, knight d2. Okay, that's another
and knight
3
b3.
tempi to bring the knight to b3. And what is it doing there?
The idea maybe was to stop c5, right?
Stop c6, c5.
c5, yes, because then maybe black
maybe
pieces
on a
will
good
be
day to
activated.
put the knight on c5. So
I think there's a very clear idea.
Okay.
Play fast.
And to play against her opponent's clock.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly, because this is what she's going for. Anna, only 14 minutes for the next 15 moves. That's not easy.
Actually, I would like to mention something important
Please.
for the last rounds. The problem is also, it's not only that you play your own game. All the time you're checking the game of Jennifer and Thalia,
Yes.
trying to understand what's going on there. Because in case if it's very drawish, then you have chance to offer a draw against Anna Zatonskih, and you know how to play.
offers.
No, I mean, you mean
play
to
for
play
a
for a draw. Yes, of
Not
course,
to
no
stop
draw first. Bravo, bravo.
Taking
Thank
the
you
risk.
for reminding. Yes, you kind of understand what you are doing, right? Your
Exactly.
strategy is, you can kind of try to make a draw here. And imagine if you come and you see that Jennifer has much better position. It puts lots of pressure on you again, and you come back to your board and you think, okay, like, do I really want to play playoffs? So
Right.
it's not like you play only one game at this moment. You also
Thinking about what's going on
the
over
other
there,
game,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it's something special about the last rounds. It's easier in a way to Ray Robson now that he knows that Fabi made the draw. Okay, it's just like everything depends on him. Either he wins or he makes a draw.
Exactly.
This situation, it's tricky. Like Arena knows if she loses.
I think all of us have that experience of hedging our bets, so to speak. Like, we want to keep the game in flux, where everything can happen in case we need to win, but at the same time not to overextend ourselves.
And this is a good situation for
Yes.
Irina,
Cristian.
right? Because she's not really risking much in the position. It's not like she created any weaknesses in the position. There is no isolated pawn that she's working with or anything of that nature, something long-term. Her position is very healthy, right? She has space advantage. Ooh,
C5,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I don't-
What,
Now
excuse
that
me,
you said
what is
this,
that?
The
I was just
position-
talking about the isolated pawn, right?
right?
And there you go,
Commentator's
C5.
curse. There's no weaknesses in the position that she can work with. By the way, I didn't understand Anna's move. After the move knight d7, I get that. Queen came to e2. And I was thinking to myself, does Anna want to play the move c5 or not? So, for example, in this position after c5 takes, knight takes c5, maybe you don't want to play this because it's not that easy to attack the knight. You'll have to play bishop d7 and knight e6 to get rid of this very strong knight. But I didn't understand this move queen e7 at all. I mean, my queen's perfectly well there. I could imagine white playing rook c3 and rook c1 and then a3 and then dropping a knight on c5.
Play on the dark squares, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, if I were in black shoes, okay, imagine I, just for argument's sake, play rook c7, and you play rook c3, and I play rook c8. I'm not really afraid of knight c5. I mean, I'll trade it. I mean, maybe I'll even pick off a pawn if you, if you are so kind. But she played the move queen e7, and well,
I like that move, queen e7.
I'll take the dark squares, queen d2. I thought rook c3, but then c5. Do you like these moves by Anna?
I like queen e7.
Okay.
I'm not sure about c5. I just feel like you're creating a long-term weakness, and this is exactly what Irina wants to work with.
Well, there is a problem when you drop
But
back
queen
with the
a5, queen d8, I always see in the position.
Okay.
And I always hunt your queen.
Okay, well, it's kind of strange. I think that the queen on c2 is not as well placed as the queen on a5. I'll put it like that, right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
somehow Irina did well. But this is a very committal decision. c5, d takes c5, knight takes c5. And right here, I would be very attracted to the move. Oh, excuse
Unfortunately, it doesn't work
check.
because
Check
there's
knight
knight takes b3, of
With
course.
a check.
It's
And
still
then
possible
d4.
to play.
And
yeah,
then d4.
but then d4.
D4,
No,
yes.
no. She's going to play knight to d4 in this case. Okay. And it's an isolated pawn.
Exactly.
Yes. And
She-
it's a knight against bishop if you take on d3.
You take on d3 and I have to take on c8. I understand. No, I think you have to take because if you take on h4, maybe
You will lose maybe.
that might be a problem, right?
No, I'm winning.
Oh, really?
Are
Let's
you
check it
ready?
out.
Okay.
Take. Queen
Now,
takes.
first of all, remember, I don't sacrifice pawns.
Yes. We remember. So why did you
Okay.
give it? Knight takes.
Okay.
Queen c3.
Queen d8.
Ah.
And I
Queen
play
f d5.
to win
Give a
pawns.
check. Yes, I go
And you
back.
take.
Now, I can take this pawn, but okay.
I mean, you're definitely looking good. Now, I'm not sure about winning, though.
But you're right. It was an overreach. I didn't see Queen D8. I saw Queen C3 with the double threat of mate.
But you tried to continue.
I felt this moment of
hesitation.
Yes, but
Very
then
tricky guy.
Yasser,
Very
he
By the way, this is your
continued.
puzzle rush tactics for today, everybody. I'm promising you that on your puzzle rush, you'll get 2 points because of
Immediately.
these queen checks and sacrificing.
And Queen C3 as well.
But you're right. Queen D8 is not winning.
So how bad is the position after, let's say, knight d4, which was played in the game, let's say knight takes d3, another difficult decision that Anna has to make. Rook takes c8 and then queen takes d3.
Normally, this knight on d4 is really good, right? This is what I know about knights and bishops. If you get this position, you're really happy.
Absolutely.
Yes, your knight cannot be kicked out, never, and it's like
I've
in the
always
center.
been taught it's a 2-result game.
It is a 2-result game. And it's lucky because you don't have queen takes h4. That would be a nice tactic, but my queen is ready to cover up
This is nice,
on
actually.
b1.
It's not successful puzzle rush.
I know. You know where I feel cheated on those puzzle rushes?
When?
When I'm supposed to make a draw.
Yeah, of course.
I'm
and you are
supposed
looking for a win.
All the time I'm looking for a
yes,
win.
I agree
And then
with
I
you.
have to
So that's
reconcile.
not nice.
And then they say, yeah, draw. And
No,
you're
no,
like,
no,
no, I'm supposed to be.
Yes, normally you have to win this position. Yes, no, I
That's-
don't like it.
I don't
also,
like
yes.
it either.
Such
Talia
a
versus
disappointment.
Jennifer. Okay.
At
Well,
D3 she played, yes. I thought about it, but it really looks like you kind of accept the fact that you're worse forever.
Forever.
Yes, with knight on D3.
I think much
So E3 came, and this is where I will be there with the computer with a massive evaluation. The evaluation jumped in my mind after I saw the movie E3, because we're always talking about the D3 square. Here, we'd love our king to be over on the queen side. We don't know where, just so that we release our rooks and we'll double up on the F file. We'll get our pawn to H5 and make sure that F3 never gets played. Bishop to D3, not a bad move. I can understand it. I would probably just take myself and put a rook on F3 and say, what are you going to do? Rook to D2, rook F6. King G1, and Talia really suffering now.
No, it's a
It's
lot
just
of suffering, yes.
not a nice position for her. I would play G4, just kind of shut down so that this pawn is forever.
Just cannot see this position.
Yeah.
It's really bad one
And
for white.
then bring my king over to the queen side. So really play on one goal here for Jennifer, and for Talia. I mean, it's just sort of like kind of a shocking turn of events. I mean, 5 draws. 5 wins.
Yes.
And now you're worse. It's like, what kind of a tournament are you playing here? Yes. Some really ups and downs emotionally. I want to jump to the game of Alice Lee versus Megan Lee, because Alice was really under a great deal of pressure right here, and I was more than curious how she was going to handle this pretty scary-looking attack. H5, H4 by Megan. She played rook E1,
Yes.
H4,
yes.
and knight F1. Okay, I thought she might try to set up with a bishop on G2. Knight F1, queen H6. Well, it's very easy for
Creating
Megan.
H2 takes G3.
HG3, bishop B2.
B2. Yes.
Knight F6. Just everybody's coming over to the
For the
queen's.
party.
Yes. HG, FG. There's,
Yes.
forced. Here it comes. Knight takes G3.
Look at this move, C takes D5. Somebody
I
is
know.
just taking everything there.
And now it's just black has the pawn and compensation. Everything's just gone terribly wrong for Alice. She's in a losing position now, as we can see Megan with threats of queen and rook. This bishop on B8 is about to be unleashed. I can imagine a knight coming to G4. It looks really, really, really bad.
Or maybe G4
Or
now.
G4.
I don't know, maybe then knight E5 still she has, yes? If you
That
play
was why she
direct.
put a bishop
Yes.
on B2, what she's hoping to.
So maybe
Yeah, and
not
again,
G4.
it's like these championship rounds can be like that. Alice will look back on this event you know, and say, you know, I had a pretty good event, you know, like I learned a lot. I'm looking forward to the next U.S. Championship. You lose the last round, and your whole mood is spoiled.
Yes.
She's had some great positions. I've noticed
She could be on the second or first place right now. I mean,
Sam
if she would
Shankland came in and
win.
said, look, you know, I had some great positions. I messed them up. I could have gotten extra half points here and there. And I said, Alice
What about
Lee?
Alice, who had clearly two winning positions?
Right.
Not just like better. The
Winning,
first,
like doink.
Yes, with
Gotcha.
Tatev, remember, with Anna Zatonskih,
That was the
completely
H5,
winning
right.
positions. When with Tatev, remember this exchange job,
Yes.
which she somehow missed
Spoiled.
one idea. So she really had those chances, like
Exactly.
to be even higher.
And
Also,
let me
speaking
just-
of Tatev, it seems like she's winning her game.
Really? She
Against
woke up at
Nadia.
the end.
That's a good finish for her. She won against
Yes.
Rochelle yesterday. If she wins this one as well, I think she's going to be finishing on 7 points, if I'm
Wow.
not
Wow,
mistaken.
not bad.
So
What a massively complex-looking position. Like, whoa.
Bishop G4.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
I really cannot
my goodness.
understand anything. Yes.
that block of pawns,
Yes.
I know,
just coming down the
exactly.
board, D5, D4.
Right? I mean, but...
Tatev
but-
plays with black here, and yeah, somehow
she's black.
Yeah.
she found the way to exchange. Maybe
Well,
queens.
this beautiful battery is going to force Nagy to do something that she didn't want to do, either trade queens or release this pin by playing something. Again, not what she wants to do. She wanted to keep that pin. Bishop takes f7 check. Looks good for Tatev. But again, let's go back to our open section and follow our leaders. Ray Robson has secured the two bishops.
So he played actually rook d1.
Rook d1,
Uh-huh.
queen
C7.
c7, g4. Okay, I'm very, how do you say, empathetic, sympathetic?
Sympathetic.
Yes, to this move.
Sympathetic,
A dual purpose. The first, you know, stops f5. Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. I mean, it kind of secures this g4 square. Secondly, it does intimate that at a certain moment this bishop is looking greedily at the long diagonal, and you may want to play g5 and knight takes e5 and so forth and so on. So g4, but wait a minute, what am I missing? Okay, are we seeing a repetition?
Potentially.
G4, h6, rooks. By the way, h6, to take away
Yes.
that idea I just mentioned, rook c1, queen d6, rook d1.
It could also be that it's not a repetition and actually he's just trying to gain some time. Because he does have 14 minutes for 9 moves.
Nine.
So maybe he's just
repeat
trying to
couple of
gain some
times,
time.
yes.
Gain a little bit of time there.
Then I completely misunderstood the position because I thought if I'm in Jeffrey's shoes, I desperately wanted to play knight c4 as soon as possible, and this move rook c1 makes
Helps
it
me,
possible.
yes.
So the fact that Jeffrey played the move queen d6 and we do have this rook d1 is confusing me. Why didn't he play knight c4?
Maybe knight
Christian?
d2?
Knight d2 and knight b6, knight d7 to b6.
Try to take on c4.
Bishop takes.
Right, and I guess he just didn't want to play this position with against two bishops.
Like queen c2 maybe?
Yeah, but now that I put the pawn on h6, there is
G6
this,
is a little bit.
and I don't have bishop. I would have to put my knight
Knight
back,
f8,
and
yes.
then, okay, that makes sense. Now
we
I
do have
understand.
the queen on c7. So
Right,
Yes.
that proposes repetition.
it does. Queen is on. That's the latest move. Queen to c7.
Queen c7
right?
has been played. So let's
Okay.
see whether Ray will accept the repetition or try to play for a win, try to change.
If they make a draw, Fabi wins the tournament. This
Clear.
is very clear, yes.
Whoa! We might see a repetition, guys. Rook c1.
Rook c1.
On the board.
That's already second
now for
time.
Jeffrey, But for Jeffrey, this would be fine because that will help him qualify for the World Cup.
Yes.
But for Ray, this doesn't do him any good, this repetition. I mean, it secures him second.
Second place, okay.
Yeah.
It's, I would say still it's not so bad. He will get 45,000.
But he won't get his dream come true.
But he will be in the World Cup and with
Maybe
a second
he's finally
place.
ready to delay his dream for
Yes,
1
yes,
year.
yes.
For 1 year.
Maybe he's ready to delay.
Hey, carpe diem, man.
Yes.
Seize the day.
This is a nice phrase.
Yeah, Rook C1. A little bit of a surprise. So with Queen D6, could Jeffrey make a claim? Or is it only
not
two
yet.
times?
Not yet. Queen D6 would be the second time. And then if Ray plays the move Rook to D1, now it's the time to claim the draw.
I see.
Really important moment for this championship. Because
I'm curious whether Jeffrey actually wants to play for a win, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense for him to try to make
Are
any...
you sure he's in top 5? Is it 100%? Because it's a Wesley so can win today.
Wesley is winning.
Yes.
Wesley is winning.
Yes,
Wow.
6 and how he has...
Our defending champion making a late comeback. If Ray wants to win this game in the current situation, current position after, say, Queen D6, Christian, what would be his way of
After
keeping
the move
game?
Queen to D6.
Yeah, how do you keep the game alive? How do you play for a win?
Knight D2, would that be a move?
Knight D2, okay. That protects the C4 square. It's not exactly inspiring.
It's not.
It's not like the move King H7 checkmate.
It's the best I can do.
I all the people in our audience just did the wave. I mean,
Yes,
like
what
a
a great
giant
move.
cheer. Like
Sometimes
what?
in chess you have to maneuver your pieces before you can do something
No, but
inspiring.
maybe it sounds like Rook C5 later, no?
Rook C.
And by the way, Christopher has won his game against Darius Swiercz.
With the black pieces.
A good finish for
Christopher.
young Christopher, absolutely.
Whoa. I'd
sure
seen
we
it was
will.
a very theoretical battle,
Yes.
but I kind of stopped looking at it just about here. I thought this was all theory.
I'm
and
sure we will be speaking with Christopher about this
Ooh.
game. And
Wow. Okay. That was for Darush, by the way. He was one of the players who was going very nicely undefeated. And then it was just this collapse he had against Sam Sevian,
so he
if
has
I remember.
finished on -1. Would that be... Oh, no, but he also lost against the Wonder. So he lost, three in a row, in fact.
That's
Sam
what I was going to
Sevian,
say.
a Wonder, and now Christopher Yu. And earlier against Fabiano.
Exactly.
So he's on -2. He finished the tournament on
Ooh.
-2.
Yeah, again, this is one of those, what happens in those championship rounds. Darush, in my mind, was having a very nice tournament.
Yes.
He was like looking really good,
Yes.
but the finish was dreadful, and
Like
he
after
won.
the free day, he lost all games. It means if you lose 3 in a row, it was actually after the free day. Like
You're right.
something happened
Wow.
during the free day.
Something terrible happened. Let's just jump into the game of a wonder. Pardon me. It was Hans Niemann.
Yes.
A wonder Liang. When a wonder played the move Queen E7. So from a wonder's point of view, when he played the move Queen E7, he's thinking to himself, well, White wants to bring this knight back into the play. And I want to play for E5, E4. So I want after knight F3 to meet it with the move E4. Hans said, I get that, but
I
this
still
is a
play
tempo.
this.
This is a tempo against your bishop.
But he can. Could he take on still on D3? Take on the 2? What's
Take
going on here?
D3.
Just to understand.
Yes, just to follow what would have happened.
By the way, guys, Queen to D6 is on the board in the Ray game.
Queen to D6 is. So that it looks like
That's
it's
the moment, right
That's
there.
the moment
That's the
for
moment.
the 3.
So maybe we can see
Okay.
their game
Okay,
and
we'll
see
check
whether...
it later. Yes.
Sorry.
Because if he plays Rook D1, the game is a draw.
Right now.
If he plays Rook D1, Jeffrey will probably stop
and we've
the clock.
got the. So
No draw. No draw. There we go. Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Ray shows his.
So did you hear the cry?
Yes,
Did
of
you
course.
hear
Everybody's screaming.
Fabiano, no, no, Ray, what are you doing?
I will hear it in half an hour.
Moment. And I mostly have coaches that like work with me with training sessions.
From support system, I mean, your dad.
Or thank my mom and my dad for all the support. So.
Absolutely, and that's so important in this type of very long events. When was the last time you played such a long event? And
maybe 11 rounds, but I don't actually remember ever playing a 13-round classical tournament, so it was definitely a new experience.
Did you want it to ice the game, make a draw, or did you want it to put some pressure on a struggling Darius in the last few rounds?
If he doesn't want to draw, I'll just play 2 moves. So this was still preparation with takes night before, but after night before, he spent a lot of time.
He was probably considering D5.
I guess he was considering D5, yeah.
Knight C3.
And nothing else. So I kept going material. So kind of really experienced playing with that bot yesterday. I was like...
The initiative. You are a pawn up, this bishop on B3 after the move D5.
Time. It didn't seem quite necessary. Like by now, I think he already only had 4 minutes. And it's only...
It's down to his last 2 minutes. For congratulations for...
You've ever played, and it's also undoubtedly first you
also make a lot of mistakes. The mistakes because they're
very good, Christopher.
It looks like
dating theme.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely did not expect.
You definitely opened a Pandora's box, but good luck.
Yes.
Good luck, Christopher, and congratulations on this last round win.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, on highest level.
On the highest level.
Arena can, how do you say, clinch her 9th title with a victory. Can she do it? When we left it, we just this isolated pawn. She went for a position with few pieces on the board, but she's just played this move, bishop a4, saying to white, okay, you can play B3, kicking up and down with Anastasiya.
I feel there are some tricks here, maybe.
Well, tricks by playing the move bishop c2. What's your take?
Against bishop, she decided to keep the knights on the board.
You mean right here?
Remember, yes, when Arena played this move knight d4, she didn't, of course, take the bishop on d3.
Right.
Understanding that this position is bad for black.
Right.
So she kept the knights, and now actually it's a little bit different situation that white could change this knight on the 6, but again...
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, a long time ago, Arena had played the move h4, and I'm sure she had h5 in mind. And why she didn't continue with this is a mystery, because if you do play g5, you know what? I think that pawn, excuse me, I got that arrow wrong. That pawn on h7 is just like, it's a constant menace, I want to say, like that. She didn't play h5. She made this... Okay, kind of confusing decision.
And then she played knight d4, and now after bishop a4, definitely she doesn't want to play b3, and then if she doesn't want to play it, what she'll move the rook where? c1? Because we remember that we want to exchange pieces. Yes. Now something what you just told me.
Well,
yes.
Okay, but she could have stayed
it before,
there.
yes.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So,
okay, Arena still for choice. Talia had a terrible, and look at that, the king walk. I did this wonderful book. I really enjoyed this book that I made with a friend of mine from Vancouver, BC, Bruce Harper, King Walks, where you voluntarily walk a king across the board. And Jennifer's done that. Why? Because just as we can see a few moves ago, this rook is tethered to the pawn on b6.
Yes.
You want to release the rook and have a lesser piece defend the pawn. In this case, the king.
Position.
yeah, it's a set position for white, but how will you break through? How are you going to win this position?
So what do you do?
Yes, like knight d3. I will play king g2, king g1.
Okay, king g2. Let's maximize the position.
Yes.
Right.
All right, let's go h5 after.
I think that's a very good way of... Okay, so we're going to go king g2 for white.
Yes.
We're going to go h5.
Yeah, I keep playing king g1. Yes, I just want to understand how you will break
I'll
through.
go h4 as well. I'm not sure if it's going to help me or not,
Oh my
but let's go
gosh.
for it.
He wants to play g4, h3, so I don't have king g1, king g2.
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
And then I play rook e2, rook d2, something like that.
Right?
Yeah, no, but if you play it like this, I will play knight e2, knight f4.
I don't think I'm going to go G4.
Okay.
Not yet.
Only H3,
Okay,
yes.
only H3.
I don't want to disrespect you that much.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay. I just feel that we're going to get squeezed to death in such a case.
Yes.
But
Again,
we are anyway, right?
Yes.
I mean, White is getting squeezed.
Played 92.
There's no doubt about it.
okay, so hold on. I apologize. I'm just going to refresh my board to get the current position. Estalia has played the move 92. Okay.
Maybe she wants to
where-
play knight c1 and defend this d3 square.
Exactly.
Like at the moment you play knight d3, I play knight c1.
But it's interesting that the knight on c3, it was actually playing a kind of a positive role. And I understand that Cristian wants to maximize his position.
Yes, and then?
Which includes c5.
Of course, yes.
As well,
You need to
yeah.
create a
So
second.
when your knight moved away from d5, it does invite Jennifer
I
to
have
play
another
c5.
plan.
Please.
I think I will bring my king to all the way to b5 maybe. Or exchange, play knight d3, even I'm maybe ready to exchange these knights, and then I just come with my king, maybe. And
yes,
just
yes,
take
yes,
on
yes,
d3. I don't know.
Yes, no. I absolutely agree with you wholeheartedly that you put your king on b5, then I have to really get scared that your king is going to break through on the king side. So essentially, black's breaks are h5, h4, and absolutely c6, c5. And Jennifer
maybe.
seems to be
I think she's going for H5.
h5.
Yes.
Is that because of the Christopher hover? the hand
Look, this
above
is
the piece?
understandable. The tension is so high for these two ladies right now.
Right.
They know that with a victory, well, at least they secure the second place, right?
Absolutely.
That's a pretty decent result.
That already
by
stopped
itself.
right there, right?
But you're also putting pressure on Irina Krush, and you're maximizing the potential of your tournament with a victory in this one. So, huge moment for both of these young ladies.
Yeah, for
Absolutely.
sure. And actually, just we have Christopher here, and I just want to say that he brought some spice in this tournament, not only by his interviews, but also you remember he beat Wesley So in the round 2, and in general,
Refusing a repetition.
exactly, and showed really great actually fighting spirit in this tournament. And no matter what was the result of the previous round, he was trying to fight in all his games. And
And he's
question.
only 15.
Yes.
And he's 15.
Yes.
And
This is
he-
his first U.S. Chess Championships. I
Yes.
mean, I think he put up a very good performance.
Definitely.
At least that's according to my understanding.
Oh, no question about it. And he came in and his answer to the question, what did you learn? These guys are human.
yes,
They make mistakes. And I think that that is a real problem that a lot of juniors have. You know, they see these great names, Magnus Carlsen.
too much
You know,
respect.
great respect. They forget that we are all human and we do make mistakes.
I think Christopher just showed disrespect to all these grandmasters
I know,
by
how
saying
dare
this.
he? This
No,
young
but in a good sense.
15-year-old,
But in a good sense,
yeah.
like you actually kind of, in order to keep winning against those big names, you have to have a bit lack of respect to
Exactly,
their chess
exactly.
past. Yes, you have to really try to play against pieces at this moment.
I remember a story of Edward Gufeld. I just have to put it on the board so our viewers will understand me. So Edward Gufeld is playing against Vasily Smyslov in the great Super Soviet finals at knight f3, knight f6, and Edward Gufeld played b4. b4. And Smyslov was off the board, so he was standing, and Botvinnik
Yes.
came to Smyslov, who now has to answer the move b4. And Edward heard Michael Botvinnik say to his opponent, "Why do we allow these punks into our tournaments?" This junior b4. How dare you play such a move?
Today, the world
these
champion
punks.
himself plays sometimes G5, H3, you know, and some other
I
moves.
thought that was hilarious.
Nice.
Well, you've got to have that attitude as a junior. You've got to say, hey, I'm here to win as well. By the way, Irina played a move. I get behind this move. Rook C1, bishop back. She makes luft, but she does it in a nice way. This bishop is coming to A2, where it will be targeting Anna's isolated pawn, and Anna is stopped.
Wow.
Stopped
I like this,
after the
yes.
move. Yeah.
And she's down to her.
Put it on the board so our viewers will understand me. So Edward Gufeld is playing against Vasily Smyslov in the great Super Soviet finals, knight f3, knight f6, and Edward Gufeld played b4. b4. And Smyslov was off the board, so he was standing, and Botvinnik came to Smyslov, who now has to answer the move b4. And Edward heard Michael Botvinnik say to his opponent, "Why do we allow these punks into our tournaments?" The junior b4. How dare you play such a move?
Today, the world
these
champion
punks.
himself plays sometimes g5, h3, you know, and some other
I
moves.
thought that was hilarious.
Nice.
Well, you've got to have that attitude as a junior. You've got to say, "Hey, I'm here to win as well." By the way, Arena played a move. I get behind this move. Rook c1, bishop back. She makes luft, but she does it in a nice way. This bishop is coming to a2, where it will be targeting Anna's ice. Make a beeline to the d6 square.
Queen f6, a6 was played.
Queen f. Oops, excuse
So
me.
queen b6, queen f6.
Queen b6, queen f6,
And a6.
a7, a6.
Correct. Make a luft for the king.
Now, I've been kind of thumping for this move h5 for quite some time.
Maybe it's time to play it.
I think it is, right?
Now the
I
question
would play rook
is,
d1 with the idea
Also-
maybe bishop d5.
I like it. I
and
like
perhaps a good idea, if you go h5, maybe I can go d4.
d4.
Can I break like that?
Well,
you just take on e6.
Maybe that's why she played a6, because d4 was not possible before, probably. In
sorry.
some lines, maybe there were some checks.
Yeah.
Help me out here.
First
of all, what move number is this?
This is move 39. So only
39.
one
Okay.
move to go until the time control.
And is time an issue for Arena? She's got plenty of time.
No. Plenty of time.
Oh,
plenty
of time. A7, A6.
No
Okay,
problem for
so,
Arena.
sorry, Anastasia, you like the move Rook D1?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, idea?
The idea is to take on d5, maybe in some variations, using
The fact
that queen is, the bishop is pinned.
Right.
Yes.
So, like, let's say I make a bad move, and you could play, say, Rook
Maybe.
takes D. No.
I'm not sure,
I
but
mean,
maybe.
why
I'm
not?
still checking. Yes.
It is a nice pin, and
If you take bishop takes d5,
and you're a happy camper.
yes,
You've
and
got
there are
a-
no checks, nothing. Okay, now we're fine. Now I can. Yes. No, the king
Now
is.
you're very happy.
Yes.
So after Rook D1, I probably
You have to play king a7, maybe protecting the queen.
so that bishop takes D5 is no longer a threat.
So
yeah?
can I play now like rook d4 with the
Very
idea to play
strong.
rook b4 sometimes? Also, maybe, and queen e7 if I'm allowed. If not, just kind of put my rook
But
on a good
it's
position.
sort of like you're kind of probing around, like you
Yes.
say, you got queen E7, and you got these nasty little tickling
ideas.
moves where maybe you're putting me in So that bishop takes d5 is no longer a threat.
So
Yeah.
can I play now like rook d4 with the
Very
idea to play
strong.
rook b4 sometimes? Also maybe and queen e7 if I'm allowed. If not, just kind of put my rook
But
on a good
it's
position.
sort of like you're kind of probing around, like you
Yes.
say, you got queen e7, you got these nasty little tickling
ideas.
moves where maybe you're putting me in a very awkward position. For Anna, you know, she's just on the back foot. She's defending. It's not nice to be in, but she made that decision herself, that isolated queen pawn.
She played c5
Yeah,
by herself.
yeah, but okay, one more move to go. Sorry, let me just catch up also on the Talia Jennifer Yu game. Oh,
Talia is busted.
big time. I was
pretty
just going to
much-
say, just take a visual
pretty much
of
over at
all
this
of the pieces, and the pawn is hanging. The rooks are ideal. She's gotten in c5.
You know what the problem is?
No.
You cannot go even king h3
King h3, it's okay. Whatever rook
Why?
h1.
Why can't I go king h3?
because of rook takes g3.
Uh-oh. This was nice.
That's embarrassing.
Okay.
Oops. That does it. So that was why Talia had to play
That's why
rook
rook
h1.
But now rook h1, knight d3.
This is what
Wait,
hurts.
knight d3, maybe you take on d3, so not yet knight d3.
Well, you could
No,
We're not
but
losing, yes.
that's not. I don't
you
want
could
that.
be winning. This could be a
Yes,
crazily.
so.
Yes, it's probably
the
a very
potential
good endgame.
is that this could be a winning rook ending because the pawn on g3.
Wow.
But there should be something.
Oh, okay. You want
There
something
should
even
be
nicer
something
than that.
better, Yes.
Maybe what Anastasiya offered earlier, just bring your king to b5 and then put your
She
knight on
played
d3.
king d6.
King David 6. Okay. Looks good too.
Nobody likes my plans.
It's the commentator's curse. The moment you offer a really, really good idea, nobody, applauds.
For what it's worth, Anastasia, I think it's a great plan.
Right?
I think it's
That was exactly what I was thinking too.
But okay.
Trying to get on your good side after all the poking about Nimzovich, I got to defend my ribs,
The thing is that white cannot play any single move in the position, right?
Yes. no,
Exactly.
It's,
It's sort of like
almost. Yes.
Our producer loves you,
Yes.
Anastasia.
I found a
Zugzwang.
way to
Yeah.
use this word.
Yep, nice. No, for Talia, this is terrible. Again, Arena is enjoying her position, let's say. Let's go back to the Ray Robson game because, wow. This game has just swung huge. And, well, Ray took the exchange. So, materially speaking, rook and pawn versus two minor pieces, but a huge difference in the position. Suddenly, black's king got really nicely protected. White's king didn't. The best move in the position, g4, g2. Best move in the position. Can't do it. And in fact, the pawn on h3 is now really, really tender. And I would say in a practical game, I would much rather have black's position. And Ray knows it too.
Of course. Yeah. So now actually he's fighting for a draw?
Correct.
Yes.
That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah. What to do?
Chess is so difficult. One move, one square away from the best move.
Yes,
Queen
The
A1.
whole tournament is not necessarily a bad tournament right now, destroyed or anything
Yes.
of that nature, but you lost so much in this one mistake, especially if he loses this one.
Oh.
Yeah,
If he loses this one, then I think Jeffrey catches on to him.
Yes.
And they're going to share. He's not even going to catch this. Actually, he's going to take second tied to fourth, I think.
Well, at this moment, Lanier is a happy
Lanier,
camper.
yes.
He's in second.
He's in second with Ray.
Wow.
With
With Ray, yes.
With
With Ray.
Yeah, because he caught him already, 7.5 points there.
Jeffrey is going to
Yes.
catch him.
So if Jeffrey wins, yes, in this case he will have 7.5 as well.
Wesley, if he wins, catches him.
wow.
Exactly.
And I wonder if he draws, catches him.
And I
If he
wonder
draws,
is
yes, because he
drawing.
has
If he
7
draws,
points,
catches
yes.
him as well. So,
So
from a sole second
Ray-
position, you go to 2
Tied for
all the way to
6.
6.
Yes.
Tied for 6.
Oh my goodness.
You kind of lose, I mean, about 15,000.
You lose a lot of money.
Oh
That's a big loss.
crazy, yes.
You don't want to talk to your accountant anymore after.
No.
you're Doug is going to say, "Hey Ray, you know that
How do you
last
feel
round,
about it?
you know, like the good news is you don't have to pay so much in tax. The bad news is you don't have to pay so much in tax. You know." Oh boy, Queen A1 versus Queen B1. Queen B1 mistake, allowing the move F5 with a double attack against the bishop on E4, the knight on H4. Had he put his queen on the long diagonal, then of course F5 just runs smack into queen takes E5 check, and therefore there would have been no F5. Then slowly Ray could have played for King G2, King G3, Queen B1. Big advantage Ray. Queen B1 question mark. And advantage Jeffrey
In one move.
in one move. Oof.
Chess is cruel.
Chess is cruel.
And then he died.
And then he died.
Uh-oh.
Well.
All right, we're trying to keep it light here. Round 13.
Yeah. Let's jump to the ladies one more time. And your King A7 to stop Bishop A2.
Yes.
So Arena's putting
Bishop
all of
D5
her
is-
energy into this isolated pawn. And after the move King A7.
Yes, it's not hanging anymore. Like Bishop D5 is
Exactly.
not the move.
The
So Queen
queen's
E7, I thought about this move. Rook D7 was probably, well, try.
Yeah.
And just kick
Like,
the
well,
queen.
kick him out.
Yeah.
So how do we
improve?
have to get to that H7 pawn somehow.
Exactly. Now, if we go immediately after, well, H5. So that was why I was kind of
Insisting,
angry.
like, play
insisting,
H5, yes.
Yeah, do it. Do something like this. Here.
Okay, so go H5 for just a second.
I just wanted to say there was one other point, though. Queen E5, I may very well be threatening to take this. I wanted to say that in this position, this ending position, the king is not as quickly coming to the D6 square, which makes me stop and think, you know, can I play Rook D4, E4? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sorry, Christian, please.
And actually, at that point, I think it comes just in time. If you go Rook D4, King B6, E4, King C6, and finally I defended my point.
Did Black's king make it?
Just in time, right? So maybe you can prepare this queen trade with rook, having the rook already on D4.
Okay.
Somehow.
Okay. So we start with, say, Rook D4. We go H5 for whatever reasons.
Queen
We
E5.
go Queen E5, and this is where life is good.
Yes.
And then E4. Okay.
Even
looks
this
great.
is not clear, right? I go
It's
King
not-
B6.
Yeah, it's not game over.
It's not game over, but there's something to work with.
Exactly.
Right.
And then King C5 will maybe
King
take
C5,
on
I have,
E6.
I think, Rook C4, maybe. But Rook C4 you actually
you
take on
do.
D5.
You
It's
take.
really pretty, right?
And you take here, and there is
Rook D8.
Rook D8, but what is this position?
You have some good chances.
How many
Good chances. Who leading to?
Very nice winning
So
chances.
actually, H5 was
bad-
hurting my position.
At the time, it was a good idea.
It looked good. Yeah, very complex still, but at least Anna has to be relieved. She made the time control.
Okay, that's good
40
news.
moves, yes.
And in the huge game between Talia and Jennifer, well, she's just played this last move, Knight C6, and Talia is just really in this awful bind. I'm just trying to think. If I'm in her shoes, I'm not happy, of course, but I can't afford to go material down.
Yeah, King H3 maybe.
King H3. Well, help me out, because if I'm afraid if I move my rook, I'm just going to get hit with D5, D4, and well, I'm just getting
D4, yes.
Yeah,
maybe I can
crushed.
sacrifice. Wait a second, I take on
exchange
D4, yes.
sacrifice.
And then Rook D4.
Okay, that's
And if you go e5, it's check, so you go here. And I see the idea. If I take on e4, you will take on g3 first, yes? Okay. I'm not going to this trap.
That's a nice one.
Yes. So what can I do? So like rook d8, no, but it looks lost, yes.
It's an exchange.
It's an exchange, and let's say there is not really, we don't have a compensation.
Yeah, I don't feel it
looks
either.
horrible.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't feel it either.
Yes.
But okay, wow.
But we tried,
yes,
yes.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
It's interesting if white still can, because if you don't take on d4, this position looks just horrible.
Exactly. Slowly, black is going to take over the game.
And this knight on g3 will not survive.
Right.
So queen e5
Exactly.
actually in Irina's game is on the board.
Sorry, let me just do it this way. Okay, queen e5, she did play. Not rook d4.
Not
Interesting.
rook d4 first. I would assume maybe rook to d4, she was maybe worried about ideas of rook to c8. And
Okay.
just,
Also possible, yes.
Counter spiel.
No, unfortunately, I don't think you have time to take on d5. If you take on d5, rook c1 just finishes the game, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't want this. We don't take. But this is how you can lose.
That would be an oopsie.
Discover
That
check.
would be an
Yes.
oopsie.
That would be oopsie daisy. Okay, she didn't play rook to d4. Irina, in fact, played queen to e5. And again, just a two-result game is what I'm seeing here. I mean, white should win this game probably, I'm going to say, 3-4 times out of 10. And the other times should be a draw.
Yes.
And how many minutes did Ray think? Because, I mean, it's been a while and nothing has changed in that position.
Yes, and actually it's move 30 only, right?
No, it's move 40.
40?
They
Yes,
just
it's
made
40.
time
They
control.
just made time to control. Fantastic.
Knight takes
So he's
d7,
been
king
thinking
g.
for only 7 minutes. Okay, that's not that bad.
Sorry, I have it on my board, king g2, but this is the analysis, and there we have it.
And it's so difficult psychologically, right? Because you've been playing for a win this whole game. You've been playing with one goal in mind, and that is to force the playoffs.
Right.
Right now, you have to readjust your mindset completely, 180.
And now I have
Now
to
you're
make
playing
it
for a
work.
draw. You're trying to survive in the position.
Right.
And you think also, why didn't I take this repetition? Why didn't I repeat
Exactly,
moves a few
exactly.
moves ago?
Right.
What's wrong with me? Why I'm always trying to...
That
To
adds
play
to the
for a
turmoil.
win.
Yes.
That adds to the turmoil.
That's
Yeah.
really crazy.
And how should Ray best defend this position? Should he be playing queen e4? Should he be playing
Maybe queen
king
d3.
g2? Queen d3? I don't know.
It's difficult. I mean, it really is very, very difficult.
Queen d3 would provoke knight f6, I guess.
Create some counter chances. Yeah, knight f6 and now e4.
E4 in order to defend the h3 pawn. And I'm
Take some
guessing
squares at the center as well.
h5, rook
Maybe
c7.
Yeah, h5 is an idea, but also you have to start worrying about ideas of knight h7, knight g5, knight e6, knight f4.
Okay. Two pieces are two pieces.
Exactly,
First of
they're
all,
bouncing.
But there are sometimes queen d5 ideas, so maybe
absolutely.
it's not so easy.
Yes,
no?
yes.
Let's
No,
see.
absolutely. It's
Well, once your rook is on c7.
Yes, once
Yeah,
rook
exactly.
is on c7, and if knight wants to move,
So
at this
h5,
moment
rook
I still have
c7.
some ideas.
So ideas of queen b3. It's not like you can just crush
Take.
me nicely.
Yes, queen b3. Yes.
Will be unpleasant. And if you go knight to here, knight to g5, maybe I can make a counter strike against the pawn. But after this time control is reached,
Yes.
maybe it's time to take a break and once more encourage our audience to challenge
Yes.
our panel. It'll be maybe your last chance unless we get some playoffs. But in the meanwhile, we'll see you on the other side of the break.
back, everyone, and we are here for this last round of the US Chess Championships. Fabiano Caruana is on the first place with 8.5 points, Dominguez with 7.5 points. Both of them finished their games, by the way.
Exactly.
And Robson is still playing, as you can see, against Jeffrey Xiong. And Wesley So is also keeps playing at the moment. So I wonder Liang just made a draw with Hans Niemann.
Nice. And I've also been told that Tatev has won her game, so a nice way to finish her tournament. Huge game going on between Ray Robson and Jeffrey, and we've just left it at the moment with the move King G2, and we really think that it's, even though it's materially balanced, Rook versus Bishop Knight, Rook and Pawn versus Bishop and Knight, we do feel that after this move H5, well, rather just the two bishops versus the rook is favorable for Jeffrey.
Oh, this one is looking good for Jeffrey, right?
Yeah, exactly. But back over to you, Cristian, because we have guests. Not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were going to get, we got some chess to go.
Yes.
So first of all, after H5, let's look at what Ray is facing. I mean, his king is simply more vulnerable than Black's king, and this bishop is ready to go check, depending on how you play. For example, after the move H5, let's say you want to take it.
Yes, for
okay.
example.
Now, a moment ago, if I played bishop check, you were ready to match. Meet me with the move E4.
Not
after
anymore.
bishop check, there's no more
Not
E4.
anymore.
And suddenly your king, this is what I meant about White's king being exposed.
Yes.
You can't. You're going to have to move your king, but
Where
you
do you
can't
move
move
it?
Question where I
F2.
go, yes.
Yeah, you can't leave F2 hanging.
That's amazing.
And H3 also is hanging if I move to G1, yes?
This is ugly. This is super
this
ugly.
is,
one,
yes.
Yes, it's
And
not good.
if you move to G1, this is what I meant. Why the bishop, why the white king is more vulnerable after H5.
So what do we need to play after H5?
Well, I
Can
guess you
play
have to defend the
Queen
G4 pawn somehow. So
Right.
Queen E4, yeah.
Queen E4, yes. So the idea is if Knight F6, I have Queen E5 at least at the moment. Yes.
That's
Yes.
okay.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
take
okay.
on G4.
You still take on G4, yes?
Of course.
And you still have those similar threats as you
Yes.
did a moment ago, including bishop D5.
And that's the big problem. Right now, if you take on G4, I don't even have to recapture back. I can go bishop D5 first.
Uh-oh. Don't like it. Yes.
Right.
You
And
go F3, I go queen takes G4 then. and
Okay,
if you
now
do
also
that,
the rook is also...
it's finito.
Yeah,
it's
not
over.
good.
oops.
Oh, that's some nice geometry right
Yes,
there.
bishop
King
Yeah.
F2, knight E4. A nice block of pieces.
I'll have to go king here, but still, it feels like Ray is definitely in big trouble.
Ray's in trouble.
What about our ladies?
Our ladies are,
Still, is Jennifer?
Jennifer is making some strides in her game.
She's just
She
played the move
managed to play
D5, D4, and that's a huge move because eventually this pawn on you don't want to do it, but you can understand that this rook will suddenly have great life, and this move F2. Well, okay, I have to
E3 is
do it.
coming, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
This pawn on
at one
F2.
point.
Yeah, it's starting to get really bad.
You know
Well,
what
it
the
has been
funny
bad.
part is
Yes.
about this position?
Yes.
Is that Talia is having her best position in like 30 moves.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
It's better
It was
than
so
before.
bad some time
it was
ago.
really bad, but right now she has some chances if she finds this move rook c3.
¿Qué
What?
pasa?
Rook C3?
Right,
Oh my
right,
gosh.
right. Rook c3.
Yeah. What
Okay.
happens after this move?
It's a bit of a funny move.
Yes.
But I do
exactly.
have a half of a threat. That is to take on d4.
Right.
And then open up the rook and trade the rooks off and actually just win a pawn like that. So you have to be a bit careful after rook to c3. You have to find a
the
way
idea
to
is
defend.
E takes d4, yes. Nice.
Yes.
I have to say, I've seen some funny moves in my life, like really peculiar, but that one has to be up there in terms of moves I didn't
And the
have on my
problem
radar.
is
No.
for black is that you cannot play d3. You would love to play d3, but
What
then
will
I just
happen?
take on d3.
Yes, of course, because now F3
And now
is
king
hanging.
takes F3. Actually, I can.
And then
Like
this
rook
is
d3
definitely,
first.
this is definitely
I
the
can play
best.
for a win now.
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
along those lines, right?
This is definitely the best position that Talia would have had for some time. Rook c3, again, that move.
I mean,
wow.
it's just beautiful in a way, right?
Right.
So if she finds this move, I'm sure Jennifer will be a little bit confused
Stunned.
at least, yes.
Yeah, well, I
She's
mean,
going to be
then-
upset.
Then she
Yes.
could drop her rook back. I mean, in
it's
view of
possible,
the
it's
threat that
possible.
you wanted to take, and to take on f3, I just get my rook out of dodge. That can't be that bad either.
Yes.
All right, and again, the game of Anna, well, there, I mean, it's all about how white is going to make progress, further progress. It's got to be based on little incremental, slow moves. You know, you just improve here, you improve there. And for Anna, it's going to be very difficult. She's got to worry about threats of h5. Maybe she even has to worry in these positions of threats of e4.
E4, yes.
And now I think Cristian is ready to take on his guest. Cristian, over to you.
We are indeed with Awander Liang. Awander, first of all, congratulations. A very tense finish for you in this game against Hans, but a successful campaign here at the US Chess Championships.
Yeah, I think the tournament overall went really well by my standards, and I think I started out with this loss against Elshan in round 2, but after that I went undefeated, +3 with white. So yeah, really way more than anything I could have expected. Going in, I just kind of wanted to finish in the middle of the pack, like maybe with an even score. But yeah, somehow my opponents kept giving me these chances, and I didn't even like take all of them. But yeah, I mean, what I had was my best U.S. championships ever, and like I don't know, it's just really quite surreal at this moment.
And how is homework going on nowadays? I wonder, did you catch up with your schoolwork?
No, we're behind quite a bit, but yeah. We can talk about that at a future time. right now, I'd really rather not think about it.
No confessions.
It's too depressing.
Absolutely, but your professors must be quite happy with the way you have performed here. And you were mentioning at the beginning of the show when we had our first interview that you were in close contact with some of your professors.
Right. I have a professor friend that studies chess, but unfortunately he's not one of my professors in the classes I'm taking. So I haven't been getting a lot of slack from the professors that grade my work, but it's fine, yeah.
How about today's game? Hans came up with this idea of queen to e2. Did you expect this, or?
No, yeah, I mean, I was quite scared for today's game because I think Nepo had this observation that Hans typically likes to announce his comebacks before he makes them. Then 3 days ago, he announced that he was about to make a comeback. Then I see he wins 3 in a row, and I'm like, wait a minute, like I'm playing him in the last round. Like, what's going on here? And yeah, I knew he just wanted to get a big fight. Like, I'm lower rated than him, and like, okay, I think what he got was probably not the greatest position. But basically, he wanted to keep it close and avoid a lot of trades. I think. Just like for this event, like my strategy has sort of been to keep the positions relatively simple. I think like in the whole tournament, I've probably only played like 2 or 3 middle games, actual middle games. Most of my games go like straight to the end game, and I think it's helped me conserve energy and just like I blunder less with schoolwork and all of that. So it's kind of my strategy going into the tournament. But here, like I thought, like okay, his position is so bad that like I don't even care if it's like a complicated middle game. But I think like his strategy really worked out because I like blundered almost immediately. I think maybe, yeah, somewhere around the middle, maybe after f4.
Let's take a look at what the
if you go back,
oh my
no.
goodness. I think I've done
Wow.
Okay, got it. No, I blundered. Okay, let's look at your board. Because this is going to take a while.
Oh, fix it. Yes. Okay, I wonder, we were talking about you needed to make...
Yeah, I think like this queen d7, queen c7 was a little sloppy, first of all. Like probably even queen c7 immediately because I think f5 is not even such a big threat. And then, yeah, I thought here maybe...
We're back.
You're back.
Okay.
That was fast.
I thought here maybe, yeah, instead of queen d7, like, okay, I can just go queen c7 immediately.
Instead of queen d7 at what point? All the way here.
Yeah. And then, okay, like, he can do the same thing, like play knight f3. But
Queen
C7.
C7.
Because I went like Queen D7, Queen C7.
Yeah.
And then, okay, here I have like F5 ideas, or even like what I had in the game with F6 is not so bad. But I sort of just allowed his knight to come to E1, which I just missed. And here, I definitely should have just went Bishop F7 or something like this after knight H4. At least it's more consistent with my plan. And the idea is like F5, G5, I lock up, or if he goes F5. Then I have G5, knight F3, B5, and I think I'm quite fast on the queen side.
Yes.
At least this was kind of my impression.
It feels like it. Yeah.
And
take on B5,
okay,
knight
it's quite
A5,
complicated,
knight
but
B3.
I was feeling good here. But after G5, like, okay, he looked at me a little funny, like, okay, it's kind of typical for him to do it. I realized, like, oh crap, he has this knight F5. And it was kind of a nightmare because, like, I wasn't focusing so well throughout this event, and basically I just immediately blundered. And here again, I thought I should go Bishop H7 instead of Bishop G6.
I think that was,
like, he got
Bishop
hit.
G6 was probably pretty decent.
Okay, again, like, I didn't realize.
Bishop H7 was fine as well.
I think.
Not a big change.
I didn't see Bishop takes D3. That's actually a horrendous miss. But I think, it's been quite typical of my play this event where, like, I think I'm quite fine if the position's very simplified, like we get into some sort of endgame. But in these middle games, like, my form is really just terrible. Like, I'm blundering everything.
Which you guys kind of did at this point, right?
But here I kind of felt like I was fine. Like, there's quite a bit of compensation for the pawn. And I mean, it's a normal position. Like, I think with the two bishops, I thought even I could get a little ambitious. But we just traded everything, and I think he defended this well. And then, I had to find some accurate moves, and it was more or less normal.
Awander, congratulations for your performance. Guys, any questions for Awander?
Yes. Well, first of all, again, congratulations to you, Awander. I watched you struggling at the U.S. Junior Champion. You come in as the wild card, and you play like you belong. What was the difference between your play in the U.S. Junior and your play in the U.S. Championship? You played really good here.
I think there's kind of a few big differences. I think in the juniors, first of all, I had 5 blacks, and like a lot of my black games were against some of the stronger players, and I really felt like I needed to push in those games, and it was quite difficult because like some of these juniors, like they're really strong, and I learned that the hard way, unfortunately. Of course, I had like my fair share of blunders, but I think in the juniors I sort of didn't really come in with the right strategy. I was playing all these very complicated middle games. Some of them I was getting tactically outplayed, and some of them like I just blundered really badly in the late stage. And here I thought like, I don't really feel like I'll have enough energy to play really long games every game, or just like these complicated positions where I need to think a lot. And I decided like, I made some changes to my opening repertoire. So like, first of all, with white, I had like several contingencies just in case there was schoolwork or I was really busy. Like basically I couldn't force a draw with white against any player. And with black, like basically, I wanted to make sure that like I kept it really simple. As I said, like a lot of endgames, a lot of very simple chess, so that like I knew that in these sort of complicated positions that I have a tendency to just blunder a lot, just because I'm quite rusty, and like mentally I didn't feel like I would have enough energy, especially late in the tournament. But what ended up happening in this event at least was most of I think I outprepared my opponents in nearly every game, and I got like the simplified positions that I felt like I could play really well, and luckily, I managed to avoid at least the worst blunders. I think, especially some of the late games, I did start blundering a little bit, but the positions were well within the boundaries of at least equality, so it didn't end up that badly.
Sounds like you really did a lot of work on your openings, and you achieved the type of positions you wanted. Anastasiya, any questions for Awander? A great performance.
Yes. I just wanted to ask which game you are proud of the most after this event. Which game you like the most?
Probably the game against Fabiano, I think, is basically my best game of the event. I mean, obviously I made plenty of mistakes, but it's probably been the most difficult. It was the most difficult game of my life because like just the amount of pressure that you face. Even like I got like all my preparation basically, and like the engine said like 000s after it. So I was like, okay, like with this Petrov, like it's amazing. But like then you start to feel like these 2750, 2800 guys, like they put so much pressure, and like just to be able to defend that position for so long and after 5-6 hours, like that's probably the best game I've ever played in my life. Even I mean not like from an objective standpoint, but just like I mean, like it's hard to describe. Like when you're like seeing across the board from this guy, like it's just so intense. It's like the most difficult game I've ever played, and I was definitely lost at some point or like several points. But yeah, even just to hold that, like I don't know. After the game, I felt so tired. I couldn't even like move or anything. Like I just laid in my bed for a few hours. I had this like minor headache. It was just such a tough game, and yeah, I was very glad that I managed to hold.
This is when you play against Fabiano. This is what happens, actually, yes. But I'm so surprised and even kind of shocked that you didn't pick up the game against Levon, but you picked this game.
Yeah.
Yes, it shows something, let's say, about the way you think.
Right.
Yeah, it was a good game against Levon, but yeah, again, like going into the tournament, I had like 4 players, which like I was just trying to hold against, and like, you know, like Fabiano, Levon, Wesley, and Dominguez, and I felt, yeah, against Levon, like basically I played this very solid line, and he could have forced a draw, but yeah, okay, he over pushed basically, or he really felt like he wanted to get a game. So I don't feel like it's as much of an achievement from my part, just because I don't know, he like yeah, it was kind of a surprise to win this game. But against Fabiano, like just yeah, I just felt so tired after this game, like. Yeah, it's probably really one of the best games I've ever played.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Once
and
again,
all the best of luck.
Our congratulations to you, Wanda. Very, very nice result indeed. Let's jump immediately to the game of Ray Robson, because my understanding is things are just going a little bit bad to worse. F2, F3, well, that's weakening the king side. This looks...
Big moment right now, though.
Yes.
He has to find the move knight to b6.
Knight b6.
Which is a little bit off.
It's
a little bit off, right?
Yes.
Right? It doesn't feel like you're supposed to go in that direction.
You want to play knight f6 or something like that?
Yeah, of course you want to play knight f6.
What
but here I
talking
understand. The rook wants to go to c7. So you want to close the rook off. If the rook goes to c7, you could also go queen to here.
Yes.
But if the knight is on c4, well, it stops the rook, and you're eyeballing this e3 pawn, which is an immediate checkmate, right? Like if like for example, knight b6, rook here, knight d5. Oops.
Yes. So
no, but this is truly very counterintuitive.
It is, because
so
knight
rook
f6.
c7.
Yes.
Actually, you have to go queen d8.
No, what?
This is the
why
idea.
not knight d5? Okay, first of all, why not knight d5?
Well,
we
knight
take on
d5 you can
f7.
play.
Yes, and queen b3,
b3.
Yes.
So it's...
You have to go queen d. Oh, this is so counterintuitive.
No, it's
It's very counterintuitive.
No, how can you find
If he
this
finds this, I mean, it's just incredible level of play.
But this is nice.
Very
though.
impressive.
It's beautiful because you're attacking the rook with a gain of a tempo, and you're ready to play knight to d5. Pardon me, knight to c4.
Yes.
And that would just be
It's all
lights
about
out.
minimizing the counter chances coming from white's pieces, active pieces,
unhuman.
right?
Okay, I would bet on this at this moment, like that he will not find it.
Commentator's curse. Be very careful. Yes. The moment you make a definitive, declarative statement, boy, I got to tell you, that is when you're really in danger. But I tell you, this move, knight b6, the moment you see it, you radiate. It has this really, really great appeal. The problem is everybody wants to play knight f6 and e4 as soon as possible, just to blow up white's king side.
But you know what? Now, once you see it, you start understanding, especially this move queen to d8. It makes some sense if you look at it, because your queen on h4 doesn't actually have a good way to invade. But via d8 and going to d2, that's a great way to invade.
Yeah, you can tell me, you can try to convince me.
But
still,
not very convincing. But no, queen to d8.
Wow.
Come on,
It's really crazy.
It's
this
great.
is very nice.
It's great.
And if you go like queen to c1, knight to c4,
yes.
No, I hate these computers, really. It's incredible. I mean, they find all these crazy moves.
I love this
Wow.
expression from Magnus Carlsen. Magnus was asked by a journalist, "Do you play against computers?" Not really. Well, why not? It's depressing.
Exactly. That's
It's depressing.
exactly what I feel. Knight b6. Oh my
Knight
God.
b6.
What did we bet? I heard
told you
dinner. I
guys.
heard dinner. Did you hear dinner, Christian? I heard dinner. yeah, we got a confirmation. Thank
Yes,
you,
yes.
Anastasia. That's very
Wait
kind.
a second. Queen d8. We have to wait for queen d8
But
first.
knight b6 is already the step. What a great move
Yes.
by Jeffrey. I
Yes.
mean, okay, this is clear. Knight d5, knight takes e3, runs into rook takes f7.
f7, yes.
Okay.
You want to play this move, so
Exactly.
queen d8 maybe, yes. He'll find it simpler because there is no other move.
Exactly.
Actually.
Exactly. But I mean, first of all, I think Ray has spotted it. I think Ray has spotted rook c7, queen d8.
And Ray has to make a move because he has 6 minutes on the clock right now.
For how many? What's the time?
It's already the second time control. So let's say we have 30 minutes until the end of the game, and at the moment, you can see that this is everything what he has, 6 minutes against 23.
And
So
that's
he plays
what-
queen e4.
Because he saw
Yes.
that the problem with rook c7, queen d8.
And
But now
immediately
this
knight
is the
c4.
beautiful. This is why the knight is such a beauty on the c4 square, because it just stops the rook from having a life.
And then I don't know what's happening if I play like rook d1.
Okay, unfortunately, you just took away my thunder. I was about to say that. Imagine you played a move
e4.
a4.
Okay, e4, yes. Oh, yes. Now, no, not
A
no
real
e4 for a
royal
moment.
fork coming in. But we do have a very special guest, a dear friend of ours, Christian, is with you.
They left the door open again.
He snuck in.
He snuck in. We have Maurice Ashley in the house. Maurice, tell us a little bit about the U.S. Chess Championships. What is your opinion on that?
Well, it's first of all, it's been fun being here, hanging out with everybody, getting to see you all, going to dinners with Rex and the like, and getting into arguments with Arena Krush and the whole thing. It's been great. The U.S. Championship, of course, is the premier championship in the world. We have the best average players at the high level. However, you got to wonder about the youth movement here, because we're seeing somebody like a Wonder who did really well, but he's in college. He's a college student. He's talking like, oh, I'm just trying to keep things simple and not blunder. You wonder how much he might stay in chess eventually. You want to see that happen with somebody that talented, really pursue it. We've been waiting for that breakthrough from Jeffrey Xiong for a while. He's been at that 2,700 cusp, and he's kind of plateaued there a little bit, and we're hoping to see him take that next step. So we really have to hope for more, I think, because the average age is a little bit high. I mean, the average age of our top 5 players, I took a look, is 34.4. Okay. That's the average age of our top 5 players. And for India, the average age of the top 5 players, including Anand, who's 52 years old, is 30 years old. So that's significant. The youth movement has to come, and we need to see the youngsters start to thrive.
And we're definitely seeing a very talented crop of players right now. You have Sam Sevian, Jeffrey Xiong, a Wonder, as you were mentioning, Hans Niemann as well. There's something about this last few rounds. The tension is building up, and we start seeing blunders and things of that nature. From your experience as a commentator, is that natural?
I think so. I think that I think it's more so, though, the length of this tournament. We haven't had 13 rounds in a while, and the players are definitely feeling the fatigue, the tension, the importance of the last few rounds. You see the savvy vets like Fabi who say, let me just chill out in the end and not do anything crazy and take those draws and let Ray suffer as he tries to catch me. So I think that's smart. But you also see somebody like Wesley So, who didn't start out that well, but given more time, the weight starts to come in, and the big dog shows that he's got real teeth. But I do think the length has been critical to the tournament. You mentioned those young players in particular. I think you only see the real emergence of Hans Niemann. I mean, for various reasons, he has become a lightning rod of attention. I wonder, I'm not really sure what his intent are, like I said. It really looks like he's bent on being a student. He really wants, he wants to diversify. It's clear, get a college degree, always nice to have something to fall back on and also to expand yourself as a person. I think Jeffrey and Sam Sevian, they've been there.
They've been there for a while.
We've seen them around. This is not their first rodeo.
No.
And we really need to see more. I know they want more. We don't need to put any additional pressure on them, but we really need to see more if we're going to see them carry that mantle into the next generation, into the next few years.
Speaking of Sam Sevian, and I'm sure you will love to talk about this situation. Did you see what happened yesterday with
the
decapitation of the king?
It's rare we get to say those words in chess. I would have really pumped that one up if I was doing this broadcast. Come on. Whoever sees a guy grab the opponent's king and then rip the top off. Yeah, okay, he didn't quite rip it off. The guy's like, dude, my king, no, take it then. You want it? You can have it. Wow. I'd have been in absolute shock. You try that in Brooklyn and see what happens.
Let's go glue it. Let's go glue it.
Let's go glue it. Bro, seriously? Where's the referee? You better come get this guy, fix the situation. That was absolutely hilarious. Never seen anything like it, and I don't think we're going to see anything like it for a long time to come.
No, I don't think so either. Guys, any questions for me?
Yes.
Well, Anastasiya, you first. I've got like 5. Just a second. I've been writing.
Yes.
Go on.
Okay, no, I just have one comment. Like every time Maurice comes to the city, to the town, something happens. Last time you arrived,
I know.
like,
No.
He brought this dark cloud.
Maurice brings the drama. That's for
yes.
sure.
I don't know what's going on here, but it's clear that maybe there is some connection.
But Maurice, come on, let's face it. The U.S. Championship, the creme de la creme of the United States, very respectable tournament, and somehow we got on this wrong track, and it's crazy. Why? What happened? It's something strange going on.
I don't know what to tell you. It does seem as though after what happened with Hans, it's all gone off the rails. Everybody is sensitive. You remember you made a mistake in your commentary during one of the games where castling was illegal, right?
Yes.
It was a hilarious moment.
Yes.
It was fun.
Yes.
It was just all in good fun. So I decided to post about it. They actually paid this guy for GM commentary, right?
Yes.
Now, of course, this guy is like one of my best friends. So no big deal. Take it in stride. Man, the number of people who got on your side and thought that I was a supreme jerk for making a joke about my good buddy is like, people, what? It's Christian.
I'll take the apology.
Yeah, right. I'm not apologizing for it. As much stuff if you said about me. There's no way I'm apologizing for that one. But people are sensitive.
Yeah. Wow.
We shouldn't talk like that now. You're crashing, condescending to your fellow commentator. Dude, he's Christian. Chill. Get out of here.
We've been having a lot of fun, and there's a lot of misinterpretation of a lot of things that are happening here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even when good friends are having. So I'm curious as to that sensitivity. I'm wondering if it's real sensitivity or is it people feel that they need to just simply be obnoxious or protest or amplify. A little thing happens and all of a sudden it turns into a conflagration. And you're like, whoa, what happened here? I just think it's the age we live in.
Look, we had a lot of fun here in the studio, and I bet Yasser and Anastasiya were having a lot of fun and a lot of laughs as well.
I had lots of respect. No. Even everybody, all the viewers noticed how much respect I had from my colleagues here.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now I gotta jump in, Maurice. So you watched the whole videotape, right? And the king and the cross, and here you can have your king. Then Hans comes in and he explains what was said. Oh, your cross, let's go glue it. Come on, together. We can leave and we can go glue it. I don't know if you lip read, but boy, that was not my interpretation of that conversation. Is that the way you saw it as well? Let's have a friendly discussion.
No. That wasn't friendly at all. That wasn't friendly at all. He's lying. Hans has been living in New York for a couple of years. New Yorkers don't talk like that. You're in Brooklyn, you just grabbed my king. Bro, like, what you doing? Right. Them could be fighting words right there. Fight, you know, there's no way. And you saw him looking at him like he was cray-cray. There's no way in the world they were being genteel, gentlemanly.
Yeah.
Let's go glue the king, please.
Yes, yes.
Nuh-uh, not at all. Look at that look. Bro, what are you doing?
Right. That was just, wow, so
Maurice,
so very
actually,
confusing.
have you ever had this kind of fights over the chessboard or because of something what happened on the chessboard? I mean, not you, but maybe we see it.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Right.
Like, no, I've never had a fight, although I have seen stuff happen at the board and certain kind of language, which we cannot have on this air.
Right.
Absolutely has happened growing up, like I said, in BK. You know, people get heated, people get emotional, and the trash talking starts, and, you know, but I've never seen a decapitated king.
Exactly.
Pick up your tickets right now. I mean,
I don't know. Christian's going to be dancing on the dance floor. No, we don't want to see that.
Man don't dance, Maurice. Man don't dance.
What kind of statement is that? And dude, I got a discount for you. It's like I got a 5% discount. Friends and family, those $25 tickets.
Yes, everybody can
You're so
actually
nice.
visit.
You're so nice.
Hey, you know, like I'm going out on the limb for you here, buddy.
I think I'm on the list. I think I'm okay.
Okay. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Maurice.
Thanks, guys.
And enjoying the show. Boy, we still got some huge, important games going on here, and especially in the ladies, as Arena Krush, with a victory, clinches her 9th title, and I want to get this right. That would tie her with Gisela Gresser for the only woman in the United States to win 9 titles.
Yes,
so it's a very historic
moment, actually,
moment
for American women's chess.
Precisely so. Mm-hmm. And she is doing a very nice job, in my opinion, is Arena. I love these positions for white. And one of the things that I think a lot of people don't understand about the queen is the queen should get an award as the best supporting actress.
Okay.
What I mean by that is the queen should be in the back, should not be in the front.
Okay.
And in this position, this is an ideal example of what I mean by the best supporting actress. What is your best setup? Rook on d4, queen on d2. And once you see that the rook on, the queen is going to be supporting this pawn, you get this idea of, okay, there's going to be this nice, exactly,
yes.
that there's going to be these e4, and there's going to be this nasty, nasty pin on the d file. So I think that Irina is doing a really, really great job. Not that she's winning immediately,
no,
but it's
she
the way to go.
puts lots of pressure
Yes.
on Anna, and maybe also the time is ticking.
The clock as well. And so I really like what Irina's doing. Now, on the other hand, the two ladies on board too, I put it like that, Jennifer and Talia are saying,
yes.
please, Anna, draw, get a result.
Well, Anna
because
has
Jennifer,
2 minutes on her clock, though.
Yes, that's what I felt. Like probably
Time trouble
that
again.
Irina also puts pressure on clock right now.
She's playing very well, Irina.
Yes.
I have to say.
And this position, Jennifer has been, well, more or less since the opening, had a very good position. But this position is, again, just what to say.
Great.
Just
it looks great.
Right.
But so many pawns already were traded.
But okay, so imagine that Black just plays, say, rook here, moves her king, and then just takes a pawn.
Which one?
H4.
H4, okay.
Yeah. But I want to make sure that the pawn, excuse me, apologies for that. I want to make sure that the e4 pawn is like over protected. Like I don't want to allow rook takes e4, knight takes g3, but
yes.
just to play rook
f4, yes.
and last round game. Wesley So is better against Sam Sevian, but no longer completely winning that we thought he was.
Hans Niemann
earlier.
made the draw with
a wonder Liang.
Yes.
And I thought that a wonder had the better position there at a certain moment in the game. And over to you, Cristian. What do you think about our all-important Irina Krush game?
Very, very cool game by Irina right now, and let's see if she plays this next move, because she's been improving her position
steadily
with every little maneuver, right? Queen d4, queen d2, rook to d4, and now she has another chance to improve her position with this move bishop to a4. Bishop to a4 forces the move b5, of course. Then I go back, and now you have another thing to worry about. Your king is weaker than it was a move ago, and this increases the pressure in the position. All of her pawns are on the light squares. All of Black's pawns are on the light squares, and that's going to be problematic in any ensuing endgame. I'm really liking what Irina is doing right now. She has another opportunity to increase the pressure with the move bishop to a4. And take a look at the time, 2 minutes and 12 seconds for Anna Zatonskih, and she doesn't like her position in 17 minutes, all the time in the world, and she played it.
Yes. By the way, it's very interesting that after she plays b5, bishop goes to b3, there is a threat to play e4 now, because now the difference...
Precisely.
Maybe, no, still on e6, queen will take with
Maybe
check.
not with the king on a2, but you can improve that. After
Yes.
king to a1, put the king on dark squares, and then go
play
e4.
e4, yes. Trying to use the fact that now also there will be some checks on d4, if rook takes on d4 and some variations.
The king is weaker.
The king became weaker.
Another weakness
and it helps.
that Irina will be working with.
Right.
Wow, this was really nice move, like bishop a4, provoking.
I was only like an expert player when I understood why the move bishop a4 was such a good move there, because I was one of those players who thought that when I moved my pawns forward, I was doing good.
Yes.
Like getting it closer to promotion. But in this case, what bishop a4 does is it forces the move b5, and this idea of creating weaknesses, that the pawns, when they advance, they leave behind weak squares. A5, c5 are weakened, which means that maybe one day a queen would arrive on a5, or maybe one day the rook will arrive on c5, and you won't like it. The move bishop b3, by the way, for me, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with the move bishop b3. But at this moment, I'm starting to think, what would be the ideal square for White's king? is G2 better than A2?
So, really, you want to go all the way to G2?
So
really?
the point is, Irina has such a grip on the position. It's like she can almost afford to make a very slow all the way over and put her king on G2.
Nice.
But the move bishop B3 is fine, but that kind of says to me, as long as black's queen stays on the C file, you're just going to play king A2. Now, what you guys were just talking about
For example,
also,
king A1, yes?
yeah, is like king A1, and here is
E4,
yeah,
yes.
this is your tactic.
And bishop takes E6, and if you take rook D4, if you try to make the intermediate move, I also have one. Queen D4 check. Yes.
Exactly. You're not in time to take the bishop, and that will cost a piece. We do have king B6, by the way, on
Yes.
the board.
So what is the difference? I think still we can play king A1.
Right.
And what happens
Well,
here?
I think it's time for for black to get out of the threat of E3, E4.
So the difference will be that if we still play E4, you take, I take on E6, just to show.
It's
then
no longer check.
It's no longer check, so rook D4, you have to take with the queen, and then black recapture the bishop. You didn't achieve anything.
You lost pawn.
You lost the
indeed.
pawn, yes, actually. Yes.
It's not good. So now Irina needs to figure out her best setup and what she should do.
Maybe we can still play E4 and take F7 pawn. What do you think about this idea? Yes, we don't take E4, but we take on D7.
Take, and something of, well,
Bishop
no.
F7. Oh, bishop D5, yes. You see, I'm so concentrated on
yeah, you don't, yes.
I didn't pay attention. Like.
Okay, so this...
What about this ending? I see
very,
that
very nice for white. I mean, again, it's like one of those endings that can only be two results.
Yes. But is it enough to win? Because if you want to go, you really need to be sure, right?
Exactly.
Normally.
Exactly.
The only thing what I can understand about this ending that all pawns are on the white squares, which for sure favors white.
Precisely. Another rule, and I think this was actually from a book by Michael Cheeshan.
Okay.
And it was a very nice book. Adrian. He had made a book for the FIDE. It was for the FIDE trainers, in fact. So this is a book that FIDE produces that says, hey, if you want to become a senior trainer, you got to know
you have to read all
this
these
type
articles.
of information.
Yes, I remember.
So there was two stresses that Adrian was making. Stress number one, patient. Patient. When you're in an endgame, play it slowly. There's no rush. When you're winning, don't go overboard, make forcing moves. Second, try to create two weaknesses in the position. So we understand we've got one weakness. Let's try to make a second weakness. I like your idea of E4 transferring into bishop-only game. How about F3? What's the idea? Let me just make a bad move.
Yes.
G4.
No, I started to
and
understand this.
If you do this, if you do help me by trading, this is...
Immediately you start running with this pawn, and then at the moment black tries to...
It's a decoy,
yes,
right? I will crash
D5,
through
yes.
on D5.
Yes.
So I liked your suggestion very much of just, hey, look, go E4, trade rooks, trade queens, take the pawn, and maybe I win.
Yes, but
you
it's
have
still
to be
unclear,
sure.
yes.
Or
yes, it's better, but maybe
the
not
method
winning.
that Adrian was pushing, which was look for an opportunity to create a second weakness. Now, in this case, F3 and G4 appeal to me. In another set of circumstance, the second weakness might have been to play for A4, create a weakness on B5, put your bishop on D3. You understand the concept of just making more troubles for your opponent.
I think in general this quality to be patient. I don't know how to learn it, but it's like one of the most important things in order to develop.
Yes, endgame player.
It's really difficult. I mean, I understand all this. The other thing, when you have your game, you still try to make all this
quickly. I want to win quickly.
Yes, I want to win. So the fact that Irina puts so much pressure and shows actually with slow moves
Check
in a way.
out what she did. She didn't play King A1 with that idea of E4.
A4, okay.
Second weakness.
Yes.
So, but at the same time, that's why my question was, if I was going to play a4, my king would be on g2. If I'm playing a4 and ab, I'm starting to wonder
Who is attacking?
why did I expose my own king? So a4, we'll keep an eye on this. And Cristian, back over to you. How about Ray Robson?
Let's take a look at what's happening in Talia just before
Please.
we go to Ray Robson, because right now Talia versus Jennifer. Talia is a pawn up, and finally one of her rooks at least is getting some play in the game, right? The problem is that I also managed to bring my knight to the attack, and after knight to g6, knight takes h4 is coming, and it seems like this is not going to be pretty for Talia. Also ideas of knight to f4 followed by e3 take advantage that after the move knight to f4, my pawn on d3 is protected, and you cannot take on e3 because you lose the knight on g3. A lot of threats in the position, and of course, you cannot touch the pawn on h5 because of knight to f4, you lose the rook on h5. So, big moment right now and big move for Jennifer. Knight to g6, this would pretty much seal the deal at this point.
Okay, very
Let's go to
nice.
Ray, because Ray is down to his last 3 minutes as well, so maybe we can keep an eye on that one.
Absolutely. I know we have a very interested spectator in Juan Fabiano Caruana.
At least one
looking
for
at
sure.
One for sure.
That guy.
That guy. The guy who's in the dugout. He's like waiting for outcome. Queen c7 by Jeffrey with a rather straightforward threat. e5, e4 discovered check, and there goes the queen. Now, having said that, what's his follow-up? If I go king back to g2, does he want to play h4? I don't know. I wouldn't suspect so. I see the threat of queen c7, Cristian, and I'm not sure, is there another quick
what
follow-up?
is the move? I think
king
we've
g2.
seen
I just
king
moved
to
my king.
g2. Okay, king to g2 was
No, I'm saying that he...
So not
did
f4. Yeah, he played king g2.
He did play, yeah.
He played king g2. Now, with the queen on c7, can I start getting ready to go h4 followed by e4?
Yeah, that was my question. Should he be playing for h4 and
Why not?
e4?
I mean, if I manage to get e4 on the board, I think I'm doing quite well.
Yeah, but it's like I thought you wanted to play h5 and
You want
in
to
order
keep
to
the tension,
break
right?
up the king side, not to close it.
Yes, but if you break it up, also my rook gets some sort
So
of employment in the position. Right?
Let's say I
Via the
crawl
h5.
away. If you go here, I've
Then
got
you give me a check, yeah,
and
yeah.
then I'm going to play f4, keeping things locked down.
Right. So maybe I have to prepare it. Maybe I have to go king h7 first. After king f2.
Oh, sorry.
So
you
king
still
f2,
like
maybe.
h4?
Sure, why not? Let's...
King f...
Maybe h7 or h6. I'm not 100% sure where.
Right.
By the way, h4 is on the board.
h4 is on the board.
It's on the board.
Okay. And I guess I've got to get out of the threat of e4. You know, again, I'm going to... My
So you're trying to
intention
go
is to
f4.
meet e4 with f4, whether... Still a lot of
Work to do.
So now I go queen d6. I'm saying that finally I took over the d file.
That's an important file.
There's not going to be a big tactic, it seems like.
Right.
It's just going to be a slow build-up in which I'm taking more and more important squares from your position, from your possession as well.
Exactly. I can easily imagine you playing g5 and e4. And what is happening, by the way, in the Wesley So game? I mean, Wesley will be making a dramatic return.
Actually, yes, if he wins the
If
game
he
and
wins the
Ray
game.
loses, he will tie for the second place.
He's putting some pressure, but that one is not that important, right? I think we
No?
should stay with this
Okay.
Ray versus Jeffrey game. This is the title.
This
There's
is the
a title on the line.
Right.
Yes.
And by the way, he didn't play king f2. He played instead rook d1.
Rook d1.
Not worrying about knight b2 because of queen d6 and or queen d8.
So queen d6, queen c2, and then rook d2. Seems to be the saving grace.
Check. And oops, I'm just doing fine in
Just
that
in time.
position. Yep.
All right, so now we should... You're trying to go rook queen d8, right? And you're saying that that endgame maybe it's okay for you.
This is once again
F4,
that
yes.
position. And maybe in this exact position, well, no, queen hangs my pawn.
What about this idea of playing bishop d5?
Bishop d5, something we looked at a
That
moment.
probably forces you to go e4 almost, right?
Does it?
I have funny ideas of taking on f3 and going e4.
Yes, it's funny actually.
I'm not sure if they work, but they look funny.
Yes, some queen g3 after.
I don't even know what I do for a pass, by the way, to allow you to do that. Let me make a terrible move,
Yes.
and you have this, huh?
I don't think it actually works, but they look like
so
something
you take
interesting.
with them, okay, yes.
And then you hide, and it seems like you're actually
run away?
running away, maybe.
Yeah.
Even
Too
though
much.
I still have queen h2, even in that position.
King d3.
King d3, knight b2. But then even at the end, you have some queen e7, queen h4.
We go to give checkmate.
Yeah, unnecessary.
Or,
Very
yeah.
unnecessary.
Right. Very good. All right. Well, there's definitely. Okay.
Still,
Still something, you know,
Tough.
some labor in the position.
A lot of
time
labor.
is important.
Now remember, having the victory, let's say, slip away from his grasp and tying for first and forcing a playoff, Ray is thinking, look, a draw would be great, and I
Yes.
take clear second, and life will be really, really, really wonderful
This it happens sometimes, yes.
for everybody. Yeah.
So now it's Jeffrey who is thinking at this moment. So Ray can.
It's time a factor for Jeffrey. I know it's always.
sure,
He has
for sure.
around, I think, 6 minutes and 30 seconds on his clock. Maybe we can see it. 5 minutes, never mind.
Means, and
3:29.
Yes, 3:29. Okay.
Okay, if
Everything will
I'm
be
in
decided
if
now.
I'm in Jeffrey's shoes, the move I desperately want to play, of course, is e4. But the problem with e4 is check and then shutting things down
F4,
with
yes.
f4. So one move that definitely comes into my mind is this idea of playing g5, so that when I do play e4 and you give me a check and I move my king, I'm not sure where I
Yes.
should move my king, you're not going to play f4.
Maybe I
I'll
still
be able to
play,
capture.
but I'll still play and take on e4.
But it
maybe.
feels like g5 weakens the
But
king.
then knight e3 is.
It
Maybe
does.
I can go
it
something
does.
like queen e4 now.
Okay, then finally you stop me altogether from playing e4 by playing queen
And
d4.
now any check on the 7th rank is almost a mate if I manage to do that.
Right.
You know, I feel a bit uneasy in my king's position.
With the king. Okay, so you like the pawn on g6
Yeah, I like
as
the
a
pawn on-
protection.
Maybe you move
E4.
the king.
Whoa.
What? e4. Okay.
e4, well, this is force. Check.
Well, queen d4 has to be played.
Yeah, that is just a force, because again, anything that allows queen g3 check, we just shy away from. That's
All
just,
right, so
yeah.
let's try to calculate it.
Check,
E4.
king has to go.
Probably f7, right?
f7, fine.
I'm not sure.
I was going out
Actually,
of the
good
way.
question. So many moves.
I'm really not sure.
Where
where
to
I
You
go.
want to go to, okay.
I want to keep queen f6 at bay. I don't want you to have queen f6, queen h4 ideas.
Okay, so after king f7, f4, as white, I'm feeling a lot happier that this pawn is on e4, where, quite frankly, I think it's vulnerable.
One thing I can do is exchange the queens right
Queen
now.
queen. You could also do it queen e5.
How?
Maybe queen b6.
Queen b6. Yes.
You would like to trade queens by queen b6.
It's
Wow.
an idea in the position, and now that's why I also
You
wanted to have the king on
take,
f7.
and maybe if you play rook d6, knight
Knight
c4,
c4
then
back,
rook h6.
yeah.
If you give this pawn on a3, it's bad. Yes.
I
No,
think
it's
that
not so
It's
pawn-
not so
clear.
bad. Not so
Not,
clear.
not so clear at all.
So let's see. Queen to d4, we're expecting.
Queen
Ooh,
c3.
Queen c3. Okay.
Why? What is the difference?
We did not anticipate that.
No, because
Queen
then
to
queen
c3.
b6 can be unpleasant because how will you
Okay,
protect?
let's just for the moment just say king f7, because we're, again, we've got this crushing.
Queen e5.
Oh, wait. He wanted to go queen e5 all along.
I don't understand.
Queen e5.
So what happens if you
Instead
trade
of king
queens?
f7.
Queen e5.
So.
Oh, that's a completely different approach by Jeffrey.
So he just maybe wants to say this is winning, or what? You take on a4, or you play a4? I don't know.
I don't know. And then we kind of get that same ending that we just spoke about with the queen on b6, and instead of having the pawn on f4, they're doubled.
That's an interesting approach by Jeffrey.
Yes.
Queen
He
takes
takes,
knight
yes.
takes e5.
No, I just wonder if he'll play a4 or he takes the c4 pawn.
Well,
it's still a pawn.
The problem with f4
Yes.
is that after knight here,
How to defend, yes.
it's not so easy for you to take this pawn either, keeping in mind that there will you would have to preface it, pardon me, with king f2 and rook d4, rook takes e4. That's going to be a lot of moves. In the meanwhile, knight takes, knight takes.
So what do we do? F4
Well,
you have to take on e4.
You have to take, yes?
I think you have to
It
take
feels like this, that you kind of... Yeah.
Oh, wait.
What?
No, never mind.
Don't leave us hanging, dude. What was the great move? What was the idea?
No. It was a very bad move.
Anastasiya,
Yes.
as our broadcasts, 13 broadcasts of
Yes.
these 13 championship rounds are coming to a close. It's time to give thanks to a lot of people. There's no way these broadcasts would have happened if not for Rex and Jeannie.
Of course, absolutely.
Right off the top. Their philanthropy, their support is just fantastic, and we just say thank you.
Yes, we really appreciate everything, what they do here.
Secondly, the club, and the staff, everybody at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. I mean, you come in, they're friendly. What can we do for you? How can we help you? You need this and this and this. It's just so wonderful.
Absolutely. They make sure that everything will go really great,
Right.
also in terms of the event, right? I
Right,
mean,
and
there's some organization.
Tony Rich, his whole staff, Ryan Chester, everybody, Caleb, thank you all.
Yes.
And even Ben Simon. You know, I mean, come on. Ben has been there since I was.
Ben Simon, yes.
I was doing commentaries for the Grandmaster and Rez. And Ben Simon would be there at each of those and recording and uploading. And so there's so many people we'd like to thank. Our event coordinator, Rebecca.
Of course, so many people who work behind the scenes
Exactly.
here. Also Vanessa West, who was a journalist for this event and who was doing recaps, and
Right.
she was taking care of social media and
Yeah.
everything. Of course. So who is else in our list?
The Silverback and Spectrum studios, the producers,
Yes.
and all of the people behind the scenes. We have the Kevin and Brian Adams
Yes.
and Marcus, and
have Tom.
Megan, our
Yes.
graphics editor. You see the beheading of the king. There in the graphics.
Exactly. Yeah, that was fun.
Really, really, really nice. And again, it's just that it's one thing, you kind of come to work and, but no, you come to work here and it's like you're enthusiastic.
You enjoy this time, yes.
Right.
Also, all the team who works here, right?
Exactly.
I mean, who are helping
Ty
with
and
all.
and Finn getting our coffees and making
Helping
us
with
feel.
everything,
Yeah. And again, to our audience for shouting out and telling us we're doing a good job and that the team chemistry is working and that,
Yes,
you know,
there is some respect here and stuff like that.
Let's not go too far.
No, but many comments. Actually, during this event, I would say that the social media, again, I mean, many people started to follow the accounts, many comments. Also, on YouTube channel, you can find all the interviews which we had during this period of time. So many people were watching also the interviews if they didn't catch them during the broadcast.
Right.
So it's very important. I would like also to thank you, Yasser. It's so many lessons I learned. I mean, literally, I have a feeling that my understanding has improved.
Wow.
And let's see.
Let's not go too far. But yeah. We'll
and
see
same
how it
for
goes.
Christian
But
as well.
I wanted to say thank you, Anastasiya. I mean, you get thrown in deep end with Christian and I, and you come in every day with a big smile. You're very enthusiastic, so thank you.
Because it's such a pleasure to be a commentator in one of the best maybe the best national championship, right? U.S. championship is really, we always were following them. Even I was not here, I always really liked what was happening. And lots of fight, really great prizes. I told Yasser also that when I was like 10, 15 years ago, when women started to get this crazy amount of money, 10,000 for the first prize, I thought maybe it's time to change change the citizenship, get the green card. You know, so like really great support also to women players, and I really appreciate it as well. As big fan of women chess myself.
And finally, and this is very important, a big shout out to the players. I mean, our job as commentators is so much easier when everybody is fighting really, really hard and playing for a win. And the large number of decisive games give us something to talk about. If everybody's just playing Berlins and making a draw, this would not be a fun event to call. So a big shout out to the players. And lastly, and low man on the totem pole, I mean, you know, the podcaster himself, Cristian. I can't believe it. You were wonderful. It was great. You would come in every day with a big smile as well.
And dancing for us. You know,
yeah, well, the dancing.
Just this one time.
Yeah, the dancing. Well, that was a little bit weird, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know if you felt uncomfortable, but but Cristian, you were wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I had a lot of fun working with you two. I think the chemistry was good. I really enjoyed it. And the games have been wonderful. And actually, let's talk about the games.
Let's talk about the games.
It's still not over. Yes, I just wanted to say it's not over,
Let's talk about the games.
This one is about to be over. The game between Talia and Jennifer Yu, because, I mean, Jennifer Yu just invaded the king on e2. d2 is coming, e3 is coming as well. You cannot move the rook from the h file because you get checkmated. So if you move the rook anywhere, rook d5, for example, is checkmate in 2 moves. Rook h3 followed by rook to f3.
Position.
And of course, this is over. e3 is coming.
Yes. It looks really winning.
You don't want to go d1 and get only 1 rook for your labor. No. You want to get much more than that. You go e3 right now.
Exactly.
And that puts a lot of pressure, guys, on Irina, who really needs to win this one. But
otherwise, it's a playoff. We'll go through the mutual admiration all over again tomorrow, please.
Actually, yes.
That would be terrible. Yes. That would be terrible. By the way, that e3 move, I think that's just a clincher. By the way, there's no way I'm playing d1 here. I'm looking at king f2, and
there's
done
a
deal.
Our
Again, Jennifer,
no,
what
she's
a
very
roller
impressive.
coaster.
Unbelievable.
What a roller coaster
ride. It doesn't
ride.
matter how she finds the strengths, you know, to come back and just play like nothing happened the day before. I mean, after such a game with Irina, it would take months for me to come back to normal, you know? Wow.
Wow.
Great.
And there's a lot of pressure on Irina right now, who I'm not sure if she's winning or anything of that nature. Anna is really fighting very hard to hold on to the draw in this position.
By the way, I think it's kind of funny because I was talking a while ago about Irina bringing her king to g2, you know, taking the walk across the board and getting her king into safety. It's kind of ironic that actually Anna Zatonskih is the one who's taking the perp walk here. And is that the right decision? Because
can we take the pawn?
That was my question. Can we take the pawn?
You can, but you know what that means. It means that my rook is invading as well, and I'm getting counter
Bishop
chances.
takes d5. Bishop takes
we exchange everything, and then I go c2 at the end.
Gets traded, whether...
And then rook c2. Oops.
Are we sure we want to play this?
I don't know. It's actually who is better.
No, I'm not. I'm not sure I would want to go down this path at all. Anything where I have to play f4 and... You know, this rook is really, really active rook. It's about to go to f3, and
maybe I can go even rook to g2. Actually,
well, the one problem, unless I'm trapping the rook to g2, rook here,
g5.
Unless I'm trapping the rook with some crazy move.
This is funny. With f6, yes, rook g6, king f7. Yes, this is funny.
It could be awkward, but no, I don't think Irina would be anywhere close to winning that ending.
She's thinking about it.
But queen c5.
And by the way, I think Irina just dropped down to her last minute as well. If not, queen takes c5? Wait a minute.
Queen takes c5?
I think she just decided to simplify the position. Maybe...
Whoa. Remember I talked a moment ago about creating a second weakness.
King h3, king b4, that's why.
Don't allow b4 because whose weaknesses, you know, and hold on.
I think she's kind of, she thought she's winning this pawn,
let me just double check.
That's a very good question.
Now, you can't play king here, that's for sure. And if you play king here, I won the pawn. So the only move is this, right? But doesn't that king
Bishop
look
D7
a little...
maybe?
Yeah, doesn't that king look
Okay,
a little
this
bit...
already...
A little bit strange?
I don't know, guys.
Maybe it's already dangerous. Wow, b4.
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe after b4 you have to go... No.
You have
no way.
choice.
So, for example, you take rook b5, maybe I have to play already king a3 and bishop a4, and then b3, you know, ugly move,
Okay,
but what can I do?
She's done it. b4 check on the board. And
wow. I'm sure Irina missed it. I'm sure.
One of the strange problems that the opponents of Anna Zatonskih have, and I've seen this at Olympiads, I've seen this at the U.S. Championships. Anna runs down on her clock, and the girls are all really happy.
Yes.
Oh, now that Anna's in time trouble, I will take advantage of her. No, no, no.
No way.
No, no, no. She starts playing even better with no time on the clock. It makes no sense.
It's Ukrainian school, by the way. You know, it's also Gaponenko. If you know Inna Gaponenko from Ukraine.
And guess who's back in the game as well? Ray Robson is back in the game. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
What?
He's not losing anymore right now.
What? Okay, go ahead. Take it away, Cristian.
Well, rook to c6, this is what we have right now. Rook c5 is coming. I'm going to pick up the b5 pawn. If I manage to pick up the b5 pawn, then I
thought the knight was going to c2 and picking up the b4 pawn.
I know, let's see.
We've got g5 on the board.
Yes.
Okay. And
how did all of this happen in the 6th hour of play? Like, what the heck?
So we expect king f2 maybe in the position.
Okay, I'm just... Sorry, excuse me for doing this. Oops, I've got the wrong position. I've got to refresh. So we left it after the queen trade.
He took on a4, yes, knight c4.
And then I thought this was all she wrote. I thought it was coming knight to c2. 10 seconds.
But knight
for
c2,
Ray,
okay,
down.
6, yes. Oops, he made a move with how many?
So
just a few seconds.
So I thought this was winning for Jeffrey after knight c2. He played king f6, knight c4.
And Irina just missed a win.
What?
I don't understand anything. There was
Irina
a win?
just missed a win, and right now, it seems like, oh my goodness, Anna might be back in the game.
Wow, what is going on?
I think it's just really the tension. The tension is so high that players started to do some mistakes simply because it's
a marathon to begin with, right?
Yes. It's already fifth, or maybe the end of the fifth hour of play. And
let me check.
Yes.
Yep.
So everyone is like
the end of the 5th hour.
Really tired and exhausted after so many rounds. I mean, it's a big chance that you will start making mistakes. Wow.
And king f2 on the board now. Well, again, I mean, I'm just seeing this move, rook to c5, and how am I going to deal with this move, rook to c5? I've got to keep this guy under control. I've got to keep the b5 pawn. He's played knight e5, and he's looking at bishop c4.
Well, don't go rook c5 now.
No, there's knight d3 check, but rook b6 is forced, right?
Rook b6, bishop.
But knight d3 check. So probably they will just trade everything and... Let's say they'll play this 4 against...
Yes, but that should be enough for equality, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, equality for sure.
That's all Ray wants right now.
Well, I mean, but why did Jeffrey... Why did Jeffrey go for this whole line? Because I thought he was just much better.
He was, yeah. He was. Maybe not right now in the last couple of moves, but he did have great chances before.
Well, in this ending too, I meant
even with knight and bishop,
queens. Yeah, I thought that after we got here.
Oh, in this endgame, yeah. No,
he should have played knight c2, right?
So what do you do? Rook a6 still you can play.
Well, I was going to go knight c2.
No, but bishop is hanging, so rook a6 first.
And bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
This was the key. Yes. Pick up the b4 pawn and take it from there.
Yes, you have
a passer.
So if I try something like e5,
don't forget, my king is actually pretty close.
I agree.
So
and something like rook b6, and we will stop it, but I will try to move mine.
Wow, but let me just
chances was really great chances.
Let me just refresh because
pick up that pawn and take it from there. I mean,
Right.
you have the passer, and then you have real chances of winning that.
And once again, our congratulations to Jennifer,
Who won the game?
who won with black after these championship rounds. I mean, sometimes you feel they bring out the best in players, but also the worst in players. And what happened in this game of Arena? Just a second, let me refresh. Because you said she missed a win?
Oh yeah, she missed the win.
Could
Go
you
back a few moves?
Yes,
Yeah.
so before.
When the king was on d6, keep going. At that point, e4.
Exactly now.
Exactly at this point, e4 first.
I see.
And
She,
this is
in
just weak.
fact, she included a nice little extra move, and this is where we stand currently.
Yes.
And this looks fine for black
It
suddenly.
is fine. Yes, it is
Yes,
fine.
if you
Because the
exchange
king is
everything.
beautifully centralized. Guys, I think we're going to have a playoff.
We might have a playoff, guys.
Yeah.
I take all my words back.
You apologize. I'm sorry. It should never have spoken out of turn.
Yes.
But I'm
Look,
thinking
it's still not
Bishop-
over. I mean,
No,
this
no,
is
it's not.
the commentator's curse.
Who's in time trouble?
Both of them.
Oh, okay. That makes it simple.
But Anna is actually ahead on time right now. She's on 2 minutes and 14 seconds against 45 seconds for Irina.
Wow. Yeah, I'm holding my breath.
Yes, everybody.
I think
yes.
you are too.
Yeah, cannot believe what's going on. Like now,
Okay, if
exchange
I'm
everything.
in Anna's shoes, I want my pawn on a5, I want my pawn on f6, and I'm going to go king e5, and I'm like, I've got the draw clinched, and if I get those moves in, and I don't see how Irina's going to be able to take advantage. If the bishops come off, then the pawns are perfect. 7 seconds.
Really? Wow. So she
Yes.
decided to take.
And by the way, also a little bit,
Yes.
That's almost an
not-
acceptance move.
Yes.
I just accepted the fact that we're probably going to draw this game.
Yeah, but it was, again, this capture on d5 was not made with alacrity. It wasn't made like,
Like
snap.
normal.
She was not happy.
You right?
No,
Okay, but
no.
look, the time is running. I mean, she can just lose like that if she will not pay attention.
King
Wait a second.
e5.
14 seconds.
10 seconds right now for Irina.
Unbelievable.
That
It's very
Bishop
simple.
takes
Okay, bishop
d5,
takes
so-
d5, and then king d3 probably.
bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. Very good. By the way, while Irina's been thinking, Anna's been picking up time on her clock, and Irina's got to be. Doesn't she have to be a little careful, or am I
Yes.
making a mistake?
But you just
She's got
moved
the
the-
more active king.
Yeah, but you just go king e3.
And there's no.
I'm not taking on d5. No.
No,
I'm not
no,
taking
king
on
c3.
d5.
King
No, no.
c3.
King e3 or
Yes.
king c3, and then
I see.
if you don't take on d4, then I move my rook away.
Yes.
So if I play, for example, a move like
I
king
give you
C-
checks.
Yes.
Checks.
Yes.
Checks
Okay.
or something.
I don't exchange there.
Right.
Because
That's
your
what
king
I
is a
wanted
bit-
to say. That
You
maybe,
better don't do this, yes,
Right.
to keep
Trade
the
on
balance.
my term. Is
If
that
you,
right?
Yes, if you want to keep the balance, just.
Yeah. So king e5.
What
then.
about black? Can black take on d4? Ask better
Then-
questions.
Well, then the thing is, then white has the.
The opposition. yes.
Well, but also the
More active
more active king, and that was what I was trying to avoid. So if I'm honest. Anastasiya, Anna Zatonskih, I'm playing king e5.
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead, take my rook, or
Or move it away, but I'm
no,
not taking
a5.
this
I've got
rook
king
yet.
c4. That's the Anna is taking her time.
Yes. But maybe she is afraid king e5. I take and king b4.
Okay, that was a race.
What about
that? Maybe
this?
she's trying to calculate.
Yes.
I'm probably being way too slow, right?
Yes, I think white is better here.
Takes b4.
Or,
Takes b5.
But actually f1.
H.
No, maybe you could play f5, but no.
No.
b8
pardon
also
me.
check.
I can
B8
also take on
check.
g5. And
Okay, b8 is also check. So,
Yes. B8 is a check.
by the way, just to mention, Alex Lenderman
Won his game.
won his game. So,
And
Alex
I think
did
Ray
not have a
Robson right
good-
now and Jeffrey are going to make a draw. So I think we're going to have a repetition, and that means we will have a U.S. champion. So maybe we can move to that one.
Let's check this game. Yes, it's very important for the standings right now.
Between Ray Robson and Jeffrey Xiong, and I mean it's
A draw in this game means Fabiano Caruana is
the champion.
the 2022 U.S. champion.
And also it means that Ray Robson will be the second. And
Yes.
imagine if Ray would make this draw a long time ago. He would have come to the studio and say, oh, okay, this draw, but I didn't want to risk and something. Now that you made the draw after all what happened, you are
Right.
so happy. You are like, oh, yeah, I made a draw. Second place.
Yay!
It's been
Clear
an interesting
seconds.
ride for Ray.
Well, there we go, and we do expect
King F7.
Yes.
King F7 and
We've
a
been
draw
repeating
by
the
Ray.
moves, Rook to A7, and that means we're going
Big
to see a
miss
draw.
by Jeffrey.
Huge miss
Yes.
by Jeffrey.
Right. But do you know what this means?
What?
It's terrible. It means that Christian.
Yes, I know what you want to say now. Yes, choose the right.
guy. Can you believe it?
I can.
It's terrible.
Last time I also chose Fabi and he also won. Yes, I remember this 9LX championship. Yes, it was more exciting at this moment. He was not leading at all, so he came first only at the last round.
Right,
so.
against
But now,
Ali Reza,
okay, Christian, I will have to kind of admit that he won this race.
Lucky,
What can I do? I
lucky.
mean,
lucky.
professionals are professionals.
Yes. Okay. Actually, it's going to be second time that Fabi, right? It's going to be his second title of the U.S. champion.
His very first was after he was born, of course, here in the United States, but then he went to play for Italy, and then
He won 4
came
times
back
Italian championship.
from Italy to the United States, and when he was eligible for his first U.S. championship, he won, and that was back in 2016. That
long
was
time
already
ago.
6 years ago. So, I mean, his second title will be more than welcome as far as Fabi's concerned. And Fabi has not had a great 2022, not at all. He's had some real problems, difficulties, but winning the U.S. championship will
cheer him up
a lot.
Washes a lot of sins away.
Yes, victory does that, doesn't it? It washes away the sins, cleanses.
Yeah.
Okay, rook check. And how many times have they reached this exact position?
Well, actually, King E7, Jeffrey did not play before, so that was an escape out of repetition. King F7 was his previous move.
So what, he'll play Bishop D7?
I doubt it. I mean, Bishop D7, King E4,
Yes,
maybe you're starting to
hope. Maybe you can take on D7 and King F5.
Especially if you start pawn hunting, like Knight F2, and try to go for H3, then I go King D5, E6, and you might resign. But once you play this move, King to E8, it feels like, wait, is Rook G7 a move now?
Well, that was my next question.
No, but then I take and then I go Knight F7. I take on E5 and I go Knight F7. Don't do that.
Maybe it's a last trick.
Don't do that. That's the last trick. These guys, man. They're going to give you every single chance to mess it up.
Right. Knight F7. By the way, I think the rook is entrapped,
but no need to do this.
No need to do this. Rook A. By the way, Rook A check. He played that move with alacrity. Is time a factor at this exact moment?
No, Rook.
Okay,
now there's going
have
to be a
more than
repetition.
Yes,
Right?
Okay. So I think we're about to make a repetition, and then we can officially congratulate Fabiano on winning undefeated the U.S. championship for the second time.
Rook A8.
+4.
+4 is a nice score.
Did he? Well, when he was +4 after, I don't know, round 7,
he never won
was
any
having a 2,900 result. But now maybe only +4 after round 13. Maybe he just gained a few rating points?
Maybe a couple, but the title is
what it's all about, of course.
And also 60,000.
Yeah,
60,000 is not bad either.
Qualification to the World Cup. Yep.
And
It's
yes,
all good.
qualification. I think he maybe could qualify by rating as well, but okay, it's another
To the World
story.
Cup,
Yes, to the World Cup, but I don't remember exactly the rules.
Do we? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Rook A8 checks. How is this not a 3-time repetition?
I don't know.
I
Maybe
think it probably is, but none of the players want to actually call the arbiter.
And give the opponent 2 minutes on a wrong claim?
Maybe not. Maybe the satisfaction. They don't want to give their opponent the satisfaction that, okay, I was the one that asked for it.
King
Okay,
E7.
king e7. And still he doesn't claim a draw.
How many times king e7? I see.
Already, like,
I'm
king
counting
E7.
3.
Third time, for sure, 3 times. Yes,
For
he could
sure,
claim.
I see king e7 3 times
Me
also.
too. Yes, and rook a8, rook e7. Yes, it was, the repetition happened 3 times already. So I don't know if, so they will repeat 5 times, so let's, what will happen?
I saw that once in a game between Anatoly Karpov and John Vanderbilt.
Okay, he'll finally ask
he
the
will
arbiter.
claim the call.
Yes.
But it was the Zaitsev with knight g5, rook f8, knight f3, rook e8. John Vanderbilt played it 4 times and then made another move.
Yes. Unbelievable.
It was a 3-time
This is
repetition.
crazy,
It was
yes.
4-time repetition. Jeffrey
He's not happy. No.
Yeah, but I think both players somehow, let's say Ray had some really good prospects at the
Yes.
moment he played the move queen b1. If he had played queen a1,
Yes, he's disappointed. You can see on his face some emotions.
and
Finally.
relieved.
Yes.
Disappointed but
But
relieved
relieved, yes.
that he
Yes,
got
yes.
clear second. And we do have a winner.
Congratulations, Fabi, and all his fans. Yes.
And Christian as well.
Christian as well, yes.
Really,
First
very, very
place.
painful. Very, very painful.
Very impressive by Fabi.
Chess commentary is not what it used to be.
It's a competition nowadays. I mean,
We're missing.
we still have one game to go, guys.
Yes, we
Let's
do.
move to that one because that one
Wesley?
is intensifying as well.
No,
No,
Arena.
this one. I mean,
Yes.
we still have a championship on the line.
Yes, we
This
do.
is not yet over.
We do. In fact, we have 2 games. Our defending champion is
Oh,
still
guys.
playing.
Just-
Whoa.
What happened?
It went into...
I know.
Wow. I mean, how many moves got played here in our absence? I mean, it happened very
Fast.
quickly. Rook f4. Yeah, it was king e5, by the way. And Anna...
She played G4.
Now we have this race.
It's-
Really?
Whoa.
We went all this way?
Who's playing for a win?
I'm not sure
G4?
anymore. G4?
Yeah.
She was
G4.
rook f3?
Well, I mean, if she
Probably you
wanted
have
to
to
make
go
a draw,
B5.
she would have played king g2 and
H4?
h4. So I guess Anna is the one playing for a win.
You have to go B5 now. Yeah.
B5, H4 you take, yes, and G3 simply B6 or
Right.
something like that.
I think I can even take.
You can take on G3 and play B6.
Yeah, I think the king is too far.
Yeah, and also you still have H pawn.
But rook f3, on the other hand, is like a one-move type of thing.
Okay,
And
so
perhaps, is it that easy? Okay, wait.
B5,
Guys.
rook f3.
So, whoa.
She played rook a5.
what?
Okay.
Rook? Whoa. I'm sorry. I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies to my audience, our audience here. Rook a5.
Well, that probably works as well, right?
Yes.
But
But why to...
no, that makes a lot of sense,
Ah, yes?
actually. Yeah.
So any,
That simplifies the position, I think.
any trades is helpful.
Yes.
The pawn
You move
goes
the
up
pawn.
one. So I guess I have to play rook f3 and takes. And now the position is going to get simplified. I will, of course, end up giving my rook, and white will end up giving her rook. So rook a5, maybe that was actually the best move in the
Yes,
position.
yes,
Because
yes.
this move, g4, did intimate h4 and g3.
And G3, yes.
And things could have,
Yes,
Jennifer could have been
this was a
clear
good one.
champion.
Yes? Oh, you're dreaming about it, yes, I know.
No, Jennifer would be dreaming about
Yes.
it in this case. And in case this game is a draw, when do the playoffs begin?
The playoff begins at 1:20 tomorrow.
1:20 Central Time.
Central time, yes. So.
Central West End.
By the way, just to let you know that Wesley got this position knight and rook against rook.
Ah, rook and knight.
Yeah, so yes, rook and knight against rook. Yes.
Sam is holding on as
Yeah,
best
that's
he
crazy,
can.
yes.
He was 2 pawns down. I thought Wesley was going to win that game ages ago, but Sam, tough man to beat. Rook a5. This move really surprised Anna because she's actually in a tank and thinking things over. Any chances in this one, Christian, for either player?
No.
No, it's going to be a draw, right?
Dead?
So we'll have playoffs.
I think we take on a5 or rook f8. Okay, rook f8 is an admission basically that it's time to call it a day.
Right, rook f8.
Rook takes h5, you take on g3, I go
And
b5.
she's done that. She's taken on h5, taking on g3.
And I think right now we're probably going to speed towards
Naked kings.
naked kings.
b5, king, b6, push, b7.
You might as well go back, go behind it. Yeah. Don't.
I'm
Maybe not that either.
I'm trying to set up. Of course, I can play rook h2. I'm trying to set up the position.
Like rook f5, but it's check.
Even this doesn't work. Yeah, it's a
It's
check.
not possible, yes, it's still check.
Sometimes, have you ever been really, really, really clever, and it's cost
Too clever.
you?
Yes.
Yeah, it's cost you.
Yes.
Like you wanted to win in a beautiful
So
way.
many times.
Really?
It's better not to remember.
Oh, really? It's that bad.
I prefer to forget.
You try to be artistic, and you let the win escape.
So, it's like, yeah, yesterday's game of Jennifer, in a way, like you think that now you are winning, but at the end of the day you miss something simple, and
Right.
that's it. Happens quite often.
Walter Brown, our six-time U.S. champion, Walter Brown, told me this fantastic story that he played against Bobby Fischer, and Walter saw a win, and then he saw a second win. Like there was two, and one win was prettier than the other. He went for the pretty win, so he just made the move that was the pretty win. And then he saw Bobby's face light up like,
Okay.
and he knew he had blown it.
Can I show a way to be too smart in this
Yes.
position?
Yes.
Go b6. And
He's-
now
and
you
she's
say,
done it.
Oh, I can go rook f4 and rook g4.
Okay, now we're talking. B6 is on the. Oh, she didn't go.
She's not too smart for her own.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
that's good.
why would rook f4 check have done?
Rook f4 and then rook
Say-
g4 because
say
then I
king
can trade
c5?
and I'm actually the first one.
Uh-oh.
And in the end, it's rook g8.
You queen as
G8.
well, but I go queen g8 and I pick up your.
But by the way, it's
I
G1 check.
I put the king on the wrong square after the rook check.
Yes.
I should have played the king on d5.
No,
Look,
keep it on c5. It's very.
at this point-
It's like everybody is
right?
smart.
Just take the pawn on g2.
Exactly.
Just take it.
Yes.
Oh,
Just take it.
my gosh, that was so
King
painful.
d5 she played. No.
Just take the pawn
You
on
ask for
g2.
too much.
Oh, by the way, guys, king c5, rook f5.
Yes, rook f5, rook takes king g4. Rook
And then
f8.
it's g1 is
And then
check.
g1 check, yes. So king
No, it's not
d5 was
check.
important.
Yes, if you had gone king c5.
King c5, you could lose.
Yes.
Wow, this is nice.
Okay, so she has played king d5, but just to
She's
show.
on the edge.
Check, and now
That was
check.
her last chance.
Yes.
Very nice.
Wow.
Very nice trick.
How to trick yourself.
That's
But
a
she
very
has
nice trick.
played king d5, and that was
So
good
much
enough.
confidence they have here. I would just take this on g2 because I
Instantly.
know that I
Like,
can
never
literally
lose.
lose any position. So it's better just to make sure it's
Take
draw, right?
the pawn. g2.
This is funny.
Lots of confidence, of course.
Yes, you need to have this.
King c6, keeping that pawn on the board.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, rook f6 and the rook takes b6.
No.
No?
Let's queen the
no.
pawn.
Queen, okay.
I want to have the extra rook for a couple of moves.
Exactly. You know, it was actually very funny. I was talking to Gary Kasparov in his match with Deep Blue. And in such a position, Deep Blue would promote his pawn to a rook
Really?
and not a queen. So I thought that was really funny that you didn't promote the pawn to a queen, but to a rook. And I asked Gary, well, why does Deep Blue do that? And he says, well, he doesn't want to lose on the trade. The queen for the rook, because its algorithm tells it, like
Yes.
like you should. So you promote it to a rook.
No, she promoted queen. Actually, it would be funny if she would.
If we
put the-
promote it to a rook, yeah. I thought
On
that
knight.
Was, yeah, I thought
Then
that
it's maybe lost.
that was too funny to promote it to a rook. And here we go.
Okay, B7.
Guys, I think we have a playoff.
We do have a
I think
playoff
we're
right
going to
now.
be here at 1:20, did you say, tomorrow?
Yes.
And just to review our playoff rules, in case of two players tied for
We will check
first,
them. Yes,
they're
soon.
going to play rapids.
They will play rapid. It's 10 minutes for the whole game with 2 seconds increment from move 1. And in case if it's 1-1 after 2 games, 1-1 score, we have Armageddon. With
Nice. With
5 against 4.
Right. Ooh.
And increment after move 60, I think. This will be the
But,
case.
but somehow I like the finish. I think it will be a very good finish to have a playoff between these two outstanding competitors.
Exactly. We see Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush on the screens, and the score is different right now because Jennifer won 2 games, but Irina won 1 game here in this event.
Right, round 12, yeah. That is the updated result in their head-to-head. And once again, just to review, Anastasiya.
Yes, if 2
game
players, and this is what we have, 2 players tied for the first place, 2 rapid games will be played tomorrow, 10 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. And if it's still tied, we have Armageddon game, 5 minutes for white, 4 for black. Black wins if the game ends in a draw.
Outstanding. And Christian, we have one of those competitors in studio.
We do have Jennifer Yu with us. Jennifer, an amazing victory. Congratulations. You must be buzzing with excitement for tomorrow's playoff.
Yeah, I guess now I just have to mentally adjust to play another match tomorrow. I don't know, after yesterday, I just thought it was over. I just thought I was done. Like, I was like, this is just awful. But I'm really happy to have another chance to go for the title again because I mean, after the way I played yesterday, I was like, I honestly don't deserve another chance.
What did you do yesterday after that loss to come back?
I don't know. I usually like recover after losses pretty quickly. Like I just get over it really fast. But you know, when you lose like that, like I played a move that I don't think I would have played like when I was like 8 years old.
That pitch before move.
I don't know. I was like literally hallucinating. I did not know what I was doing. And then after I played it, I was like, damn, like I thought I lost like the title with that move. I was like, because otherwise I was like, oh, I'm doing fine here. And I knew that. And I was just like, I don't know what was going on. So after that, I was just like, you know, I honestly don't deserve a chance. Like the way I've been playing was just awful.
But you still came back with the black pieces against a surging player, 5 wins in a row for Talia. Very difficult opponent. How did you approach this one?
I tried to. So basically, I pretended in this game like I had no chances left. I was like, I don't really care. Like I was just gonna play like normal. I didn't look at Irina's game the entire round. I only saw it like after I finished. I was just like, just pretend like it's over and just play normally. Because otherwise, there's just too much to think about. Because usually I do fine under pressure. It's just like after yesterday, like it's actually because like, I keep thinking back on it. I'm like, why would you play that move? Like it's just so bad. So that's kind of my mentality. I was kind of do like some mental gymnastics there.
I feel Irina was doing something very similar because I didn't see her looking at your game either. She was very focused on her game as well. You were very focused on your game as well, and you guys were very close to each other. You didn't peek at all at her game?
No, I tried. Like I think when I was looking at like the screen that had like all the games on it, I like accidentally peeked at her game once, and I was like, no, that's too much. I was like, no, I can't look at that game because it's not even like the pressure. It just makes me feel so mad at myself for the way I played yesterday because I just felt like I threw it away completely.
When did you feel like you were actually getting realistic chances in this one?
So from the opening, I definitely surprised her here because like I've never played this before and definitely was not that good. But here at Queen B4, I just started feeling pretty good about my position because like this endgame is just very comfortable for me to play. I feel like I basically can't really lose it if I just like keep the pressure, don't let her play like F3 or F4 at some point. Because what happened in the game was like she just got very passive and then like she didn't really have any moves at some point.
And you found this nice idea against this knight c3, knight a4 with bishop a6 to put pressure on e2 first and then defend with rook to b8. Very nice. And at this point, I think it was this moment, sometime after you played this move d4. Did you see this move rooks to c3?
Yeah, I thought rook c3. I looked at rook c3 more after ed, cd, rook d3, but that's just rook d3. I assumed after
You mean here, rook c3 right now?
This just doesn't work as
and now
d3.
d3, yeah.
I assumed that I could play d3 here too.
But now I take.
Oh, right. That's tricky.
You can take here. Yeah, it was a tricky move, and I think you have to go something like rook f7 or rook f8, but it becomes a bit trickier than maybe it should have been.
No, I like near the end of time control, I think I misplayed it a bit because like this is fine, but I think there's easier ways to win. And I think in a few more moves. So after rook a4, yeah, right
after
here.
that you found the
so
nice.
I like at first I wanted to play. So I saw this a few moves in advance, and I thought I was just gonna play e3, and then I was like, oh, there's rook takes e3 because this is just like really difficult.
e3 at what point?
Instead of knight g6. No, e3. Like I saw this like moves ago in advance. I was like, e3 just doesn't work though when I got like because rook d3 and it's a draw.
Yes.
And I was like, that's bad. And then I was thinking, rook takes g3, rook f, and then e3. But then rook d, and then you're like, oh, the pawns are pushing. But then rook d3, knight d3, and perfectly king f3. And I think this isn't as easy as it looks, because it's so tricky with the. You have to be so careful not to lose the h pawn.
Pick up this guy and not lose the h5 pawn.
Yeah, because that's the problem. I think I could pick up the g and h pawns pretty easily. But
do you have this move by any chance? Probably not. Rook a1.
Yeah. And then so I was just like, I spent a lot of time, and I was like, man, knight g6 seems pretty simple to play.
Yep. Yeah, and that was actually winning, and after that you went on to convert. Jennifer, congratulations, big one. How are you going to prepare for tomorrow's playoff?
Well, I guess I just have to kind of prepare against her again, but just start forget kind of about the tournament, like bishop a4, and then just kind of start clean. The last time I played a playoff was actually at US Juniors, so I have a little bit of experience, but I didn't really have time to prepare for that one because it was the same day. So hopefully I can do more this time. And I'm just really excited to have another opportunity because, it's just a really interesting tournament now, I guess. It's more exciting.
We'll let you go get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Our congratulations, Jennifer. Good luck in tomorrow's playoff. We're going to be here to call all the action, Anastasiya.
Exactly.
And here it is
Once again,
for the
120.
Ladies' Championship.
So, Jennifer, you will play against Arena Krush tomorrow at 1:20 p.m. Please come back. Don't think that it's over. No,
Absolutely.
It's
Absolutely. Now, that was a question that I had. Does the money change? Like if one player gets, the title.
Yes.
Right? Do they get a little bit extra?
No. It's actually, you see that money.
There it is. 35 for each.
35 for each. And then we have also Thalia, who is on the third place. Yes, for 20,000. And then Liang with 15. And then Tatev, actually, who won today. Look at this. She is on the 5th place. Maybe she even. No, there are 2 spots in it's actually. Alice Lee also gets 8, so it's a tie for the 5th place. And then we have Begin Tokhirjonova with 6. Anna Zatonskih placed 9 together with Rochelle Wu. And so on. I'm surprised with Nazi Paikidze in this event because I thought that maybe she will try to fight for the first place. But okay, sometimes it happens. The tournament
a little
is not
rusty for her. She hasn't played too much. And in the open section, we still have a game remaining. Our defending champion, Wesley So, trying in a rook and knight to get to that 7.5 of a wonder and linear. That would be a nice payday for him. By the way, sad to say that Alice Lee did lose that final game today in the last round against
yes.
Megan Lee. That was the one where she was under a lot of pressure out of the opening in that Dutch Stonewall. Now, this ending that they do have, that the players have on their board, I mean, this has been a very well-known draw. And it's actually kind of funny because there was a book by Dr. John Nunn.
Yes.
He gave me his book. It was called Pawnless Endgames, or rather, endgames that have no pawns.
Okay,
Pawnless endgames.
I got it, yes.
And John gave me this book, and he said, Yasser, this book is absolutely, absolutely unique. And I said, well, how's that, John? And he says, well, it's the only book, only chess book in the world, maybe the first and only book in the world, that all of the analysis is absolutely correct. Like it's table-based analysis and
it's
absolutely perfectly correct. And I go, really? And I opened up the book, and the first thing it does is it shows this ending.
Yes.
It's like from a 9th century Arab manuscript. and, and the Islamic scholars had gotten the endgame accurate.
Yeah. What was the most famous game in this ending?
It was actually Gary Kasparov versus Judith Polgar. Yes. Gary somehow won with the knight, and Judith just got so angry.
Yes.
Oh, she was angry. And even though it's a well-known draw, I've even seen Magnus Carlsen win this against Erwin Lamy. So there are some tricks.
I won this one as well, actually. Once.
You did?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So we have an expert here.
Right.
Against Vasif Durarbeli, who is a pretty decent grandmaster
Yes,
from Iran,
of course.
like 2650 or something along those lines.
Absolutely.
I don't remember how I did it. It's almost impossible to win this game.
Was it an open, or where was it? Where did you play?
No. It was a Pro Chess League match.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay, well, in that case, it was like a rapid.
It was a rapid game.
Yes.
Yes, rapid game.
Yeah.
Here you get 30 seconds increment, which is important, let's say.
And Sam doesn't even seem to need that because he's been blitzing his moves. Well, up to this point.
Up to this moment, yeah.
Interesting, that still.
But what he's doing is very correct. He's just like keeping the rook as far away from the king as possible. Especially against the bishop, it's called the Cochrane defense, where you keep the rook as far as possible and then you give checks. Now against the knight, I think it works as well. For example, if you try to take the opposition with king b6, let's say, I don't know, king a6, king c6, king b8, king b6, which is not a great thing to do for black, but let's just put those moves on the board.
Which moves, sorry?
King c6, king b8, and king b6.
King c6, king b8,
king
and
c8, king c6, king b8, and king b6.
Oh, sorry, just a second. I'm doing something. Oh, it's
right there.
because it's it's actually white to move here. So you like to play king c6 here? No.
No. There's a knight on d5.
Okay.
So king c8, king c6.
I don't have king c8.
Is that king a6 or like? Well,
Yeah.
what am I saying?
Let
king
me.
c8. Okay, I'm
let
saying
me
king
just
c8.
get
That's
there.
terrible. That's
I'm
king
just going to
a6.
get there. So when we get this position, you're saying I should be able to play check.
No. I just
sorry.
thought king c8 is king a6 is actually king c8. I don't know why.
First, we're going to teach you how to castle properly. Now
it was very similar to the king's decapitation moment.
Right.
So king c6 now.
King c6 now. Yes.
And now I go rook h6, and I'll just give you checks from afar. Or I can go rook a. What is
rook
that?
c1 check,
Rook
right?
c1 check, there we go.
That's the simplest. And for Wesley So, who's had a poor event, a win in this round would really take a lot of the edge off. He would score 7.5 out of a possible 13.
That's +2.
Which, by his standards is still not that great, but it's salvageable.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, and also let's not forget rating points are also very important.
And for Wesley is one of those players very aware of the rating. He knows that
He's
the
number
top
5
organizers like to have the high-rated players participate in their event and get very good financial conditions. So he is one of those players who does pay a lot of attention to the ratings.
Yeah, but this position probably is not so.
And Wesley's like, he doesn't look
really happy.
Look thrilled about his prospects.
And this one, yes.
Okay, tell our viewers how black could go wrong. What are the pitfalls that you should be trying to avoid in the position?
By the way,
Cristian?
just 1 second. I wanted to see when the last piece has been captured.
So to
that
understand
was move 71.
50 moves rule, yes?
Exactly.
Yes, move 71. So we need to get to move 121.
By the way, the 131 game move game between Christopher and Lanier, that was special. We're trying to beat it. Sorry, again, Cristian, if you don't mind, just show a couple of traps. There, obviously, you know, Garry Kasparov did win it. Other players have won it. What is black trying to avoid?
So let's try to figure that out. Because it's not that easy to lose this one.
Give it to me and I'll do it.
Right?
It's quite difficult. So, rook to, okay, I like that move. For example.
Yes.
Let's go king d8.
Let's go
king
what?
a5.
A5, yes.
I don't know why I'm looking at the board reversed.
I think it's also, everybody's just a bit tired, you know.
Right?
It's
okay, I'm looking at the board reversed for whatever reason. I'm not 100% sure why.
Because you see it on the video and you kind of think about it from the other side.
Ah, yes,
because
maybe,
of that,
maybe,
yes.
maybe.
So you want to go king a7 or king a5?
Where
Let's
do you
say
want
king
to
a5.
lose?
Let's
King a5. How do you want to lose the game?
I'm not sure if I can lose it, but
Still.
let's try.
We have faith.
Okay, king c5 and then you play any move and rook a3.
Maybe king
This is one.
c6.
Okay, this is how we start to get.
And knight c3.
That's the problem.
There we go.
But then you run with the king, and
Yes.
it's still nothing happens.
Yeah.
You just keep running with the king.
No,
c6?
no.
And now, actually?
Oh, there's a mate. There we go. There we go. Nicely found. Nicely found.
Yasser.
Man, it's tough. It's tough.
Wow. Try to lose cooperative. Like
Cooperation.
Cooperative. Maybe.
Yes.
It's not easy. I mean,
It's not easy to lose this position,
that's
but
an
we do.
impressive feat.
Let me refresh my board. Apologies for that, and quickly check.
You
Okay.
can also lose it for white if you play now like king c5 and rook was on b5, but no, not anymore.
King c5 and
Don't go
king a5. That one's easy.
So king
But
a7.
don't we
right?
have some trickies now with knight c7? No. Still not winning.
Well, even after king a7, for example, if you do try to go knight c7.
He played rook h5. Rook h5.
But let's show this little
Yes,
trick.
please.
So if you go king a7 and you try to go knight c7, I can go rook c6.
Ah, I'm in stalemate.
This is nice.
I'm in stalemate. That
Yes.
is a goodie.
Nice.
I mean, if you're
That's a
going to show a checkmate for
Yes.
one player, you might as well show the stalemate for the other. Very nice. Okay, we do have a rook h5
Rook
on the
h5,
board.
yes.
So I guess maybe rook b6 followed by rook to d6 if you go to a7 and try to transfer on the other side.
Rook to b6.
But it doesn't really make a lot of sense because you already cut the king on the back rank.
Yeah,
Yes.
you've actually achieved your maximum that you can do is push the king to the side of the board, whether it be on the first.
Okay, another
last.
pitfall.
Yes.
Maybe. Let's go rook b1.
Okay.
And now let's say you try to keep the connection with the knight, but you go no. You go rook f5.
Okay.
Boom, now I go king c6.
And there's no check.
There's no more check.
And now
I'm still not, that's a checkmate. Right?
that's the checkmate.
Yes,
and
because
so you
knight
have
is
to go
controlling.
back.
You can still go back, and even this I'm not sure if you can win. Oh, but now I give you a check on
b7. Yes, but you go back
You go
to
back
a6.
to a...
Because now it's checkmate, yes. Now
That's
it's
nice,
checkmate,
yes. So
You go to a6.
We've been trying to lose it, and we finally managed to do so.
Well, we've lost it a couple of times, but we've also shown that it requires almost a cooperative opponent. And the move rook f5, I think, is also rather cooperative. I would go king a7 in the... Oh, sorry, this is not the current position. I apologize. I update my board. Now, he basically allowed the king to b7.
Yes.
Have you had this
No.
this position in your practice?
Thanks God, no.
not even with the superior side?
No, I don't remember that.
I found another way to lose this one.
Well done.
So let's go rook f3 instead of rook e3.
Rook f3 instead of, yes.
King b7, I'm happy I'm escaping.
Okay.
Rook f7, and this is a bit more realistic, I think.
Okay.
You go king c8.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I go king c6.
Okay.
Now you go check. I put a knight in front.
Yes.
Now I'm threatening mate.
And that's why rook f7.
And now you probably have to go king b8. But
Okay.
now I go king b6.
Okay.
And there's no more king c8.
Because you
that's
have
a
checkmate, yes.
So now once I get the rook on the
H8?
8th rank, I feel I'm close.
But it's still unclear.
He's so close.
I think I am. Wait. So I give you a check.
Rook b7?
With the knight or with
With
the
a rook,
king?
rook b7. Yes, this is the win. This is how I beat Durabelli. Yes. King c8 and now rook a7. And there is
and
no
you
way
want
to
rook
defend.
e8.
You have to go king
yes.
b8 and now I go king knight d7.
Yes, knight d7 and rook e8.
Nice.
Yes. This is how I won my game. I remember now.
Oh.
Wow.
Very impressive.
Truly.
So maybe, but rook f7 was the key.
We really tried.
Desperately trying to...
we made a concerted effort.
Right.
To win this one. Yeah, you have to cover. You have to find
Oh,
the
there's
placement for the
another
rook to cover.
Like there's another nice win at this moment.
Yes.
Like let's say white makes a move and black makes a bad move. Then you have this type of checkmate.
Very nice.
Yeah. So you've got to keep that pin.
Okay, so now I guess you have to go rook f2, rook g5, right?
And he's actually played rook f7.
There is that rook move.
Right, the mysterious rook move.
Rook f7 now. Okay.
Right, we're expecting rook to g5.
Rook g5, yes, that makes the most sense.
This is the one where touch move on your king would make you cry. It's
Yes,
like,
and then
no.
king c6 maybe. I know rook c6.
Rook e5. Okay, I'd be just
this
a
one is
little,
a little bit too
a little
close.
reluctant to become close to the.
It's a
I
bit
think
too
this is
close for
still
my
enough.
taste.
It's still okay, but yeah, you're always a little bit worried that by releasing the knight with a tempo, that you could be in trouble.
8 more moves to the time control.
To the time control?
Oh,
or
sorry,
to
not the time
50?
control. The 50 move rule.
I'm not
Rook
worried about the time
f6.
control. More like the 50 move rule. Check.
Check. Rook f6. So now what? Where do you go? b7?
I would be very, very reluctant to ever step into an opposition. I would play king b7.
Yes. So king b7. Maybe something with king d6.
Right, because of the tempo,
yes.
you mean? Yeah.
King b7, rook b6, maybe.
Or rook b6 first to make sure that the king will go somewhere.
To a7.
But then we have this rook d5 ideas sometimes.
Yeah.
And for example, if I play king a7, yes, I cannot play king c6, I think, because rook d5.
Exactly. That's
Yes, how-
okay. I
Yeah,
check, but yeah, I would
every possible
gleefully
way.
hand. I'm capturing something.
Yes, definitely.
Right.
For sure.
So rook check. This is our current position.
So what if I go king to a5?
Yeah, that was just exactly
Again, let's
the
try
kind
to
of
lose it,
move
right?
that I would be so
No, king
reluctant.
b7, yes. Okay, rook b6 check. Let's see.
I think
King a7.
Wesley has given up as far, but he just has to play it to the 50 move rule,
Yes.
right?
He made it for 45
If
moves.
you made it for 45, you have to finish.
He might as well finish the job.
Yeah.
King A7.
The sad part is that right now, even if he gets somehow to a winning position,
He won't be able to convert it.
Yes, because you don't have
to do it.
I remember in the women's championship, I believe it was between Anna Zatonskih and Nagy. It was Rook and Bishop versus Rook. And literally, like, she wins the Rook with one move to spare.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a draw
all the way
through 40 moves, but then suddenly it became a win.
Yes.
And she just had enough moves in the 50-move rule to make a victory.
So, thanks God we don't have a closing ceremony today, because imagine now the whole event would be waiting for Wesley to finish his game. But yeah, I mean, the closing ceremony will happen tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yes. And don't forget, you have still chance to join it if you're in St. Louis right now,
Yes,
somewhere
we do.
nearby.
By the way, I really like this American tradition of having the closing ceremony literally the next day as opposed to the same day, because it means that we can have a playoff leisurely. And in Europe, they often have the closing ceremony on the final round.
Yes.
And what does it mean? They play the final round like 4 hours earlier
Yes,
than usual.
it happens sometimes, yes.
So instead of starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which is traditional, you start at 10 in the morning or something, so that you have time for the closing ceremony.
Yes, and then you have to run with your bags to the airport and so like that.
It's terrible.
But in US events, sometimes it also can be challenging, 2 rounds per day.
Oh yes,
Hello,
well in the open tournaments.
Yes, for the open tournaments. Have you ever played like 9 rounds in 5 days?
I was raised on
like
it.
this, yes. Okay.
Wow, yeah, trust me, those were not friendly moments, happy moments.
King to B5, Rook H5.
How many moves? 5?
Right now is only 4 moves to go.
Oh.
Okay.
4 moves to go.
And Sam's doing a great job, by the way, of keeping his rook, pinning the knight, making it incredibly difficult to impossible
for Wesley to
win.
Wesley
to win. Yep.
So, okay, King C5. I think yes, Wesley kind of gave up this idea. He played so quickly in Rook E5. I would still check, you know, what's going on.
Right. Where did Sam did that against? I want to say Hans. He made this very, very quick move, H3.
To
tell them. 40 and 30.
40 and 30, yes. So,
so
it
it's
means
not
that,
a 35-35
no, it's
split.
10,000 difference between 2 players.
$10,000.
So we can check it now on our screen.
So you gave me misinformation?
Okay.
Where is my...
so now there is playoff.
Playoff.
It means that if Irina Krush, for example, wins tomorrow, she will get 40,000 and Jennifer will get 30, and it will go
other way
around.
Exactly.
And they can
all
change their
the
places.
laurels. Wow. Well, that will be a very exciting tiebreak with $10,000 on the difference.
Yes.
Right.
Still, I think it's nice actually that it's not only the title but also the difference in money.
Here we go, and we're going to see a shake of hands very soon, because
I think
right
Wesley
now,
is shaking.
I think finally
Shaking
Sam will be looking
heads
at his score sheet.
and shaking hands.
Right.
I'm sure he knows when the 50-move rule happens, right?
Yeah, he's checking right
He
now.
must
Look
have
at this.
noted somewhere.
Yes. What will your coach tell you normally?
Just no beheadings on the king beheadings here on this one. And I think they've, it's funny because my screen went and said draw.
It is
between Wesley because the players haven't claimed it, but
and there we have it.
The
He's claiming
software
the
has
50-move rule.
said, "Excuse me, guys, you don't have to play anymore. This is a draw."
Yes. So normally, if you have this situation, like you put this small, you point on your score sheet
And there
the
we
moment
have it.
when you have this 50 moves.
Confirmed by our arbiter, Frank Guadalupe.
123 moves, not the 131 move marathon, Christian, that
and Wesley is
Christopher
cracking a smile right now.
Yes.
I think there's so much relief from the players too.
Yes.
Like it's just over. Like Lanier, we heard from Lanier, like he's just thinking of rest, and
Exactly.
he's just happy that this event is over. Bring it up. The final thoughts of this 13th championship round, Cristian.
I mean, what an amazing round we had in both sections. In the open section, sure, Fabiano finished fast, but Ray was putting a lot of pressure on his opponent, Jeffrey Xiong, and could have easily taken the full point and forced the playoff. In the ladies section, I mean, just the fighting spirit of this young woman grandmaster, Jennifer Yu. She's been playing incredible chess all throughout the year. She's won the juniors championship with a dominant score, and right now she's proving to everybody why she deserves to be here and why she deserves to potentially win the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. But there's one 8-time national champion, Irina Krush, who will say tomorrow, no, no, no. I'm here to stay and I'm here to win my 9th championship. What will happen? Only time will tell. But we will be here to call all the action.
Thank you for that. And Anastasiya, final standings of the ladies.
So 2 players will play the playoff, Irina Krush and Jennifer Yu. They share the first place right now. Talia Cervantes lost her game, but finished on the 3rd place. Really great result in this event.
Truly.
Aronian on 4th place. Tati, by winning this game, jumped on the 5th position together with Alice Lee, Megan Lee, and Megan Lee.
And
Yes.
let me just call out both Alice and Megan for 2 outstanding tournament competitors. Really, really, really great. And it was wonderful to see Megan win her final game, as she had been leading earlier in the tournament.
Yes, she showed a really great result, and Begim is on the 8th place. Then we have a tie for the 9th place, Anna Zatonskih with Rochelle Wu.
And that's where the $500 goes, by the way, that $160,500. And in the open section, tell us who were the big prize money winners there?
Fabiano Caruana, 60,000. He won the first place, and 2nd time he won the U.S. Championship.
Our congratulations.
Congratulations, Fabian. Ray Robson is on the clear 2nd place after making draw in the final round.
Right,
Yes.
dramatic final round.
Dominguez and Wonder Liang shared the 3rd place.
Congratulations to those 2 players. They each take home $30,000, and then a tie with $13,750.
We have Wesley So, Jeffrey Xiong, Sam Shankland, Sam Sevian, and Hans Niemann.
Our congratulations. And again, tomorrow, 1:20 St. Louis time,
Yes.
we were going to have a tiebreak.
Exactly, between
Playoff.
Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush. You can see their previous results on the screen, and please join us for this moment.
Absolutely.
It's going to be really interesting. They will play for 10,000 difference.
Exactly. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your day with us. We will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.